Chat. 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 Bună seara. Nu cred că sunteți pregătiți. Bă, sunteți pregătiți? Dați-vă în ochii mei, sunteți pregătiți de ce urmează? Sincer vă zic, uitați-vă în ochii mei, sunteți pregătiți de ce urmează? Sincer, da sau nu pe cea dacă sunteți pregătiți de ce urmează? Da sau nu pe cea dacă sunteți pregătiți de ce urmează? Sunteți pregătiți că nu văd spamul ăla pe chat, sincer. Da sau nu pe chatul acesta de pe youtube.com/paul2m. Suntem sau nu pregătiți? Bine atunci. Suntem pregătiți? Da, uite, un băiat a zis nu, unii au zis da. Bă, suntem sau nu pregătiți? Fiți atenți să facem un spam de subscribe. 3, 2, 1. Știți voi ce trebuie să spamați, da? Hai să vedem acolo pe chat un pic să ne încălzim, să... Hai cu chat-ul, un pic să ne... Și un pic de încălzire ca la școală. Pam, pam, pam. Bă, nu știu, nu văd, mă, parcă nu sunt pregătiți oamenii, nu știu ce să zic. Luăm o gură de apă să ne hidratăm creierul. Uite acum. Bă, parcă s-au încălzit un pic băieții. Parcă sunt cel mai pregătit. Ok, te-ai pregătit cu o sărmăluță, te-ai pregătit cu un chipsuleț, o clătituță, un stixuleț, un pufuleț, un popcornuleț, un cornuleț, o sopică, un sutic, un ceva acolo de ronțăit, o floricică, un micișor, o copănică, o ciocolățică, o ceva, un pringălțică, o floricică, am mai zis. Te-a pregătit un cornuleț, un suculeanu, ceva acolo să fie, să nu trebuiască, înțelegi? Bun, doamnelor și domnilor, hai să facem o recapitulare la ce s-a întâmplat ieri pentru persoanele care... Bă, hai că de fapt, deci fiți atenți, noi în seara asta să facem așa ca un mic... ca o mică recapitulare, ok? Noi susținem România în momentul de față la FNCS Invitational, care este un turneu ce se desfășoară în America. Ok, toți jucătorii sunt fizic în America. Dacă erai din Franța, te duceai în America, cu avionul, bineînțeles, nu pe jos, acolo, în America, în North Carolina și participai la turneu. Dacă ești din România, bineînțeles, l-au luat pe ursul carpatin și l-au zburat în America, i-au plătit avion, i-au plătit cazare, i-au plătit mâncare, i-au plătit viză și îl au în America acolo și așa au făcut cu absolut fiecare dintre cei 100 de participanți la acest turneu de FNCS Invitational. Ați înțeles totul până aici? E clar că toți jucătorii sunt fizic acolo în aceeași locație? Da sau nu pe chat, ca să știu, dacă putem continua. Să facem așa un rezumat ca la școală cu introducere. Deci cum era mai aia la școală? Introducerea, ce urma după introducerea, desfășurătorul, deci introducere, punct culminant și deznodământ. Nu, deci introducere, cuprins, punct culminant și deznodământ. Introducere, cuprins. Am înțeles. Bun. În fine, ați înțeles voi cum stă treaba. Și încheiere. Cuprins, punct culminant, deznodământ. Știți voi că ați fost și voi pe la școală când erați mici. Bun. Și noi, România, noi suntem români, ok? Avem un reprezentant la turneul acesta de FNCS Invitational, care, apropo, se cheamă FNCS Invitational, pentru că ești invitat acolo. Nu poate să se ducă Georgica sau Marcel sau Gheorghel din Suceava la turneul ăsta, da? Trebuie să fii invitat și te invită dacă ești foarte bun, bineînțeles. Pe mine puteau să mă invite, dar a fost politically, știți voi. Și ești invitat la turneul acolo, acesta te duci în America și au invitat 100 dintre cei mai buni jucători de Fortnite din lume. Acolo îl avem și noi avem un reprezentant între acești 100 cei mai buni jucători de Fortnite din lume, avem și noi românii noștri, adică noi, tu și cu eu și cu mine și cu voi, avem un reprezentant. O persoană, un urs, îi zicem urs pentru că îl cheamă Andrei Ursu, adică Zandi, și ne reprezintă cu mândrie la acest turneu internațional. A făcut o figură extrem de frumoasă, se descurcă extrem de bine, este momentan pe locul 5. Dacă nu ai mai fost niciodată la un FNCS și nu știi cum se desfășoară, FNCS-ul e pe 2 zile, 6 meciuri azi, 6 meciuri mâine, se adună punctele din aceste 2 zile și se stabilește un câștigător. Simple as that. Secretul armației, câinile sus. Bă, ce-am zis? Secretul, mâinile sus. Bă, nu văd. N-am șervețele de ochelari sau am șervețele din ochelari? Cred că am șervețele de ochelari. Paul, e ziua mea. O, stați un pic că e ziua lui Mihai pe chat. La mulți ani. Să trăiești 1000 de ani, frate meu, te pup. Bun. Acum că ați înțeles ce s-a întâmplat ieri, acum că v-am făcut de fapt un rezumat, ok? Am făcut un rezumat să înțelegeți un pic cam cum s-a desfășurat treaba, ce se întâmplă aici, etc, etc. Ieri, omul nostru a câștigat un meci din cele 6. Reprezentantul României a câștigat un meci din cele 6 și în celelalte s-a descurcat relativ foarte, foarte bine. Vă reamintesc că este un turneu la care participă Buga, Clix, Mr. Savage, niște jucători cu experiență extraordinară și jucătorul nostru s-a descurcat de 10 ori mai bine decât fiecare. Ok? Și acum o să vă arăt intrarea ursului carpatin. O să facem o recapitulare la intrarea lui pe scenă, pentru că e o scenă cu fiecare jucător a avut un segment unde a intrat, cu muzică, cu dansatoare, glumesc, și după o să vă arăt segmentul când ursul carpatin, adică reprezentantul României, adică Andrei Ursu, adică Zandi, a câștigat unul dintre cele 6 meciuri. Ați înțeles până aici? Aveți vreo întrebare? Ați apăsat butonul de like? Adică like egal moderator. În seara asta, cine apasă butonul de like egal moderator? 100%, fără mișto. Apăsați butonul de like să vedeți. E ziua mamei mele, la mulți ani. La mulți ani. Am lag? N-am lag. Am dat. Mamă, 500 de like-uri aproape. Am dat. O, te pup, 535 de like-uri. Mamă, mergi de subscribe. Bun. Like, te pup. N-ai lag. Nu că mi se părea așa că mă mișc în 30 de FPS-uri, știi? În fine. Bun. Am zis că o să vă arăt ieri cum ne-am descurcat. O să facem o mică recapitulare, un revision, un revision. Cum ne-am descurcat ieri în ziua 1. L-avem pe domnul nostru moderator Clix. Bă, s-a dus la culcare aseară fix înainte să câștige omul nostru meciul. Dar voi vă dați seama? S-a culcat el și omul nostru a câștigat meciul. Deci e senzațional ce s-a întâmplat, mă, Clix. Nu știu dacă ai văzut. Caterinca, rău de tot. Cum te-ai culcat tu? Ne-a adus noroc că te-ai culcat. Bun. Fiți atenți. Hai să vă arăt în primul rând intrarea omului nostru. Posibil să avem și în seara asta ceva de genul, așa că așezați-vă și voi confortabil. Te-ai lăsat de Fortnite? Nu, frate. Bun. Suntem aici așa. Hai să vedem intrarea. Deci dacă... Nu cred că există vreo persoană care nu s-a uitat ieri la FNCS Invitational, dar hai să mă dau eu un pic așa mai jos. Avem 2 PAUL2M. Unul e PAUL2M, unul e PAUL3M. În fine, astea sunt intrările ieri. Nu ne prea interesează pe noi în mare parte, sincer. Ia uite, ursul carpatin ce l-am prins. Avem aici. Asta este intrarea de ieri cu ursul carpatin, reprezentantul României. Ia uite-l. Ăsta este Zandi, dacă nu știați, ăsta este Joe, mama Joe Fortnite, un jucător foarte bun, sincer. Bă, e bun. E bun, tot îl cară Zandi, dar e bun și ăsta, chiar bun, bun, bun. Bun cu B mare. Hai bine, aici e scris invers. Bă, dar e înalt așa Zandi, ce înălțime ziceți că are? 1,80? 1,75? Trebuie să-l întrebăm. Întrebare, ce înălțime are omul nostru? Dar părea mai înalt aici un pic mai în spate, știi? Când l-a băgat. 1,75? 1,85? 1,80? Joe e român, nu e galez, ceva irlandez, ceva de genul ăsta. 1,82? 1,73? Este 1,80, cam pe acolo zic și eu. Spamul 1,85 a spus el. Mamă, înseamnă că e înăltuț și Joe, mama. Înseamnă că e înăltuț. Înseamnă că e înăltuț și Joe. Senpai s-a abonat, te pup, Senpai. Aceasta a fost intrarea de ieri și astăzi cred că o să avem și astăzi o intrare, ceva de genul, habar n-am. Ceva în genul ăsta. Nu-mi zice, frate, spameți și ieri și azi. Nu-mi zice nimic numărul ăla. 2,20 m. Bun, aceasta a fost intrarea. Aveți vreo întrebare până acum? Dacă aveți vreo întrebare, mâna sus și vă răspund la întrebare. Ca la școală, Joe are ca 1,75? Da. Dacă ați înțeles totul, putem continua clasă. Nu. E ziua lui Paul2M. Oh, la mulți ani Paul2M. Sănătate! La mulți ani! Și mulți bani! De cât herțe monitorul? Habar n-am. Când începe? Imediat! Am o întrebare, poți veni sâmbătă? Nu pot veni sâmbătă. Am înțeles, deci nu are nicio întrebare chatul. De ce l-a aplaudat Mongral doar pe Joe? Că e countryman cu el de aia. Hai să vedem meciul câștigat de ursul carpatin. Ca să vedem aici. Cred că, bă, da, frumos. Cred că meciul numărul 3. Nu? Cred că în meciul numărul 3. Salut, Paul, azi ziua mea, fac 15 ani. Oh, domnul Alex, la mulți ani, sănătate, te pot. La mulți ani. Sănătate. Te pop, Alex. Bă, să mai trăiești încă 95, minim. Nef cu liceul la economic. Băi, meciul ăsta l-a câștigat? Da, ăsta e meciul câștigat de Mr. Ursul carpatin.
Salut, Paul, azi e ziua mea, fac 15 ani, hai România.
Hai România. Nu e ăsta meciul câștigat de ursul carpatin. Ăsta cred că e. Nu, sau a câștigat meciul numărul 4. Cred că a câștigat meciul numărul 4, omul nostru de bază. A, uita, da, Buga, mă, Buga. Da, deci ăsta e meciul câștigat. Deci Buga, câștigător World Cup, n-a făcut nimic ieri. Nimicuța. Nimic. Deci ăsta e meciul. Da, e meciul numărul 3. Deci ăsta a fost meciul câștigat de ursul carpatin. ursul nostru, de reprezentantul nostru, omul care ne cară steagul în spate și omul care îl cară și pe Joe în spate și... Aici am văzut deja aici că e pe high, adică am văzut alt unghi sau ceva, am văzut că e pe high și am simțit, da? Am simțit că e meciul lui. L-am văzut pe high de mult. Uitați-l pe high acolo, da? Deci evident că ieri, bă, deja când e un moment din ăsta în joc, îți cam dai seama. E pe endgame, are high-ul, are materiale, e cam clar că o să câștige meciul. Așa a fost și cu Quizy și cu Veno. Buga, nimic n-a făcut Buga, mă, chat. Aveam pretenții, măcar top 10 de la Buga. Dar n-ai diferență mare. Europa, America. N-am văzut niciun meme, bro. N-am stat deloc la calculator azi. Am făcut un grătăresc cu astăzi. De ce Mongrel a felicitat doar pe Joe? Ți-am zis, bro, îs prieteni. Încă era pe high în momentul ăsta, deci... Deci când ești pe high în momentul ăsta al jocului, ne uităm. Mulți o să trebuiască să urce dâmpul acesta. Omul nostru de pe high ground îi spamează, îi rupe cu spam pe toți cei de sub el. Deci e evident, e greu dacă îl pun pe, nu știu, oricare pe Streamlabs de pe cea, dacă îl pun, câștigă meciul acesta. Partea grea e să ajungi până în momentul de față. Ăsta e Astralis Tomaș HD, care bun tare și copilul ăsta. Joe Mama făcuse kill acolo. Ăsta este meciul. I-a luat pe scenă, le-a făcut interviu, dar vă arăt imediat. Zandi l-a bătut pe Thomas HD. Joe Mama încă un kill pe Avery. Am luat Manica, dacă l-ai luat cu Paul2M e perfect. Vedem aici 5 kill-uri. Omul nostru, cele mai multe... Bă, voi vă dați seama să faci 5 kill-uri într-un lobby cu cei mai buni 100 jucători din lume? Ce vrei, mă? E ca și cum ai face FACETI BAI pe un meci public. Aici l-avem pe asiaticul acesta care surprinzător de bine s-a descurcat. Nu, mă așteptam să ia top 50 asiaticul ăla. Mă așteptam să fie ultimul. Mă așteptam sincer să fie ultimul. Asiaticul ăla, da, se descurcă și... Iar aici deja a început sărbătoarea. Aici a început sărbătoarea pentru că era evident, era 2v1v1. Era o situație 2v1v1. A mai luat și extra kill-uri omul nostru.
Mai învățați, bă, luați și învățați cum se joacă numărul 1. Numărul 1.
Stai, ce a zis? Europa versus Asia în momentul de față, da, deci... A, da, mă, e asiaticul ăla, Zagu, da.
Numărul 1 în lume, voi sunteți sănătoși, uite-l pe omul meu, uite-l, mă!
Putem să aplaudăm de ieri un pic. Ăsta este win-ul de ieri. Nici lui nu-i vinea să creadă. Azi se mai joacă, da, bro, mai avem și astăzi meciuri. Care e faza cu FNCS Invitational? Uită-te de la începutul live-ului, că mai ai timp, și am făcut acolo o recapitulare, ți-am explicat etc. tot ce vrei. Am văzut reacția lui Mongrel. Uitați-vă la ăsta ce față are. Ce pot să mă arăt e. Și ăsta. Ăsta e King, ăsta e plânge Face King? Uitați un pic ce față are. Plânge un pic Face King ăla de la World Cup. Te uita că am urât un pic așa. Și Thomas HD se vede că nu e. Ce fățucă are omul Thomas HD, cam să supi pupi un pic. Și asta e eventul, băieți, ăsta e eventul. Ăsta e muz ăla de n-a făcut nimic și zicea că rupe tot. Salut, Denis. Ia uite-mă pe ursul. Mamă, ce încorda merge ursul. Vedeți cum merge, nu m-am pregătit să... Și acum ăsta e interviul de ieri, care nu l-ați văzut. E ziua mea, aștept melodia. La mulți ani, Nicolas.
La mulți ani.
Simplu, simplu, vedeți, contează și cum vorbești la interviu. A dat-o așa, pam, pam, pam. Dă mai tare, stai niște bro, că dau tare când începem, dau mai tare. E pe 5. Avea emoții. Da, dai seama, n-a vorbit prea mult, nici engleza nu e prima lui limbă, dar vorbește frumos, se descurcă. Simplu și la obiect, știi? Decât să vorbești mult și prost, mai puțin și mai concentrat. Nu vorbești, dacă nu știi. De ce nu lași live-ul pe public? E pe public, bro, doar că YouTube a făcut acum, au făcut niște categorii noi. Trebuie să dai la live să vezi live-urile, știi? Dai video să vezi videourile și la short dai acolo. Le-au categorisit diferit un pic. E pe public. O să dau mai tare, stați liniștiți când începe. Asta e doar o recapitulare. Asta e doar o recapitulare când începem să ne uităm. Stați să vă pornesc sunetele. Puteți să băgați sunete, care aveți puncte, puteți să băgați sunete, care știți despre ce vorbim. Și mersi de subscribe-uri. Hai să vedem cum arată la final top 10, la final de zi. Mama, am fost aseară live până la 2:30 noaptea, băieți. Care, nu știu, care, unul pe ceea cine sta până la final. Greuț. A început pe YouTube. Da, o să ne uităm. Da. Ne uităm că sunt 7 minute. Fiți atenți, au fost ceva persoane, cam așa arată clasamentul după prima zi de FNCS. Locul 1 cu IZI și Veno, locul 2 Thomas HD Tripper.
Libelulelor, dați băi like, albăstriți-l.
Chiar că puteți să albăstriți un pic butonul de like. Acorn și Edgy.
Dați băi like, albăstriți-l.
Joe și Zandi pe 5 după prima zi cu 135.
Dați băi like, albăstriți-l.
135 de puncte după prima zi. Eu zic că este extrem de bine. Avem, nu știu, Smite ăsta și Larson dacă sunt europeni, dar avem 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 echipe. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 echipe din Europa în top 10 momentan. Ia, mai arată și mai departe. Eram curios un pic ce cu Ninja, auzi, doamne, cu Buga, Mr. Savage pe unde sunt. Dar cam ăsta este ranking-ul după prima zi. Vreau să văd ce predicții aveți pentru ziua numărul 2 de astăzi. Ce predicții aveți? Cum credeți că o să arate top 10 la finalul live-ului, de exemplu? Buga 37, nici tare rău, bro, nu mai are treabă mai are de lucrat. Mai are de lucrat Buga, sincer. Am făcut 832 de like-uri, nu e rău. Hai zic că putem face 1000 de like-uri așa, boom, dacă apăsăm toți butonul de like în același timp. Când începem? Acum trebuie să înceapă. Mamă, stai că nu am porcul. Bă, care ți-am întrerupt aia. Hai să intrăm un pic, stați așa, mersi de subscribe solo. Te pop la Portofino dacă știi ce zic. Stai așa, hai că a început live-ul, Mama, 300.000 de oameni pe CSGO, mă, e finală de ceva turneu pe CSGO. A tot Fortnite. O să ne uităm pe live-ul celor de la Forneti, FNCS Invitational, deci azi se stabilește câștigătorul. Azi câinele meu face 67 de ani. Mamă, ce câine longeviv ai, să-ți trăiască.
La mulți ani.
Unde vreți să pun webcam? Aici? Aici. Aici. Aici că nu încurcă cu nimic. Ce placă video și ce monitor recomand sub 2000 de lei?
Băi, libelulelor, dați, băi, like, albăstriți-l.
Nu mai știu, bro, era ceva o placă video de aia de 4 GB pe OLX, am văzut-o la 10 milioane și îți mai ieși un monitor de 240 de Hz la reducere de Black Friday și ești mongral, ești viitorul. Chiar ce face mongrala meu?
Ce faceți voi?
Bă, voi vă dați seama ce s-a schimbat mongrala meu, mă.
Vă place, a? Sanky Berschuster, a?
De la copilașul ăla.
Ce faceți voi, băi nebunilor? Ce
Nu mai e el nici, nu mai e în formă maximă pe Forneti, dar încă joacă bine. Bine, 1 pe ceea cine îl bate pe mongral, 2 pe ceea cine îi dă cu jocul în cap, 3 pe ceea cine e șmecher, 4 pe ceea cine vrea să facem 4000 de like-uri, 1000 de like-uri. Facem Manu Gagicară 30 de ani. Fie sănătos, bro, îi doresc multă sănătate, doamne ăștia. Salut, Siren. Am auzit că e ziua ta, mă, Siren, te pop. La mulți ani.
La mulți ani.
Wow. Vezi că încă se descurcă șobo scârțul de mongral. Dar tot îl bat. Benjamin David Fish. Mamă, câte amintiri cu Benjamin David Fish. Ce joc e ăsta? Minecraft? Mamă, ce ciudat arată Minecraft-ul ăsta, sincer. Dormeo. Noapte bună. Acum e ziua papucului meu. Câți ani a făcut papucul tău? Și ai doar 1? 1, 2, 3, 4. Deci vrei să facem 1000 de like-uri. Chat, dacă fac acest bottle flip, trebuie să apăsați butonul de like. A ieșit. Trebuie să apăsați butonul de like. Pe care ceva shader pe el. Da, e ciudat, nu știu, nu am văzut. În fine. Începe într-un minut show-ul. Păi și eu zic realistic așa că o predicție pentru UNDE top 3. Adică orice loc între 1 și 3 este posibil să ia. Bineînțeles? Depinde un pic, depinde. Da, nu. Zic că e foarte, foarte realistic orice loc între 1 și 3 să ia. Ce fac cu punctele de pe shop? Poți să pui alerte din astea pe ecran, poți să pui și tu un...
DORMEO, noapte bună.
Îi mai arată cum intră pe scenă, rămâne de văzut, nu știu. Nu lucrez la Epic Games, dar cred că o să-i arate. Nu uitați că...
Băi, libelulelor, dați, băi, like, albăstriți-l.
Hai să vedem cum arată. Ar fi șmecher să le facă iar o prezentare din aia și totul asta sper să-i bagi un pic mai repede, știi, între meciuri, să nu mai fie pauza aia așa mare. Dar eu oricum cred că dacă avem PAUL2M pe shop, îi împarte banii de echipă sau de persoană, habar n-am. Hai că începe, băieți, hai că începe. Top 50 duouri. Bun, deci sunetele astea o să le oprim când încep meciurile. Până atunci puteți să vă mai distrați cu ele, puteți să așa, etc. Dar când încep meciurile, când ne concentrăm, când suntem aici trup și suflet pentru România, le oprim. Respect. Pauza era mai lungă decât meciul. Da, bro, și știi, și jucătorii se răcesc, să... Alan da la portocala. Cine mi-a furat banana? Hai să dăm mai tare un pic. E live. De unde dădea mai tare, mă? De la volum, nu? Ce comic-s. La bala portocala. Aici e turneul. Hai mă, le face prezentare la fiecare în parte? Nu știu ce zic. Sper că da. Sper că da. Sincer, sper să le facă prezentare iarăși la fiecare în parte. Ce nebunie, bro, rupe. Vreau un spam cu salut Instagram pe chat, să pun un story că suntem live pe Instagram. Hai chat, spam, salut sau spamați ce vreți voi pe chat. Ciorbă de fasole intergalactică cu cărbune, nu știu ce vreți voi. Ciorbă de pătrace, ciorbă de franzele. Scrieți ceva pe chat!
EU versus Asia for Zagu. This man has the world on his shoulder, just a sliver of HP, a little bit of shield, and it's not going to be
Gata,
enough.
mersi, vă pup.
Take game number
3. Au notat care e valoarea. Voi mai țineți minte, nu că ieri, până să câștige meciul Ursul Carpatin, nici nu l-a arătat pe ecran, nici nu l-a pus în prim plan. Dar după ce a câștigat meciul, stai că se uita ce face la început, se uita ce face la sfârșit, se uita la ce face pe mid-game, se uita tot, studia ursul care se mișca ca vulpe, ați văzut, bam, 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 cum galopa.
Waiting for that perfect op. Do they
Hai
have
mă,
the
unde
high
este?
ground?
Așa
The
aici.
knockdown, though. The game is theirs after they take down Bevy.
It is game 6 of the FNCS Invitational.
What can he do here to take home
Live.
the big prize and end with back-to-back victory royales to end the day? But a team looking to take first place back. Cammy and Seti, and they try to steal it away by getting that VR to end game 6.
And they get the first game. They get the last game of day 1.
EU is on top right now.
Mamă, uite ce a pus copilul ăsta. Acum văd, mă, unul a înjurat, mă. Și am făcut poză fix când a înjurat, nu pot să cred. Mamă, deci a înjurat ăla incredibil, bă. Incredibil. Uite și ăsta ce a scris. Doamne, eu acum văd, mă. Mi-a stricat poza de Instagram copilul ăsta. Acum am văzut. Doamne, nu pot să cred ce mi-a făcut ăsta. Nu mi-am luat așa troll în viața mea, sincer.
Day 2 and seeing how
Stați să
day
pun un
1
emoji
went, I
peste.
cannot
Nu
wait
pot să
to
cred,
see
bro.
how day 2 unfolds. We've seen representation from all 7 regions throughout this tournament,
să
and
cred, bro.
currently with 3
Gol
EU
FCSB,
duos in first, second, and third place.
bine.
The action
Dar
is
cine
an
joacă?
all-time high.
Absolutely, but day 1 was a story of twists and turns. We didn't just see things going one way. We saw everything happening, and of course, we saw some crazy plays.
That's right, man.
Uite-l, mă, pe Ursul Carpatin. Ăsta. Hai, mă, cea să ne încălzim un pic de încălzire. Ne încălzim, că începe meciul imediat. Hai să vedem, hai să facem un spam cu România de test. Hai să facem o reacție. Hai, România. Te pup, fiți atenți. Vreau să facem, stați așa să citească, Carmen, donația. Facem un spam cu Hai România pe cea de test. Cum am reacționat, adică cum o să reacționăm când o să câștige omul nostru meciul, da? Deci 3, 2, 1, vreau să văd pe chat cum ați reacționat când o să câștige omul nostru un meci și astăzi. 3, 2, 1, start. Hai să vedem. Hai chat, un pic de încălzire, că vine un pic de energie astăzi. Cum reacționați? Eu zic că rupe mazi. Slăbut, sincer. Stop, slab. Chat, nu, slăbut. Vreau să ne concentrăm un pic, ok? Stop. Trebuie să ne concentrăm un pic. Spamul nu a fost destul de puternic. Chat, spamul nu a fost destul de puternic. Ok? Deci, hai, 10, 9, 5, 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1, acum vreau să văd cel mai mare spam. Vrei să vedem. Hai, acum. Acum un pic. Bun. Ok, hai.
Right, we have so much to talk about. Obviously, yesterday finishing top of the leaderboard to 6 games. You know, how are you feeling last night after a great day one?
It's been pretty much the same as all nights, but
Așa, da. Pe așa că ia interviul lui Venul ăsta de bun tare la joc.
And Cammy and Seti right on our tails, and it's we're going to try and finish out today.
Will you be keeping a close eye as well on their performances as well as your own then?
Ok, chat, ok, așa respect. Chiar a fost o reacție bună asta.
We can only try and do our best.
I must ask you as well, Queasy. Obviously, we know yesterday a lot of zones pulled north.
Ăștia sunt favoriții, dacă nu vă amintiți de ieri. Teoretic, ăștia doi sunt favoriți să câștige tot turneul. Deci pe ăștia trebuie să-i bată. Ăștia sunt principalii adversari ai ursului carpatin, aș zice eu. Ăsta e Queasy, din mama Rusie.
Interesting to see. Well, guys,
The best IGL is the game.
Today. 6 more games. Let's see what happens. Let's go back to the desk.
Thank you so much for that interview, Adam, and of course we'll be checking it.
Frumos, elegant cât de cât, trebuie să zic că știu să vorbească. Da, cea, da, nu, trebuie să recunosc, spamul ăsta m-a impresionat. Cam așa arată formatul, atâtea puncte se primesc pe win, atâtea puncte se primesc pe second place, atâtea puncte se primesc third place, etc. Each elimination, deci fiecare eliminare 2 punctulețe. Nu e rău, dar nu e nici bine. Când e finala? E din Serbia, nu e din Rusia? Du-te, mă! Mamă, am trăit într-o minciună, înseamnă. Am trăit într-o minciună. Îmi poți recomanda un laptop de gaming? Da, frate, cumpără-ți un laptop bun.
$100,000 for the first place team, $100,000 each, all the way
auziți,
for
100.000.
that 50 place team. Everyone walks away with some cash. It's good to see Izzy. Of course.
Deci toată lumea face niște bani. Ăsta este trofeul. Uitați-vă cum arată trofeul de fânăcăsă din diamante, Swarovski. Frumos, frumos. Dar uite, a pus o problemă cineva ieri pe chat interesantă. E de duo, turneul e de duo și e un singur trofeu. Cine le ia acasă? Dacă câștigă Joe și Zandi, cine le ia acasă? Ăla care a avut mai multe kill-uri? Ăla care l-a cărat pe celălalt? Ăla care are PAUL2M pe shop? Cine ia trofeul? Că e unul singur și e de duo.
I think the end game of this Invitational is going to be hectic because obviously you have a lot of good teams. A lot of good teams are going to be looking for refreshes, so a lot of fighting going on. So it's going to be crazy.
Every game's different, so you can't really like preload the end game.
Clix, mamă, Clix n-a făcut nimic, degeaba vorbești puiul meu, că n-ai făcut nimic ieri, nimic n-a făcut, i-a dat Zandi cu jocul în cap într-un meci. Nimic n-a făcut.
The FNCS endgame is going to be chaos.
Johnny Depp, nu știu cine e ăla.
Yeah, the difference between public
Epic
matches.
Whale, nici Epic Whale. Aveam pretenții, sincer.
Games at a professional level are a lot more complicated than endgames.
Îl tai în jumate.
There's so much action as well, like on high ground, low ground, mid.
Sunt 2 trofee. De unde știi tu, pui mă, că-s 2 trofee? Ai vorbit tu cu Epic Games? Salut, Luca Pro Gaming.
What do you like to have in your loadout? Oh, I like to have of course, a NAR, and then I usually like having.
Paul, ieri a fost ziua mea. Oh, la mulți ani, mă. Și mulți bani. Asta e continuarea.
بالنسبة لي أفضل أن يكون معنا يعني في الماتس. أنا غالبا
الماتس اللي أصلا فكسة شي سباي nu cred că i-am văzut. Nu i-am văzut ieri. Hai, bro. Băi, învățați engleză. Învățați engleză la școală. Învățați un film, nu știu de unde vreți. E foarte important să știi engleză. Sfaturi, tips and tricks cu PAUL2M. Trebuie să știi engleză. Vă pun o întrebare, chat. How are you?
Moving zone, we usually launch pad and try place second height.
Trebuie să știi engleză în 2023. Trebuie să știi engleză.
The best thing in the moving zone is like when you're like on the side or on the dead side, so you can't get shot like
Good,
from people.
bravo, frate.
You do everything, so I just follow you.
I am fine. Mamă, m-a impresionat, bro, deja o dăm.
Mid ground, height, low ground. The one thing that's important is like after like second moving or so, you should probably
14 years old.
or trying to get one of them.
That's actually funny. No, trebuie să știi engleză, trebuie să știi engleză. Uite, dacă peste un an, tu, ăsta care te uiți acum pe live, o să fie invitat la FNCS Invitational. Ce faci? Vorbești în română? Trebuie să-ți aducă translator? Eu chiar cred în tine, eu chiar cred că tu care te uiți acum la live, eu sunt 100% sigur că tu dacă vrei poți să fii invitat și la un FNCS de ăsta. Mai ales dacă ai butonul de like albastru. Adică apăsat, că nu mai e albastru, acum e și gri și alb și de toate. La mine e roz butonul de like, sincer. Paul de review nu o să mai fie Dan Negru pe Antena 1. What?
Way harder. We'll see who's better at the end.
Du-te mă de aici că anul trecut a fost ultimul cu Dan Negru? What?
You do love to see it. Why don't we take a moment here to take a look at our
nu cred, eu cred că mă trolezi, sincer. Imposibil, legeta.
Squeezy and Vino. Let's talk about second place. Thomas HD, Triprin. They were showing up in huge yesterday.
This duo has been playing incredibly, right? The Danish duo.
Albostrițil. Ia, fii atent cum intră băieții ce încordat. Ăsta seamănă un pic așa cu Zandi.
Shampon copile mai învață. Easy.
Mamă, fiți atenți că i-a adus în buz de la uite, mamă.
Demonstrat științific că ți aduce noroc în viață.
Autobuz de la șmecher cu piscină, cu... Nu, autobuz de la șmecher, nu cu piscină, nu cu așa, dar e de la șmecher. Cred. Nu știu, n-am fost niciodată cu autobuz de la șmecher.
Every single game. I mean, out of the 20 total eliminations they have across the 6 games.
De ce te uiți la asta pe calculator, frate?
18 of them. So Trippin is on 2, which is not as much, but Thomas HD is definitely doing great. Trippin plays such an important role in this duo as well. We can't forget they're definitely a dynamic between themselves. It's not just a case of two solos combining together. They have that brain that almost synergizes both of them, and we can see Thomas HD absolutely popping up.
Yeah, they are kind of like. We talk about this consistency factor a lot.
Poți să-i spui la mulți ani fratelui meu Vlad? Păi a apăsat butonul de like?
Make sure you're not falling. Having these games, it's like, oh, we were eliminated off spawn. No, they're
a început meciul? Imediat. Dariusel a cumpărat o manea. Bă, manelistule, băi, manelistule, bă.
Now, how are they feeling coming into the competition day 2? Well, guess what? Adam is standing by. He's got the answer.
Vreau un interviu cu ursul Carpatin.
Thank you very much, Zeke. I'm joined by
Vreau
Trippin and Thomas HD.
cu ursul Carpatin.
Do you know what's great? We're actually talking about consistency a second ago, but you heard some of the great stats from yesterday.
Întrebare pentru cea, cine e băiatul ăsta? Aveți o secundă să răspundeți.
Just get to every end game and you would just play from there. We have our search and good position and that's all we need.
I'm getting a sense of
felicitări, ai câștigat moderator pentru o secundă.
Thomas, going into this as well, obviously Rave Cave, other teams dropping in the same POI, maybe even a fourth team today as well. How do you manage that?
La liceul FPS. Ce liceu FPS, bro? N-am auzit.
But if we are, they can just come. We're confident, so yeah, I'm pretty sure we're gonna win.
Paul2M, poți să-mi urez la mulți ani? Este ziua mea pe 1 august. Ziua ta e un eveniment foarte important, bro. Te pup la mulți ani. Doamne ajută, sănătate.
We look like if we see in the kill feed someone is like doing good.
Bă, cred că l-a cărat un pic.
Shoot them or whatever. Yeah.
Excellent. It's looking very good right now. Trippin and Thomas HD feeling confident. It's back to you, Zeke.
15 minute.
Thank you so much, Adam. And what I love to hear from that is they're considering other factors.
Ce trebuie să faci pentru moderator? Trebuie să apeși butonul de like, atât.
We know a duo.
Atât, fără no troll. Dacă ai apăsat butonul de like, ești moderator automat. Nu sufle la mine.
Walking away winners or getting themselves in a position where they can win, get victorials, refreshes, whatever. They're trying to.
Uite o întrebare bună. Dați un pic, bă, mă terorizați cu sunetele astea. Uite o întrebare bună. Care e diferența dintre un turneu online și un turneu LAN? Păi, un turneu online este doar online. Fiecare jucător se duce, adică se joacă de acasă. Eu mă joc de acasă la mine, tu te joci de acasă la tine, online. Și un turneu LAN este ca acesta de FNCS Invitation, unde toți jucătorii sunt acolo fizic. Înțelegi? Deci FNCS-ul ăsta este LAN, FNCS-ul trecut la care am făcut Viewparty, ăla a fost online. Te-ai prins?
The two best players now back at it again. They win game 1. They start the competition strong.
Deci ăsta seamănă cu Maguire și celălalt seamănă cu Odegaard.
Expect from them coming into today.
Look, we talked about Thomas and Trippin being consistent, but when you ask me about consistency, I think of this Polish duo, SETI and Cami. It's the 7th time they've competed together, so they...
Mai bine decât joacă fotbal.
Every finals they've competed together in. This is a consistent duo, but what I find most interesting is that 5% of their eliminations come from the first to the third zone. Only 5%, meaning a majority of their elims is all in that late game. They play safe and they play for the long run.
Yeah, they definitely do. And what's interesting about the way they played yesterday, it was completely different to what they've been doing for the whole season. We were looking at some of their Elite Cup plays and some of their Elite Cup sort of finals performances. And what we were noticing was, or what I was noticing was, they were going down a lot in that first.
Bă, mie nu vine să cred, mă, că tot se joacă cu Super Light, asta e incredibil.
That problem by staying back in the storm a little bit, fighting it out, and of course that does come with some risks. What I've noticed about yesterday's games is they either had a really, really solid end game, or they went down into about 32nd, 34th, one of those places. So when you are fighting in the backside of that zone and you're latest rotating in, all of the other players that are in the zone are going to be looking at you, and that's where their problems are at the moment. So although they're solving the problem of going down early, they're kind of solving it with some of the surge.
That's right. Well, hey, we got Adam standing by. Let's check in with Cammy and SETI.
Ia să vedem să vedem dacă știu să vă... Ascultați bine, vreau să le dăm o notă la cât de bine vorbesc băieții ăștia de engleză, ok? Pregătiți-vă chat-ul să fiți profesori pentru prima dată în viața voastră.
Talked about last night and preparation. What did you guys do yesterday when you got back?
Nu mai scrieți nimic pe chat.
Did you kind of prepare for today? Like, what review? What did you do?
Like I watched some games, how we rotated and everything, and then I'm just focusing on today.
We saw some great rotations.
Ok, notă pentru Maguire pe chat acum. Dați o notă și acum pentru Odegaard.
Players are watching VODs of you guys and how you do rotate. How do you feel knowing that other players are watching you guys for tips on how they're going to progress in this competition?
For me, it doesn't matter because they are not going to be able to do what we do because of the position on the map that we are in.
Oh, bă, Odegaard. Notă pentru Odegaard. Vedeți că Nota pe chat. Hai, domnii profesori și domnișoarele profesoare.
Let's just run it one more time. Let's see if they can respect the rest of the competition.
Hai că vă mai pun iară sunetele un pic să le mai cumpărați cu puncte, dar nu exagerați cu ele că mă terorizați. Mă terorizați cu punctele. Hai mă, nu i-a luat un interviu și de ursul carpatin un pic acolo să vedem, să le dea un pic de lecții. Dar astea cred că sunt toate... Nu mă, astea sunt tot interviurile de ieri, mă, adică care... Numai că știi că au pus alte beat-uri de acolo.
That he's going to be competing all the way from Asia, and I think he does have a shot of doing really good. At the moment, he's a very good player, probably the best in NA.
Para mí el jugador que más difícil la vamos a tener en esta competición va a ser Badeal, ya que bueno, es un jugador excelente, viene ganando la última FNCS duro.
Ei și aleg perifericele, joacă cu perifericele lor, presupun. Aduse de acasă cu...
Ray inspired me. I was about to quit one season and he convinced me not to, so I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for him.
The player I respect the most is probably...
Uite-l pe Johnny Depp a mea.
On World Cup, I saw that anyone can win any tournament if you just
Mali, Buca și Merstaci. Ați văzut ieri ce făcea Merstaci, ăla dădea take DL când intra în arena. Take DL în viața reală.
For me, it's got to be like the Brazil, OCE, Middle East, people like we never ever face off against.
I'm really excited to get up against Mera and Buga. I think this is the best tournament.
Cine e asta? Scrie jos. Cine e asta? Scrie jos. Da, pe ăștia nu i-am văzut pe asiatici ăștia. Nu i-am văzut să facă nimic în primul meci.
If I was to do someone outside the region, I'd probably choose Epic Well because he's the most complete player, I think.
The only other player from another it's probably Tayson. I like his game. We have similar styles.
Deci lui Buga e frică de Tayson.
From any region, I think it would definitely be Veno.
Agreed.
Nu fac nani. Ei se uită la Fortnite.
And he's a great fighter.
I think if I had to pick someone from a smaller region to do it with, I think I'd pick Sin. He's dominating Brazil right now.
Chiar chat, ce se întâmplă? Vreau un rezumat pe chat ce se întâmplă când apeși butonul de like. Să văd cât de bine vă descurcați în limba și literatura română. Eu m-am descurcat foarte bine în limba și literatura română, am luat 9,45 în bac.
He could surprise people.
Eu acho que jogador da Oceania que pode ganhar, que agora tá jogando no NOAPTE, é o Muz.
People tend to sleep on him, but his skills in Fortnite are still just as sharp as they used to be.
Se albăstrește.
Dude, that's what I love to see. Of course, everyone's laser focused. They want to win. There might even be a little bit of trash talk here and there.
Bă, e prea legendă elristas.
Everyone, and that's what I love about the competitive community. Why don't we take a moment though? let's talk about some off-spawn fights, boys. We got two here to break down. So
Unde aterizează, mă, Zandy?
Let's start at Fort Jonesy. This is where it gets
Întrebare pentru
interesting,
chat.
right? We have
Unde
Clicks
aterizează
and Dukes
Zandy?
going head to head against Pink and Anas. Now, I don't know if I'd call this an off-spawn fight or an off-spawn disengagement, because this duo did not fight each other once yesterday. 6 matches and neither of them ended up getting eliminated off the start. But what did end up happening is that Pink and Anas were the duo that had the most time inside of the storm at 14 minutes in day 1.
Yeah, they did, and I think the big reason for that is Clicks and Duke.
Fără mișto, deci au studiat la Oxford efectele codului PAUL2M PE SHOP pe viață. Rezultate extraordinare, vă recomand să încercați.
What's interesting about these two duos and the way that they've performed is that Clicks and Dukes, they've kind of had a bit more of an erratic performance all day. They've had 3 really solid games, and then the other 3 games weren't so great. Whereas you look at Pink and Anas, those guys have been really consistent. Not necessarily popping off in any of the games. We've seen, I think, a 9th.
Bă, dar nu facem și noi 1300 de like-uri.
Between 10 to 20
deci nu mai respir până nu facem 1300 de like-uri.
They're being consistent, and that's why Pink and Anas are above them.
That's right. Well, Kelly, you're standing by. Let's talk about this head-to-head matchup.
That is right, Zeke. Joining me right here, I have Clicks and Pink fighting at Fort Jonesy. And Clicks, obviously these zones have not necessarily been polling in your favor. What's been your strategy to deal with it?
You know, we need to find some eliminations on the way and hopefully get a refresh because our Lu is getting out of Jones. Bad side that we're on is terrible. We got it today.
And Pink, for you, you had a great performance. Your best game yesterday was 11th place with 7 eliminations, and that was all solo. But what changes are you making to break into that top 10?
As Click said, hopefully we get a few zones, because like we had to use all our mats and all our loot to like get to the zone. So if we pull a few zones, we'll be able to save our mats and get deeper into the game.
And obviously you two are facing off against each other. Is there anything that you want to say to him before you go into the game?
PAUL2M PE SHOP este
Man, a few words, everyone. I love to see it. Can't wait to see you face off in the final 6 games today.
Mama, dar pe ăsta îl cheamă Pink și e roz în cap. V-ați prins de cât de 300 IQ e copilul? Deci e Pink, îl cheamă Pink și e roz în cap. Cam cât de 300 IQ? Cam cât de 300 IQ e faza asta? De unde și-a luat tricou cu VNCS? Nu cred că le-a dat, știi, când au aterizat, când au intrat în camera de hotel. Fiecare a primit câte un pachetel din ăla. Și că toate pachetele, toți au primit pachet, știi? Și care vrea probabil poartă tricou cu FNCS, care nu vrea nu poartă tricou cu FNCS. Simplu.
Fair, I mean, matchup, right? They ended 3-3, so Mr. Savage, iDrop, ended up winning 3 off-spawn engagements, and Bak-On1 also ended up winning 3 off-spawn engagements. But if we look at the leaderboard, Mr. Savage and iDrop are a bit higher.
Yeah, 14 places or 14 points ahead
Easy
of the latter duo. So it's going to be interesting to see whether they can
squeezy.
continue that today. Who's going to be winning the off-spawn fight? Mr. Savage and iDrop, when they do...
Eu zic că astăzi am așa o presimțire că Mr. Savage o să se descurce mai bine. Nu știu, am așa o presimțire. Vedem la finalul lui Vlad că am dreptate, dar parcă o simt așa, o simt.
That main building, we see Bak-On1 on
Adică nu că o să rupă gura târgului sau ceva, dar o să se descurce mai bine decât ieri.
It is a lot easier for them to have that drop for the main building that's there, and I think what we're seeing is a little bit less of that 50-50.
Da, uite că mulți îs copii și au venit cu părinții, știi?
That's right. Guess what? We got another interview to throw your way. Kelly, she's standing by. We have both of these players. We get to hear from
Ăla
them
avea PAUL2M PE SHOP, 100% am vorbit cu el.
coming into the competition.
Thank you so much, Zeke. Joining me here, I got Mr. Savage and Baka. And Mr. Savage, yesterday you had an incredible solo run.
Gata, am oprit sunetele să vedem ce zice Mr. Savage.
Well, iDrop died, so I was just trying to make the best out of the situation, and I managed to find like 2-3 eliminations, so it worked out pretty well.
Obviously, it did work out for you well. In Baka, there was one game yesterday that was really, you performed really well in it. The other 5, not so much. What was so different about that game?
We pulled a good zone. We got a lot.
Mai știți ce a fost ieri chat legat de Mr. Savage? Cei care au fost pe live știu.
I love it. Thank you guys so much for joining me in this interview. Good luck in your 6 games, and we're going to head on back to the desk.
Bă, dar la CSGO le punem câte 3-4 întrebări, aici le punem numai câte o întrebare. Da, pentru cei care n-au fost ieri pe live. Ieri a fost ziua lui Mr. Savage. A făcut 18 ani, așa că vreau un spam cu la mulți ani pentru fratele nostru Mr. Savage. Te-a frate, Mr. Savage, să trăiești 100 de ani. Nu asta, wow, nu asta, nu asta. Sorry.
have high hopes for them.
La mulți ani, la mulți ani. Savage. Sau cum îl chema pe el? Martin Scorsese, ceva de genul. La mulți ani, la mulți ani, Mr. Savage. Te pop. Dacă ești pe chat, Mr. Savage, unul pe chat dacă ești pe chat, Mr. Savage. Parcă era pe chat adineauri. Era pe chat, era pe chat. L-am văzut eu, a scris. Salut. Uite, da, uite, a scris unul pe chat. Te pop, Mr. Savage, încă o dată la mulți ani. Hai mă, 3 minute și începem.
He said it's brilliant. Everyone's rotating towards me. The zones are pulling north. I'm getting 1,000 tags on players rotating in. They're loving life at the moment. My only concern for this duo, how will they fare?
Deci am visat melodia asta azi noapte. Vă zic, am visat melodia. Băi, dar de ce mi-e frig? Băi, eu cred că am geamul deschis. Stați așa că deci eu tremur aici. Cred că am geamul deschis. Ăsta e Liquid Vivid, mă. Vivid era pro player la Summer Skirmish. Nu vine să cred, uitați-vă la el ce s-a schimbat. Care îl ține, care e OG pe Fortnite, îl ține minte pe băiatul ăsta. Deci nu vine să cred. Așa că mi-e fric.
But I think Acorn and Edgy are going to find a couple more end games today, kick it off strong, and hopefully break into that top number 3. Now I'm feeling excited, and so is everybody else, which is why I would love to kick it right over to MDF and Jacob.
Wait a second, we're doing early predictions? Hold up. I want to give a blanket statement. NA East absolutely needs to represent here, at least for me. I want to see a top 5 finish from our competitors. I'm feeling Smite and Larson right now. The young bulls stepping up, and not only that, backing it up on the mic as well, so I'm feeling them.
Yeah, I'm taking that blanket. I'm going to go ahead and wear it as well. NA East is going to rise up, but I got a little bit of a different team. I got Acorn and Edgy. I think Edgy is not going to only win his second FNCS in another region. It's going to be on an international stage.
I'm feeling that, but you know who else wants an opinion? It's Taco. Let's check it out.
Appreciate you guys over on the cast, but more importantly, it's been awesome seeing the energy and how the players are all so amped up, getting ready to set up for day number 2 here at the FNCS Invitational. But have to keep an eye out for Vico Mariah because Vico is actually leading in individual eliminations. 21.
Vreau să scrieți pe chat ce v-ați pregătit, ce gustărică v-ați pregătit pentru ziua aceasta și o să vă arăt și eu ce gustărică mi-am pregătit. Dacă vă erați curioși, da, aveam geamul deschis, adică era rabatat și nu știam de ce mi-e frig. Oxigen, poftă vă. Avem aici ceva foarte important. Am vorbit de asta la începutul live-ului. Mandarină, geleu, pardon, pizza. Floricele, a fost Zandy.
A duo that was landing all the way south in Synapse Station, Joe and Ziandi. They had to travel over 8,000 meters every single match just to get the third zone. Look, they did have rifts. It might have helped out a little bit.
Zandy.
See how all these duos adapt with a whole new day of zones.
They want a game though. They want a game. Of course, you can't complain about North Zones if you're winning games from them. Of course, Joe and Ziandi not quite faring that well in the rest of the games, but they're still up there on the leaderboard. Miro and Booga, one of our favorite teams going into this.
Zone maxime, tot au câștigat meci, toți sunt top 5, cu zone uriașe, max distance, 8000 de metri a zis. Bă, cât de bun să fii, mă, să faci așa ceva, sincer. Hai, nu știe nimeni ce am aici? Ce am aici? 30 de secunde și începe. Hai să ne... Bun, șervețel pentru ochelari. Hai că nu mai am răbdare. Hai că începe. Toată așa, pam, 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 pam. Hai că începem. Stai că le face prezentare, mă, cred că. Oh, le face prezentare. Le face prezentare. Gata, m-am și eu pot să văd în sfârșit. Let's go! Hai cu spamul pe chat! Hai cu spamul ăla puternic! Că începe! În sfârșit începe, băieți! În sfârșit începe! Imaginați-vă că asta se aude pe stadion acolo. Ok, le face prezentare iarăși. Să vedem dacă îl bagă tot așa al 38-lea pe ursul carpatin, sau cât a fost ieri. Hai să vedem cine o să fie primul jucător care intră în arenă. Bă, cât de frumos e organizat, mă, cât de... Ce scenă! Bă, publicul nu e cel mai wow. Ați văzut la Major, la CSGO ce public e acolo, dar... Nu e atât de... Cum se cheamă? Established jocul, știi, ca să fie niște publici de aia savage. Și e primul eveniment în persoană după foarte, foarte mult timp.
It has been absolutely amazing. I'm Kelly Ling. This is Adam Savage. And guys, this is the final day of the FNCS Invitational. 50 of the best duos from around the world representing 7 regions, duking it out for the lion's share of $1 million. First place, walking away with $200,000. But not just that, they're fighting for the pride and the bragging rights, and of course, that trophy right there.
Domnișoara e de nevastă. Doamne ajută, frate, te susțin. Să mă chem la nuntă, Slurpy, te pup, la mulți ani, Doamne ajută. Hai, mă, să vedem pe Captain, Carpatin. Nu știu, mă, că începe ce name that.
Before bringing them out here, so if you'd like to, by all means, you don't have to. If you want to, though, do stand up, guys, okay?
E ziua mea, mamă, te pup, frate, la mulți ani.
And then we're going to go absolutely bonkers.
Stai, ce se întâmplă? Hai, chat, și noi. Bravo, da! Ați făcut și voi cu mine? Super! Let's go!
It's time to meet the players!
Bă, ar trebui să-i bage în funcție de locul pe care îl ocupă în clasament. S-a băgat peste ăla. Angel, ce fac, frate meu? Bine ai revenit ca membru. Te pop, Angel, respectele mele, Doamne ajută, sănătate la familie.
Contested off-spawn situation in day 1. This team is looking for a more consistent day 2 and a huge comeback.
Welcome to PA10 in Quito.
Deci nu i-am văzut chiar pe ăștia. Nu i-am văzut, ieri. Oh, respect. Aplauze, niște aplauze. Bun. Bun. Numărul 1. Bun. Poate cei mai buni de la turneul ăsta sau din lume. Dar bine, și alți jucători mai sunt prin lume care nu sunt la turneul ăsta și sunt super buni, în afară de PAUL2M.
Put your hands together for Basil and Jace.
28 de puncte. Nu știu ce să zic. Nu știu ce să zic de 28 de puncte. Pinks și Anas. Bun. Știu să văd. Mamă, îi sponsorizează Subway pe ăștia. Oh, bun, locul 1. Aplauze pe chat. Rezon și Aqua. Bun. Ăsta a îngreșat un pic, mă, Rezon ăsta. Mama, Aqua are de la Gaming Sleeve. Ăștia au fost primii 10.
absolutely incredible. Once again, just our first 10 duos coming back onto the stage after 6 games.
Voi vă dați seama ce nebunie asta dacă câștigă omul nostru primul meci. Vă dați seama dacă câștigă ursul carpatin primul meci, ce nebunie e asta. Ce cocoșat e aqua. N-am că stă toată ziua la calculator. Vă dați seama cum 112 ore pe zi la calculator și bagă Fortnite, că toți care n-ai cum să fie aici dacă nu bagi 8 ore minim pe zi Fortnite.
Championship titles for the duo, I mean, they're incredible. Yeah, they really are. They're playing so good. They're getting to the front side of zone. I'm excited to see them today.
Hai intrat, Zangi, n-ai intrat, acum intră.
Let's go ahead and meet the next 10 players. Let's run it.
Ia să vedem. Nu știu dacă e ordinea de ieri, că nu mai țin minte, nu cred. Adică trebuie să vedem dacă o să bage după al treilea. Oh! Hai cu aplauzele, n-ai. Bun. Nu mai comentați că e bun omul. Duc și click. Respect.
With a clash of the Titans currently happening in Fort Jonesy, will Clix and Duke come out on top today?
Deci că e frățiorul mai mic ăla al lui Clix. Mamă, intră cu ochelari băiatul meu. Stați-mă că m-a enervat ăsta.
In an 8th place after day number 1, this team is going to try to make it happen for real today.
Make some noise for Runa and Peppo with 2 top 15 finishes on day 1. These guys are looking to climb to the ranks in day 2 and take home the crown.
Noah Riley, bet sniper. Respect. Vreau să vă arăt o minune tehnologică. Minune tehnologică, secolul 2028. Buni ăștia, 61 de puncte. Nu știu ce zic. N-ai și mă. Oh, Malibuca și de Mărstac. Mărstaci. Doar 87 de puncte pentru ăștia, Trules și Chico. Buni. Era un top la un moment dat. Era un top 10. Alex și Bailey. Ăștia ziceau că mamă, rup Bailey ăsta sau el zice, mamă că e rupem, că o să le arătăm noi la europeni cum se joacă cu Maia și au 66 de puncte. Pablo Wingu și Swag. Ăsta de a jucat cu Pyrex, a? Ba, a ajuns, bravo lui că a ajuns aici. Copenhagen Flames. I-a semnat organizația asta Danish. Bă, ce mișto scaunele alea cu Fortnite.
Welcome everyone. I am joined here by Scented and Cold, your 8th place team out of day number 1. And Scented, we got to talk about that victory royale run that you had yesterday. What was the recipe for success?
Mâine am test la mate, poți să-mi spui la mulți ani. De ce să zic la mulți ani dacă e test la mate, what?
Some refreshes and put ourselves in a good spot throughout the game, you know what I mean?
Yeah, definitely. And obviously, you know, you guys are in a good spot right now. 8th place is a great place to be in. But what's the strategy for today? You're changing things up or still sticking with what you did?
Acum trebuie să intrezi.
Just sticking to the same thing. Just playing our game out. Hopefully, just hoping for the best.
I love it. Thank you guys so much. And one last thing. Is there anything that you want to say to the audience right now?
Enjoy, I guess. Like, I don't know.
Guys, make some noise for Scented and Cold right now. Let's head on over to the next part.
Chat, nu uitați, când intră Zandi, vreau cel mai mare spam cu România pe cea din istoria mondială a României. Ok? Mamă, Clown și Refscard. Când intră ursul carpatin, spam! Da, spam din ăla nebun. Cred că e așa ordine de ieri, sincer.
Yesterday, these guys are looking to keep it going for the best possible placement today on the day.
A big welcome to Pars and Rays representing the NA.
Ce a făcut ăla, mă? Stai, că am avut lag la creier. Am crezut că a arătat altceva. Lola, am crezut că a arătat altceva ăla, doamne. Am avut lag la creier pentru o secundă, nu mi-a venit să cred. Am avut lag la creier, bro. Dar nu eu pun muzica, bro, e de la ei muzica.
Vico and Marine, everyone, with the highest single player elimination count in game number 6. This team has to be ready to keep the ball rolling.
Când nu mai punem muzica? Bine, mă, nu pun muzica când intrez, Andy. Hai. Să auzim ce zice despre omul nostru de bază. Au făcut ceva ăștia? 64 de puncte? Mamă! Ce mă-i, Dorochi de la Lumină? Rob Kebab, Bab Kebab. Și asta zici că își duce copilul, zici că își duce copilul la grădiniță. Rifty și Groll, 79 de puncte. Rifty, de unde e asta, mă? Din ce regiune? NA East? NA West? Larson și Smite. Sunt top 10 ăștia, sunt pe 7. Hellfire și Falconer nimic n-au făcut, din păcate. Bă, dar ce mișto e că Manchester City și-a făcut și organizație de e-sport. Acum intră.
Duos left to introduce, but we have a little moment here. Let's talk about Smite and Larson.
Dacă nu joacă bine, îi dă o dreaptă bodyguard-o. Dar de ce nu-i bagă pe tot ce dată, mă? Ce n-ai, mă?
Look, I'm on your boat, Zeke. They're looking strong. They're looking powerful. Winning 4-2 off spawn against Buzz and Looter. Currently in the 7th place spot. I mean, they're doing great.
Yeah, they're doing great. Another duo that's doing great as well is, of course, Vico and
Chat, nu respir până nu facem 1700 de like-uri.
They switched it up. They went to the reality tree and it's working out for them. Of course, Vico with the highest solo eliminations of the day. A 10 elimination game in the final game. So they close things off strongly. Can they pick it up?
We'll find out, but first, let's meet the next 10 duos from the FNCS Invitational.
Put your hands together for Peterbot and Jumper. These guys are looking to make that great comeback today. We all know they have the potential to do it, but they will have to step it up.
Make some noise for Pamstu and Fatch. Currently finding themselves in the top 10. These guys are running for the trophy. Now is the time for them to shine.
KBR in seat, folks, giving it their all yesterday. They find themselves as the 6th best team in the tournament so far. They are here to make the Brazilian region proud.
Let's give a warm welcome to Bevy and Vortexers, coming out with an average elimination of 2.6. These guys are amongst the top fraggers in this lobby. Let's see more of this today.
And a big welcome to Retake and this, finding themselves at the bottom half of the leaderboard here.
Un like mai avem nevoie, mă, și facem 1700 și nu putem, nu pot să cred așa ceva, chat, cum mă trolați în halul ăsta. Hai, mă, o dată cu ursul carpatin.
Give it up for Scram and Jim, showing they belong in this lobby.
Ai, așa, mă. Gata. Hai, trebuie să bagi acum 100% că uite-i pe ăștia, am văzut, au foarte multă susținere. Respect ăștia, aplauze, chiar. S-au descurcat bine, mă, s-au descurcat bine ăștia. Chiar a jucat frumos. Wave Ju.
Fantastic welcome to Ju and U3. Today is the chance for a comeback.
Let's go. Pregătiți-vă cu spamul. Vine ursul carpatin, îl simt. Ursul vulpea. Oh, hai. Ia uite-l, mă. Ia uite, spam pe chat. Locul 5 momentan. Ați văzut ce relaxat era ursul? Ce relaxat a intrat, mâinile în buzunar, Lejereanu, mult mai relaxat ca ieri. Asta înseamnă că o să joace mult mai bine ca ieri dacă e mult mai relaxat. Ați văzut cât de relaxat era? Bă, se vedea pe fața lui că nu mai e așa încordat, nu mai mergea. Ieri așa era mai clar, o să joace mult mai bine, azi o simt. Și mult mai bine locul 1. Păi bă, vă dați. Uite.
I am joined right now here in North Carolina with FaZe Replay.
Respect, FaZe Replay. Să pun FaZe Replay. Îl știu, am fost că la grădiniță.
Here we are, FNCS Invitational. How has the vibe been for you?
Arăta exact la fel.
It feels great to finally be back at an in-person event. The vibes, the atmosphere is feeling absolutely amazing. So, shout out to all of you guys coming. Honestly,
Prea chill.
I mean, speaking of the community as well, what does an event like do this to the community? You're a huge ambassador of the game here. How great is it for these guys?
Honestly, this is like I said, it's being back again after like 4 years. Like I think this is great for everyone to experience. Like just seeing all the players.
E chiar mișto, o să o grămadă de reacții pozitive.
I mean, some of the best players around the world, being able to watch in person is such a great experience. So let's have fun. Let's see how these players do today, and let's see who takes it all.
Let's do it. Enjoy the show. Replays everyone.
Considerat numărul 1 în lume.
Next gen duos.
În America. NEAist. Hai, ultimele 10 duo și începe meciul odată. FaZe King. Aplauze, mă, pentru copilul ăsta. Incredibil ce a realizat. Nu asta, what? Am apăsat butonul greșit. Respect. Oh, Thomas Alde și Tripper în locul 2. Perfect. Mecu și Canada.
With an average of over 13 points per game on day 1. They showed they are consistent, but now it's time to pop off.
Încearcă să pară relaxat Canada ăla, dar nu e relaxat deloc. Nu, joacă bine amândoi ăștia, surprinzător de bine. Și ultimul Buga. Buga 2 Meister. Nu, Hand 75. Locul 40 abia, what? Locul 40 abia, mă. Bă, cu 16 pentru ăștia. Mă, mi-au greșit numele, Commandment.
A duo that needs absolutely no introduction.
Tyson și Chapix, aplauze pe chat, bun. The Titans. Că ne-am mulți, Nimic n-au făcut. Nimic. Dacă îl puneam pe Mr. Fomiță de pe chat, făcea mai multe puncte ca ăștia. Oh, și The Buga. The GOAT. Vedeți, uitați-vă, și ăsta merge cu mâinile în buzunar ca ursul nostru carpatin, dar asta se vede că nu e relaxat. Sincer, bă, era prea relaxat Zandi, mă, ați văzut cât de... Vă zic eu că o să rupă în seara asta, la cât de relaxat e. Bă, era prea relaxat, bă, e semn bun, băieți, e semn foarte bun la cât e de relaxat. Mi s-a părut cel mai relaxat dintre toți. Lejereanu, era camera, i-a proptit camera fix în față, nici nu... Lejereanu. Dacă Zandi ia locul 1, are șanse mari ca o echipă mare de e-sport în America să-l recruteze. Yep.
NOAPTE both competing for that trophy, their first trophy, but talking a bit more on Acorn, I couldn't emphasize enough how important their day 1 is and was for them. I mean, Acorn having the most damage dealt in the first and second zone out of any player shows that they prepared beforehand for this tournament. But the question is...
Da, frate, tu ești băiatul ăla care dar vezi că n-ai apăsat butonul de like. Deci e un update la YouTube. Acum când cineva scrie pe chat, eu pot să văd dacă a apăsat sau nu butonul de like. Uite, Stolex a apăsat butonul de like, Ken a apăsat butonul de like, X Andy, nu IZI, X-Andy a apăsat butonul de like. David nu a apăsat butonul de like, dar el abia a intrat pe live. Mersi de subscribe, bro, te văd. Eu am dat, tu ai dat, tu n-ai dat, ai 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 dat, tu n-ai dat, n-ai dat, ai dat, ai dat, ai dat, n-ai dat, ai dat, n-ai dat. Bravo, hai! PAUL2M PE SHOP. Eu am dat, am dat, n-am dat, am dat, am
feels
dat.
pretty nice, especially one of the only NA teams up here, but it's not over till it's over, and it's going to come down to the last game.
Well, with how you guys have been playing, one
Ce
second
organizație are
place, one
băiatul
third
ăsta?
place, what's standing in your way from grabbing
Deci
that
asta, ce
VR?
organizație are, că n-am auzit?
Honestly, we just need to keep getting kills.
A-Core.
And refreshes and stuff, and if we just get mats and play with mats, we'll do
Se vede
good.
că
It's really just
mai
run out of
maturi
mats,
ăștia,
that's why.
mai relaxați și ei, un pic mai... Pe 4, sunt crezători, sunt fresh, tot ce trebuie, PAUL2M PE SHOP pentru noroc, știți voi.
Thank you so much, Kelly. As incredible as always, but it is almost that time.
Fii atent, o întrebare bună, dacă se face sezonul următor Fortnite, puiul meu, la anul... Bă! What the... PAUL2M PE SHOP 100 de bulioane de la fratele meu Medi. Ce bă, frățică! Mamă, ce-a rupt bulioanele, frate meu. Mamă, ce-a rupt bulioanele, frate meu. Medi, mersi fain de susținere. Bagă și un mesaj data viitoare acolo. Hai România, ciorbă de fasole. Mamă, hai că dau mai devreme ăștia. A început. Te pop, frate, mersi fain de susținere. Ești numărul 1 pe viață. Let's go, 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 let's go. Hai că începe. Hai cu spamul, chat. Hai cu spamul, hai cu spamul pe chat. Hai România, hai, hai. Hai un pic de atmosferă că începe, un pic de hype, un pic de forță nucleară. M-a rupt. Hai. Bă, Medi, sper să primești mâine de 100 de ori mai mulți bani înapoi. Hai. Emoții primul meci. Începe primul meci. Uitați care contest, dar dat tu-i, cred că. Ia să vedem. Niște jucători foarte buni. Deci ieri Kami a câștigat primul și ultimul meci. Să vedem dacă se întâmplă legenda și astăzi. Să câștige cineva primul și aceleași persoane să câștige și primul și ultimul meci. Locul 5, Joe, Joe, Mama și Andy. Să ținem tot timpul ochii acolo în sus pe kill feed, să vedem ce se mai întâmplă. Să vedem ce se întâmplă cu omul nostru de bază în Naționala României, adică omul care e Naționala României, că nu e omul de bază Naționala României, omul e literalmente toată Naționala României la Fortnite. Că dacă îți faci o... Cum ar arăta Naționala României la Fortnite? Păi, zi, Andy, cam atât, nu? Andy, PAUL2M, spokesperson, antrenor și... Cum ar mai arăta Naționala României la Fortnite? Ziceți voi, pe cine mai propuneți să selecționăm? Bine că dacă mă... Bine, Vico. Țineți tot timpul ochii și acolo sus, în stânga sus.
That is huge, and you can see Vico and Moran, the only team currently in the top 10, playing in their first finals together. That is natural chemistry. That goes to show these are two fantastic individual players. So you combine those powers, you get one dangerous duo, just like Cold and Scented. They had one of the victory royales yesterday, a couple of top placements, and that puts themselves in contention to take the title.
Hai mă, arătați un pic pe ursul carpatin, cum se plimbă prin pădure, cum fură mure, cum atacă stupul de miere. Sperie turiștii. Bă, ați văzut videoclipul ăla cu ursul care vi-l arăt în data, nu știu dacă ați văzut. Deci ursul ăla care atacă unul care urcă nu știu ce stâncă. Bă, și nu știu cum a sărit peste, mă, l-a împins ăla, a trecut ursul peste el și după aia dădea ursul să-l muște așa de sub și a dat ăla cu piciorul în cap la urs și a fugit, mă, deci e... Vi-l arăt în data asta, deci e... Nici nu știu cum să reacționez la turistul ăla atacat de... Vi-l arăt în data să vedeți, e... Da, lol, bă, îl știu, nu e... Ia Mr. Savage, nu uitați că am zis că Mr. Savage se descurce mai bine astăzi. L-am văzut, bro, te temi tu pentru omul ăla, n-ai cum să... E șansă 1 la 10.000 să trăiești când se întâmplă așa ceva. Bulanul vieții și-a consumat norocul pe toată viața băiatul ăla. Vai de capul meu, Mr. Savage. Ce s-a întâmplat, mă, că și-a luat cu jocul?
Their preparation has come into play here, putting down arguably one of the stronger European duos to show up here this weekend.
Yeah, they smell the fear right now, and they're hot on the chase. This is 2 more points. This is a great start. More storm surge, everything for Onwon and Baka to keep it going and try to get that top spot because they know with the second place finish in NA West last season, anything is possible.
Și-a luat-o acolo, i-a dat cu jocul în cap la plesnit în ultimul hal. Direct în gura lui Glonț ăla, ce vorbești, mă, direct în dinți. L-a rupt în două și-a luat umilința totală. Nu te cred! Nu te cred! Nu te cred! Și acum să vină... Nu cred! Sper să vină cineva să-i pușeze. Pușați-l, 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 pușați-l ăla, pușați-l, 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 pușați-l. Pușați-l, 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 pușați-l. Dar nu, mă, că era prea departe.
This has been a very interesting position for them to play out of because Vico and Marana have found so much success and for them to have such a great
cred că face așa ceva.
Yeah, this is what more we were looking towards seeing today. And they have started off a little slow, but Smite and Larson know how dangerous they can be, especially if they have the high ground against Muzz and Looter. But the longer this one takes, it looks like it was a little bit of a north zone. A lot of teams are going to begin to rotate in, so you know as well as I do, the longer you take, the more chance of a third party.
Țineți că a zis că e numărul 1 pe planetă, mulți că rupe tot. A rupt.
They don't disengage far, they just continuously hold that high
ground. E numărul 1 pe la anunț, pe la botezuri.
They're showing us that they actually want to take this fight. Smite and Larson, some of the most confident players we have actually seen.
Yeah, he's not backing down.
Looter's like, what's up? You guys want to do
Hai,
this? I play better. Box to box. Come see me.
That could have been a key. That could have been a huge key for success for Smite and Larson because winning those off-spawn exchanges gets you the storm, so you don't have to worry about later in the game.
Ce se aude, mă, pe event?
From OCE wants to challenge the NAEs.
Să la băiatul meu, ce crencuri, da. Să la băiatul ăsta se crede pe creativ. Vezi că ești la turneu, băiatul meu, la FNGC Invitational. N-ai materiale infinite.
You want to make sure you're respecting the distance, but not too much. In fact, you get chopped down, but it's a great angle here. Muzz finds a huge tag. He's going to win the exchange
93 în viață, dar imediat ce începe Storm Surge-ul, o să pice ăștia ca muștele.
Yeah, it's like an Eiffel Tower getting built. You even see those shots already now coming in from
all different directions. Everybody wants that
surge. They want to have as much flexibility through the mid game as possible. And once again, it looks like Larson and Smite are trying to disengage. They don't want to get stuck in this mess. They felt and dealt with this lobby at the top spot, and they know that you cannot fall behind. You cannot put everything you all have in all one moment. So for them, it's about re-matting up because they barely have any.
Well, lucky for us, things are going to simmer down, and Taco's going to give us a quick update.
Ce face ursul? Unde e ursul? Ursul! 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 Nu asta, mă, iar am dat sunetul greșit. Respect. Respect, respect. Vedeți că îi dau acum prime time. Faceți un pic ce zice.
Crucial for these guys to gather as much materials, as much loot and resources as possible, and that's exactly what Ziandi and Joe are making sure to take their time to do because they know they've got quite the journey ahead of them and they're going to make the most of it. But let's get back to the action.
Da, am vorbit de ea. Vedeți, mă, că le dă credit acum, că au văzut cât de buni ies.
journey in the game here, right? They're one of the few teams, like we said, they, against all odds, perform very well with the zone not landing them.
Yeah, and you can kind of see a little bit of how they're getting that job done, but Smite in the feed, looking like he's already going to take down Muzz, leaving Loser in a 1v2 situation. I'm getting that feeling of deja vu from yesterday, where they 1v2'd inside of the cave, but it got really, really dangerous.
A luat bătaie Muz ăla.
Great angle for Smite here. He almost catches Ludo off guard. He was so ready, but here comes the defensive shots from down low.
Ce ăsta, mă, e blocat aici? Ce a făcut Smite?
And now he has to break through. This is how a pro player turns things around. Larson comes from behind and throws tomatoes on the body, just like that.
Showing exactly how he's feeling right now, but there goes that first elimination. This is how Muzz went down. He's building in wood. The lack of resources right now. He got did up like a sit-up, sent back to the lobby. Now it's up to Pars. They were in an exchange. He got the knock on to Bailey. The Cypher finally going to come through, and this is a chance for him to slow it down, stabilize here for a moment while he figures out what is next.
Alex and Bailey have been contested this weekend. Pars and Raze mixing things up. Seems like they haven't caught a break just yet.
Da, na, dai seama. Ăștia se cunosc, își dau contest în fiecare meci deja. 100% își dansează de fiecare dată când se bat. Uitați pe părți de ieri. A făcut ceva părți ieri? Nu cred că a făcut nimic. Are FNCS pickaxe ăsta. Wow, FNCS champion. Wow. Deja e impresiv. Chiar că e impresiv. Dar bine, nu în lobby-ul ăsta. Dacă ai vedea un jucător cu pickaxe-ul ăsta pe arena, da, dar aici, în lobby-ul ăsta în care toți, adică o grămadă de aici au câștigat. Ia, ce a zis de Joe?
Have to go ahead and figure out a way to go ahead and travel as fast as possible yet again.
Iau taguri de la MacWood. Tu vezi că n-are viață. Are, ok.
But Joe and Zian have already proven to us they know how to play these. One thing we do know for certain is so does Vino and Queasy.
Interesant cum o joacă. Vedeți că rămân în zonă, caută taguri. Interesant cum o joacă. Fiți atenți că îi folosesc peduri. Dacă vreți să învățați de la ei, faceți văd review la meciurile lor. Vedeți cum folosesc pedurile, vedeți cum folosesc... Ia uite, ursul mai deci are, cred că cel mai mult prime time momentan. Cred că simt și ăștia că o să câștige ei. Deci au avut în 5 meciuri peste 5 eliminări. Foarte consistent băieții. Fiecare meci se descurcă bine. Nu poți vedea, adică poți vedea FNCS-ul de pe joc, dar nu ai webcam-uri. Și nu ai comentariul ăsta extraordinar de la PAUL2M Meister și prietenii săi. A pierdut Adesanya, am văzut. Da, ea a pierdut, dar a dominat meciul, vrei să te mint, până în repriza 5 a dat cu la carupt. Dacă mai rezista 2 minute, era în continuare campion. Dar n-ai, prea mare la mă, zici că are 10 kg în plus peste el. Ia uite, am văzut și ieri asta, prea creier. Prea mișto chestia asta. Prea mișto, prea trebuie să te ai chestia asta. Trebuie să o folosesc și eu de acum înainte și voi trebuie să folosiți chestia asta de acum înainte, chat. Trebuie să folosim chestia aia la turnee de acum înainte.
Here's Colton Scented, playing very smart, taking their time, and of course hiding out where they can. Another team that is seemingly interested in playing as individuals here. Scented trusting in his team.
Mamă, 2100 dracu, respect chat. Vă pop. Jumper face kill. Unde a murit mă Buga? Că n-am văzut nimic. Denmark has the second most player represented. Deci danezi, foarte mulți danezi, foarte mulți americani la turneul ăsta. Am pierdut 100 de lei la păcănele, poți să zici la mulți ani, te pup frate, nu mai juca la păcănele, nu sunt bune, cumpără Viewparty cu PAUL2M pe shop, mai bine, te pup la mulți ani, doamnă Comită. La mulți ani! Și mulți bani. Asta e continuarea la melodie, domnul Ieremia. Și asculti, și nu te mai școala păcălele. Zone de kill, bine, 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 bine de tort, bine, 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 mă copile, bine, 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 bine. A luat finish-ul, că n-am văzut. Bugador, mor. A luat finish-ul? A luat și finish-ul sau doar i-a dat knock? Jumper îl bate pe Malibuca. Du-te mă Malibuca, mă. Cred că nu rezistă la presiune Malibuca, al meu. Bă, trebuie să fiu mai atent, mă. Dar am de chat-ul, de citit am.
And that's exactly why they're staggering themselves so far back, 290 above for them. That's a feeling of comfortability as Storm Surge begins to activate. And this is the thing, for those players that are comfortable on Storm Surge, this is an opportunity to look around the lobby, figure out who is struggling, because when that Storm Surge ticks their shields down, you hear that crack, you hear that audio cue, and for some of these players, that's a green light.
Now we get to tune in. What looks like a little hold up, right? Looking at
Hai mă, arată pe ursul Carpatin un pic.
Nice little pick up there. But hold up.
Vrem să-l vedem pe ursul Carpatin. Fortnite. Fortnite, vrem să vedem România. Ok, Wave-ul eliminat, doamne ăsta. GG, GG. Well played, well played. Good, 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 good. Good pe chat, good pe chat. Uite-l! Oh! Bă, ai zis unul pe chat că a murit Gio, mă. Bă, ce trolli sunt unii pe chat, jur, bă, prea trolli unii, prea trolli. 6 puncte momentan pentru ursul. Vedeți cât de mult prime time îi dă, vedeți cât de mult au înțeles că e bun omul și că știe să joace. Au înțeles în sfârșit ăștia și îi acordă respect în sfârșit. Merită copilul. Wow, 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 wow. Geomama, ce faci Geomama, Geomama? Mamă, bă, iară se mișcă zona asta, mă. Deci 318 above, e bine, e bine. Hai că intră în zonă. Da, au nevoie de kill-uri. Nice, nice. Bun până acum. Superbă loc. Vedeți că îi analizează să vadă cum joacă, cum se rotesc, cum iau tag-uri. Genial, e în zonă, e perfect. E perfect, primul meci până acum, țâță de mâță mondială. Țâță de mâță până acum, țâță de mâță. Are nevoie totuși de lot mai bun. Dacă facem o comparație cu lootul lui ăsta, de exemplu, nu e încă full HP, nu are foarte multe build-uri. Ăsta are, de exemplu, are legendar, shotgun albastru, e diferență un pic. Iar e zona sus, da, bro, nu știu, 5 din 6 zone erau pus în sus, așa. Mamă, ce mișto. Mamă, vedeam că n-are meciuri ăsta sau ceva. Tripper. Parcă l-am mai văzut așa pe la turnee, dar nu se părut așa de bun. Dar dacă se joacă Thomas HD cu el, clar e bun. Uite cât loot-ul au ăștia. Faceți comparație cu ce avea Zanti, deci trebuie neapărat să mai găsească niște loot. Cine ăsta e solo? By himself, he has very little to worry about in terms of surge. For him, it's just about making it to zone game after game. Vă dați seama că avem deja 2100 de like-uri, 2100 de like-uri și abia primul match. Ieri am făcut în tot live-ul de 5 ore jumate 2000 de like-uri. Nici nu cred că am făcut 2000 de like-uri ieri. Și acum avem după primul match 2100 de like-uri. Deci am depășit recordul de like-uri într-o oră. Deci azi am făcut într-o oră like-uri cât ieri în 5 ore. Deci respect. N-au tag-uri, n-au tag-uri. 186 below, e smart, n-au șanse. GG, rip. Wow, mama, am crezut că dă 1v2. Am crezut că dă 1v2. Baca, Baca. Da, și de la tot serverul. Rezistă? Du-te mă că e de revive, nu cred. Nu cred că e de revive acolo. Mamă, ce noroc are, incredibil. Incredibil, 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 incredibil. N-am văzut așa ceva. Incredibil. Nu la finish-ul, e incredibil, mă. Incredibil! Zadig! Bine, bine! Kill, 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 kill. A făcut kill. Hai să vedem dacă poate și Joe Mama acum. A luat kill de la distanță, cred că. Prea bun, prea bun. Prea bun Sucar Patin. Ok, hai să mai departe. Stă în permanență cu ochii ațintiți către kill feed. Epic Whale eliminat. Te pup la mulți ani, Epic Whale. Pe mâine. Pe mâine, Epic Whale, pe mâine, pe mâine. Te pup, frate, doar de asta. Să fii sănătos. Da, bro, recomand Apex, frate, ca el.
Lobby is going to become more and more difficult now as the seconds rage on.
Oh, nu cred mă că i-a dat revive acolo. Nu cred. Bro, dacă câștigă ăsta... L-a bătut și pe Merta, nu cred. Băi, e cel mai bun din lume, mă, copilul ăsta, mă, nu vine să cred. Voi vă dați seama că e cel mai bun din lume, că la rată iar are cele mai multe kill-uri acolo. Bă, voi vă vine să... E cel mai bun din lume, e Next Mongral. Băi, e Next Mongral. Clix eliminat, Duke eliminat. Pe următorul Mongral, mă. Deci toți ăștia din top 5 că sunt în viață. Bro, eu zic că o simt, cred că e meciul lui Zandi. A făcut kill, cred că e meciul lui, sincer. Intra Romanian Final Boss în el, bro, e nebunie cât de bine poți să joace. Deci care PAUL2M pe shop? 2 ani și 2 luni live-uri cu membru. Mamă, Frunz are live, are membru de 27 de luni. Cred că ești primul meu membru, mă, frate meu, Frunză. Te pup, Frunză, mersi de susținere, bro. O să mai facem și live-uri cu membrii, să ne mai jucăm 1v1 și din astea. Te pup. Chislove. Opa, Rezona e non și Aqua pe high. Unde e a nostru? Unde e a nostru? Unde e a nostru? Unde e a nostru? Nu l-am văzut. Unde era a nostru, mă, așa că nu l-am văzut. Unde e a nostru? Unde e a nostru? Acolo, unde e a nostru? L-ați văzut voi? E bine că au pierdut high-ul. E bine că au pierdut high-ul. E bine, 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 bine. L-am văzut eu, l-am văzut. E bine, e bine, e bine. Și Apix eliminat. Bă, dacă iau high-ul... Unde? Ăla, e pe high, e pe low, e pe low ground. E fix pe ultimate low ground în momentul de față, copiii. E pe ultimate low ground. E bine, sincer, e bine. Ori high ground, ori ultimate low ground. E ok cu decizia lor. Hai să vedem acum pe rotație. Extrem de importante următoarele secunde, doamnelor și domnilor. Respirați, nu vă țineți respirația. Respirați, respirați, respirați. Hai, România. Hai, ursul Carpatin. Hai, vreau să văd cum faci o rotație din aia masterclass. Joe până kill, bine Joe, bine Joe, bine Joe, hai. Dar nu mai vreau kill-uri, acum vreau o rotație masterclass. Hai, o rotație masterclass. Nu. Ai, mă, ce s-a întâmplat acolo? Ce s-a întâmplat acolo? A rămas Joe Mama, să vedem, poate face ceva solo clash nebun Joe Mama. Că nu, că e foarte important să reziste acolo Joe Mama. Dacă nu rezistă Joe, o să scadă. Hai Joe Mama, hai Joe Mama, hai Joe Mama, vreau să te văd acolo. Hai Joe, hai Joe, hai Joe. Pentru prima dată poate spamăm și noi hai Joe pe chat. Hai, Joe Mama. Hai că nu-ți mai zic Joe Mama, numai fă și tu un clash nebun. Joe Mama. A făcut... Tot a făcut un kill. Hai să vedem predicții. Uite, e pe 4, e pe 4, e ok. A urcat un loc. Mamă, dar ăștia de pe 1 incredibil, bro. Thomas Alde iar dă solo clutch omul ăsta. Băi, e incredibil copilul ăsta, chat. Băi, e prea bun copilul ăsta, Thomas Alde și ăsta. Mamă, iară Quizy și Veno pe high, bro. Nu ăștia. Ăștia câștigă tot eventul, bro, dacă o țin tot așa, Quizy și Veno. Câștigă tot eventul, copiii. Trebuie 2 meciuri. Bă, dar nu e bine, mă, că o să câștige Veno tot eventul cu Quizy, că-s prea bun. Nu e bine, nu e bine. No. E clar, e meciul lor. E GG. A picat pe 5 Zambi. L-a depășit hit ăsta. Sit. Brazilieni. No, nici Thomas HD. Nu, Thomas HD. Adună prea multe puncte. Adună prea multe puncte după aia. Ia să dăm pe Larson. Încă kill, bă! E extraordinar. Extraordinar copilul ăsta. Extraordinar de bun. Nici eu nu eram așa de bun pe vremea customer-ilor. Zici că-s eu la customer, mă. Deci zici că-s eu la customer pe vremuri. Gata, eliminat o masaj de Vortex. Și bucată și-a luat în freză. No, mă, Quizy și Venom. Extraordinari copiii ăștia. Extraordinari copiii ăștia. Wave Vadil, wow, 31 de puncte pentru Vadil meciul ăsta. E bine. E bine, mă, e bine de tot. Uite, eliminări. Câte eliminări avea Zandi? Nu arată acolo sus. 8 eliminări a făcut Vortex. Mamă. Ok, Vadil versus Giannis. Nu, Vadil și Giannis versus Veno. Stai că nu mai știu să vorbesc. Deci e Veno și Quizy versus Giannis și Vadil. Bă, nu știu, cred că... Nu știu, cred că Quizy, că au high-ul. Veno! Ok. Wow, ce clutch a dat. Bravo, mă, Quizy. Senzațional copiii ăștia, mă. Mă, senzațional copiii ăștia, mă. Senzațional. Deci, ei erau favoriții turneului și nu mă așteptam, sincer, să se descurce chiar atât de bine. Nu am capacitatea intelectuală îndeajuns de dezvoltată cât să înțeleg de ce au băieții ei atât de mult noroc. Nu e noroc, bro, nu e noroc la ăștia, e literalmente skill, e înțelegerea jocului, e PAUL2M pe shop, chestii de-astea. Wow, GG! N-are rost să fim salty, e bun, știu să joace, GG! Știu să joace, GG, mă, GG! Vă arăt acum videoclipul cu ursul, stați așa. Stați o secundă, vă arăt acum. Vreau să văd ce zice.
We saw some of the teams around you managing to score a lot of points as well. Were you conscious of that going through, or were you focused simply on the task at hand, which was seeing that out again in the victory royale?
Sau e lumină,
we're just focused on playing our own game and winning the game. That's it. Like, brand new day, brand new everything.
Well, it was a great start of proceedings and a great start to this competition on day number 2.
Let's get back to Zeke. Izolatoare, bro. Alea căști izolatoare. Hai să vă arăt videoclipul ăla cu ursul, că fiți atenți, cel mai tare videoclip pe care l-a ăsta în viața voastră. Deci așa noroc. Deci v-am zis, băiatul ăsta, omul ăsta de fapt, că nu e băiat, și-a consumat norocul pe toată viața. Man escape. Cum se cheamă? Urs attack. Bear attack. Deci și-a consumat norocul pe toată viața. Ia uitați-vă un pic, deci... Da, spuneți voi așa noroc.
confident.
Bă, ce se întâmplă, mă? Brr. Bă, ăștia și-au pus watermark-ul peste, fiți atenți. Doamne. Și asta trebuie să faci. Trebuie să țipi la urs. Păi vă dați seama, mă, cât noroc a avut. Păi vă dați seama, și-a consumat norocul pe toată viața, omul. Doamne, deci a fost skill și tupeu. Nu, dar asta trebuie să faci, trebuie să sperii ursul, bro, dar uite aici, faza asta când el l-a văzut. Deci vedeți cum a făcut aici, l-a văzut. Bă, și aici ursul cumva a alunecat, că dacă îl prindea să reușea să-l muște, GG. Nu bați. Ui, l-a atins ursul, bă, că nu bați ursul la wrestling, din păcate. Acum se ducea să ia haiul. Vedeți? A greșit ursul care renunța la hai. O glumă proastă, dar dacă... Hai, vedeți? A ținut de high ground. Ce înseamnă să ții de high ground? Vai de capul meu. Vai de capul meu. Și da, aici a făcut exact ce trebuie. Țipi la urs. Țipi. Să-l sperii. Norocul. Poți să fii tu Khabib, că nu bați ursul la wrestling, îți zic eu. Ăsta, nu, e fai de viața mea. Nu bați ursul la wrestling, bro, zic eu 100% că nu-l bați. Poți să fii tu. L-a lăsat unul HP, dar nu, că n-a pățit nimic, n-a pățit nimic. Mr. Irimia a donat 10 euro prin super chat. Ce ai visat azi noapte de ești așa obosit? Despre ce vorbim, mă, Mr. Irimia? Deci
ce ai visat azi noapte de ești atât de obosit? Eu.
Vai, i-a mirosit respirația la urs. Aoleu, mersi de super sticker, domnul Valentin Iremia, owner.
Of the map, but of course, Queasy and Viano landing up there. They do take that victory route. Congratulations to them. That being said, let's kick it back over to the desk.
Hai, poate începem mai repede meciul 2, bro, ca ieri.
Thank you so much, Vivid. Fantastic breakdown there. I did want to take a moment to highlight some of the other duels we did see.
2200 like-uri, not bad, not bad.
KBR, they finally find themselves in that top 15.
Am un mic suculeț de băut, oare să-l beau acum? Vrei să-ți donezi 2500 de lei? Bă, poți să donezi, nu mă spăr. E ziua mea, Paul2M pe shop, la mulți ani, frate. A luat full damage ursul. Bro, ce vorbești, mă? Voi vă dați seama? Voi vă dați seama?
You'd love to see it. Yeah, we talked about it at the beginning of the show, right? Can these teams pick up where they left off after day one? And Zeke and KBR, one of those teams that ended the day better than they started their final 3 games yesterday.
Și vă dați seama că ăla cu ursul, dacă n-avea filmat, nu-l credea nimeni pe planeta asta că el a supraviețuit la un urs attack, doar că a ținut high ground. Dacă nu era filmat, nu credea nimeni.
They're showing up huge today. I feel like another duo that we actually got to see first time. They're kind of still under the radar. Vidal and Janice, they've been relatively quiet, but they did make top 5 in this last game. So what are we kind of hoping to see out of this duo?
Look, they adapted. I saw Janice on social media yesterday. He was like, I don't...
Legenda spune că ursul... No, bro, legenda spune... Cine mai ține minte legenda canalului? Stați așa că vă zic eu legenda canalului, dacă nu știți. Legenda spune că dacă apeși butonul de like, acesta își schimbă culoarea și ori devine albastru, ori gri, ori alb. Nu știu dacă e adevărată legenda canalului, încercați și spuneți-mi voi. Dar asta e legenda canalului, eu știu de când aveam vreo 20.000 de abonați. Legenda canalului Paul2M. A căzut direct în cap, ursul a visat toată noaptea.
Yeah, we really get to pick things up. It's looking like we're closing into a runaway train potentially.
Yeah, potentially it is so.
Ăla are unghiile făcute. Să fie sănătos. Mamă, ce repede a început! Forță! Hai, stați așa să mă asculteți.
For the chance to call yourself the FNCS Invitational Champion.
Well, at this point, if I'm the team, I don't care where I'm landing, I'm gonna maybe think to myself, hey, let's slide on north. Let's play the upper side of this early rotate. How do we get to those general areas sooner rather than later? Well, now we get to find out, folks. Here we are. Game number 8 is kicking off.
Got a little bit of a different bus path yet again. I'm liking the little bit of variety that we are coming out with. And for some of these teams, we're going to see a little bit of Fort Jonesy, Clicks and Duke, Peak and Anas. Almost all day yesterday, they completely split the POI, went their 2 separate ways. And that's how they were able to get the spot they did on the leaderboard.
That's right, and also...
La mine, dacă la plăți e negru, mamă, tu ai butonul de like negru? Ce tematică ai, mă, pe YouTube? Că la mine e alb.
That is the difference maker sometimes when you have your route being imposed on. It's not all about taking head-to-head engagements. It's also about what you lose out on.
Ai uitat să zici că se face RGB. Bro, facem un taste test la sucul acesta care mi-a fost făcut cadou. Ia să vedem. Dăm o notă. Apă cu vitamine, 0 calorii. Ia stai să-l amestecăm un pic, să-l agităm. A ieșit din top Zandi momentan.
If you're being this split against a team that is this active in Larson and Smite.
I did not expect Miro to fall so early, but it looks like Kanata might have found himself a free knock in the air. As now we get to look over at Chapix and Tayson.
Cum mai am butonul de RGB, butonul de like RGB? Vreau și eu să-l fac. Oh, FNCS Winner Pickaxe, nice. Bunicel suculețul ăsta. 8 din 10. Zici că e... Și nu știu cu ce să-l compar.
Andrei a donat €1. Noroc că a avut full healed.
Bă, îs comice glume, dar nu prea... Îs comice, dar nu prea glumele astea. Mersi Andrei de donat, dar glumele cu ursul ăla, cu... Comice, dar nu prea voi vă dați seama acum.
Here it'll be a huge landslide moment for Smite and Larson. They can't afford that. Lovely for them to disengage and play this one out. Tripper and Thomas HD so far. For me, the play of the day has to go with them. They have managed to turn that last game around with nothing. Arguably, probably one of the worst positions we'll see them in over the course of the day.
Beau și eu un pic de aqua. Oh, ursul! Let's go.
No other team had even 10 points in every game. So you got to imagine how that really puts them on the confidence scale coming into day number 2 as Joe and Z Andy.
Deci au făcut minim 10 puncte în fiecare meci.
Nu? Asta au zis?
Pro e al doilea meci de astăzi și al 8-lea în total. Știi?
I'm happy we have to jump in with KBR here because Z is down. We saw that exchange happen in the feed there. Remember, they are not completely clear here at the Lustrous Lagoon in this general area. They do have tons of players that play in this general area.
La mine e verde butonul de like.
Up at the north side alongside Scram being another set of duos, right? So that is very much a contested area.
Cum e mă butonul de like verde? Că eu nu înțeleg.
On board.
Nu mai avea ursul materiale, de-aia pierd haiul. Bă, gata cu glumele alea, că sunt comice, dar nu prea cumva. Adică ei vă dați seama să fiți voi în situația aia, ce făceai? Plângeai acolo. Cred că ăștia câștigă, mă, sincer. A zice Zlandi pe 2, Venu pe 1. Zlandi pe 3. Că și Thomas H.D. joacă bine de tot. Rob kebab, rob kebab.
No. I want to bet against it. I want to bet against it because
some of these teams have been just
going through the ringer with those north zones. I'd be okay with an eastern one, giving some of our teams on that just a little bit of a chance to kind of climb up that leaderboard. But a team that doesn't need a chance to take by force, blocks, and robots. They're one of my favorite teams simply because of Robob's name.
Take it easy.
Yeah, you say it all the way through every time.
Eu am like-ul pe mov. What?
Bailey and Alex in a box fight right now versus Yusri and Ju. This is a long-awaited fight. It's been happening all weekend long. They're one of the few teams that have been contested, but not have really turned their winning fights into anything big in the end game, right?
Nice. Wave Ju.
Ju and Yusri.
Bă, dacă l-au semnat Wave pe ăsta, înseamnă că e bun. 100% e bun.
Every single game yesterday. Or at least I guess
Pe mine roșu albastru.
Alex and Bailey, Ju and Yusri, but Alex and Bailey, I was kind of talking to them. Anybody in this tournament, realistically, including them, can pop off at a moment's notice. You just have to find a way to do it while staying consistent at the same time, and they want to go ahead and get this elimination. They want to go ahead and fight this so that way they can get the surge that they need so they don't have to worry about it later on. Because unlike every regular FNCS of the past, our contested teams this side around are actually having very good tournaments.
I think what we're seeing right now is stage pressure.
Apex face kill. Apex, auzi, ai drop ăsta care joacă cu Mr. Savage. Aș dori, mă, să se descurce mai bine și Mr. Savage un pic.
They've managed to tell me is they were winning most of their creative head-to-heads, so I think when it comes down to raw skill, Alex and Bailey might have the edge over Ju and Yusri, who are newer formed duo in finals style settings.
Bă, Mero nu prea a făcut nimic. Mero și Buga. Nimic.
And already
Control classic. Mamă, și a dansat. Mamă, e prea rece sucul ăsta, n-ar trebui să-l beau așa repede.
So they had to go hunting just like so many other players in the lobby, and you're not really able to control your game if you're just forced to go for surge game after game.
That's right, but luckily for him, he does find a little bit of
Tyson
success there.
Nu știu ce să zic, mă așteptam mai mult un pic.
He can go ahead and rotate sooner rather than later. Thomas HD, Tripper, taking their destiny into their own hand this time around.
Thomas HD, Tripper. Buni, locul 2 momentan, nu locul 2 sau 3. Cred că pe 2. Thomas HD has more points as a solo than any other player in EU. Mă adică, mă.
More points as a solo than any other player in the EU. That's not too surprising.
Nu știu de ce mai beau ăsta că e așa rece, da?
His accolades. We talk about how legendary of a player he is. He just needs to seal that deal with an FNCS championship, and he could really cement himself as one of the best players of all time.
You can see he also led all damage on day number 1, really earning that respect there. You didn't believe it before. Seeing him do it in person is exceptional. As Seti and Cammy, we can speak to the scene.
Chapix îl bate pe McWood. Easy peasy. Ai învață.
Strategizing all the way through, playing so well so far, and continuing their trend. Last game, not so bad, right? They did enough to maintain they're in third place.
That's where Tyson and Chapix, you can see a lot of those Cloudy Condos teams not able to get a ton of damage to put themselves up for a good mid game, but right now they already took down Macwood, looking to go back to back and take down Kanata as well. They are hot on the heels. They don't want to let this one
Buga
escape.
face kill. Mamă, sunt impresionat. Era să văd sucul.
Luckily for him, a couple of players joining on the fun. The tags come in from a third party.
Sincer impresionat.
Just a few seconds to try to stabilize against this European powerhouse.
Kanata and Macwood are uncontested at their drop, so they're playing with fire right now as they pull south to the edge of the zone here to see what they can make happen. But Kanata riding his way around the builds right now.
Let's go, Cat. Let's go, Chat.
Jumping onto all the loot. Some of it was already scavenged through, so Nada should have the reboot card there.
Vreau și un mini shield.
Could be Buga and Miro at the hill there, as we know this is their area.
Mamă, chestia asta o făceam când eram mic la stică.
They will not rotate early to center. It's not how they do.
Trying to stay alive right now on the edge of zone as well, so it's not even going to be a storm fight when it comes down to it. So Chapix and Tyson do exactly anything they want, and you can kind of see KBR, Zeet, 4th place. They go down in this one. That's not where you want to be, but the fight continues, and Kanata is doing a absolutely fantastic job fighting back against one of the best teams in the region of EU.
Let's see it.
E bine, mâine al 2 Meister. Oh, Canada te pop. Mai învață pe eu. Easy peasy, rămân cu easy. Nimic nu face Canada, bro. Ba da. Wow. Le-a dat șotron rău de tot Europa. La NA.
For Kanata Macwood, that's where that consistency of yesterday kind of comes to a halt, but there's still a couple more games on the day. They can climb back at any moment.
Yeah, third party.
Right. Let's get a quick update from Taco on how things are going.
been a lot of action taking place over in the Tilted Towers area as well throughout this game, but absolutely wanted to highlight the way that Acorn and Edgy have just managed to split their teamwork responsibilities. You've got Acorn just spending all of his time securing the loot, securing resources for this duo. Meanwhile, Edgy, he's making sure to take care of their surge management the entire while. He's just posted up on high ground, looking everywhere he can for as many tags as possible so that their rotations can be as free as they need it.
Deci unul lutează, unul face taguri pentru Storm Surge. 300 IQ. Confirmed.
That has been so solid every single time, and again, as we gave you guys the
Da, bro,
updates,
Florin,
top 5 has changed as 4th place is now
masaj
out
de
of the
kill.
competition. You see there the slight misplay from KBR.
Mă,
He
ce
tries
ghinioară
to
asta
throw
micu.
down a chug splash, but unfortunately sends ones into the bush.
Ce a fost editul ăla, bro? Deci tu dai full edit pe o persoană full HP.
The reaction, that's a tough one there because again, they were doing very well pacing in game 8.
Yeah, just hopefully right now mentally, they realize that they can still do very, very well. They can still jump up a ton of placings in the next couple of games. You just have to buckle down. You can see the TSM duo far below. But now I want to go over to Larson and Smite. Is this the longest either one of these teams have not only been alive, but been in Grim Gables as well? But at the end of the day, they want to fight. And that fight they will get. And between Larson and Smite, they have a little bit of that high ground. They're only team contested in the top 5.
At this point, I don't even know if they know it's Looter and Muzz. How do they? You really... like, how
se mișcă bine Larson ăsta, sincer. Se mișcă bine, se mișcă bine. Se mișcă pe beat. De unde o fi venit? Că n-ați pe mânele, băieți.
Box like a fish almost.
Oh, ce mă doare gâtul, bă, de ce am băut sucul ăla? Se mișcă pe beat, trebuie să-l pun la sunet de pe asta. Oh, Muz. Fratele Muz în sfârșit face și el ceva. 2 puncte meciul ăsta, nu e rău.
That's huge for them, for their comeback attempt. Get as many placements as possible, but
de ce aș muta facecam-ul meu deasupra facecam-ului lor, bro? Lasă-i să-i vedem și pe ei cum arată, cum se mișcă, cum tot.
Got out alive for a moment, but he cannot go back into the storm. Otherwise, he will get eliminated by somebody else.
Ok, asta e echipa lui Face King de la World Cup. Celebru, cred că e dintre cei mai celebri copii din Brazilia asta. Și s-o grămadă de ăștia celebri prin Brazilia cu CSGO-ul. Ăia au câștigat major la CSGO, brazilienii aia care sunt celebri. Și se duce și Face King spre popularitatea lor.
Another team.
A fost bun grătărelul, a intrat bine rău de tot grătărelul ăla. Direct în mușchiuleț se duce. Am avut febră musculară vreo 3 zile. Direct în mușchiuleț se duce cărnița aia. Proteina. A vreo 300 ori super patin. E bine, n-am murit niciodată și nu cred că o să mă vreodată early sau mid game. E prea bun, sincer. Eu ca ursul vulpe, se mișcă așa, știi, foarte smooth printre copaci. Face rotațiile perfect, ia taguri perfect. Are o strategie extrem de bună. Îl pui sub aia de kill-uri, aș putea să mă mut în cealaltă parte. Să mă pun, vreți voi să vedeți așa.
And these EU boys are learning
very
quickly as to why you don't walk up to that wall.
Yeah, and they're actually one of the teams that have some of the best performances when rebooting a player. They got a 25th place finish, they got a second, but no Riley doesn't care. He gets tagged up. Tagu gets dropped as well. Only player living on a prayer, but the Asian powerhouse team do it again.
Bine, mă, frații mei din Asia. Prea frumos a jucat-o copilul, mă. Mai vedem. Bă, ai dreptate, what?
Under the lights, under the action. Thomas HD Tripper doing that as well. Look at how they adjusted from game 1 on this day, from game 7 to game 8 now, right? All of a sudden now, they are so far above with the damage.
But historically, when it comes to Thomas HD and Trippin, I will say they're a second half team. They're second day team. Historically, they just perform better when their back is up against the wall. And hopefully, for NA East, hopefully for North America all together. Acorn and Edgy can have that same fire. You talk about them being in 4th place on the day. It was only because they had a bad game 2. They had a 0-point game 2 yesterday. Other than that, they were among the top 3 performances at the second half of the day. If they can continue that here early, they will be on the run to the race.
Parcă nu ocupă așa de mult din ecran acolo. Nu sunt redeem-urile activate, bro. Le activez la 2500 de like-uri.
Fourth, they slip way on down, and this time it seems like the Storm Surge has ran a number on them. Now let's take a look at their current game leaders, rotates there. Cammy and Seti being a few of the bulk that are still in this one. Microsoft's pretty much dead center here. And remember, if there's any zone you want to be in the middle, it's zone 3, as it gives you the highest odds to pull that fourth one. Beyond that, it's anyone's ball game.
And the interesting thing about Cammy and Seti and the way they're playing this weekend, because historically, we've talked about it in the desk to kind of start the day yesterday, they're not an aggressive team.
UNDE-I PORCU.
Even though they're in a top placing team, they're usually on the road. Right now, another top placing team on the leaderboard. Joe and Ziandy trying to get busy. Malibuga goes down. Merstash is by himself, trying to live with just a sliver of HP.
Hi, Joe. Hi, Joe. Hi, Joe. Hi.
But Ziandy goes down to the storm. 1v1 situation.
Hi, Joe.
Control goes right back over to Merstash. He peeks through at the wrong
time. Bine, mă, Joe, bine! Bine, Joe, mama, bine! Bine! Bine, Joe, mama, bravo! Bine! Bine! Șotron! M-ai învățat, vă pup! Easy!
Queasy and Vino team that's sitting
1500 de like-uri, bine, mă, bine!
Taking down clicks in the feed, and that's what we want to see. We saw
Stai, cred că a luat finish-ul? Dar nu, mă, n-are cum să ia finish-ul, cum adică? Cred că e bug sau ceva.
Start to get active. This team is beginning to come online, and for a team as dangerous as they are, they have never placed out of the top 3 monster, and they want to keep that accolade intact.
It's going to be a tough one, though. They will have to continue to turn up. But Vico is in a fight up against Zagu and Marine, and he will turn
N-are cum că îi dădea revive și avea din alea. N-are cum, imposibil. Mersi de subscribe, Cămătaru, te pup. N-are cum, mă, n-are cum să fie... Păi e singur, mă, Joe. What? Ce s-a întâmplat acolo? Ce s-a întâmplat acolo, mă, că e singur, Joe, mama? Cum adică, mă, că aveați splash-uri? Aveați splash-uri și era în viață încă. Nu înțeleg ce s-a întâmplat. E singur, no.
Picked apart on the rotate, no heals for Joe. What a tough spot to be in, but hey, at least he has Chrome Splash.
Ce s-a întâmplat acolo, că nu înțeleg? Storm Surge. Dar cum, mă, că i-au bătut?
I'm sure he is as well. You can see he's just biting his lip, looking around like, oh man, I gotta time this perfectly.
When do I move? When do I go? That's the question.
Dar vedeți că sunt foarte, foarte atenți în fiecare match ce fac Joe și Zambi. Le acordă extrem de multă atenție. Și la Tripper și... Parcă mai multă, mă, parcă e două cărora le acordă cea mai multă atenție, sincer. Mie așa mi se pare. Sta mult în zonă. Mă, ce mișto arată. Hai, dă-le shot-ul un pic, Thomas Alze. Dă-le cu joc în cap un pic, așa legereanu.
Thomas HD, so much better in this game here, looking so much better. Tripper as well.
I like this view of the lobby right now because it really shows us how stacked that right side actually is. We're gonna probably see some teams launchpad early if they do not get the zone. Is Hijo Belusi picking up a couple on the Brazilian duo of King and Ed. You see Epic Will, a player that usually is lighting up the leaderboard. Having a couple of struggles, but he is too a second
Mâine e ziua vărului meu, te urmărește din 2019. Băi, Robi, la mulți ani vărului tău. Și mulți bani. Eu când dau like, îl am RGB și după aia alb.
The top 10 is extremely competitive here. Buga, Miro, 4 eliminations, what a massive swing of points here.
Joe kill. A făcut kill, du-te mă că a făcut kill cu 50 HP fără shield. Nebunez dacă a făcut. Bă, l-am văzut în viață, e în viață. Dar nu știu dacă a făcut kill acolo, că avea 50 HP, bro, și inventar. E full HP, a făcut kill copilul, nu pot să cred, bro, cât de bun e Joe ăsta. Cât de bun e Joe, mama. Oh, locul 4. Forțini, chat, forțini, locul 4 momentan. Acum să vedem ce face Joe, mama. Ar fi mișto să dea un solo flash din ăla nebun. Ar fi mișto să dea un flash de la nebun. Wow. Joe mama, where are you? Unde ești, frate meu? Ce face asta, mă? N-are voie să scoată căștile, că alea sunt căști izolatoare de sunet. Bă, dacă îi șoptește cineva din public ceva, de exemplu PAUL2M PE SHOP, pentru noroc în dragoste. Să-ți în ochii mei cu une. Dar ce să-ți dau moderatorii?
This lobby with is now down and out, but you know who is consistent is our remaining first three.
Ăștia sunt ultimii.
You know, Queasy, Thomas HD, Tripper, Seti and Camis are still in this game, and somewhere amongst all
mai e John meciul? Nu mai e, l-a bătut Tyson acum. Tyson, sper să nu câștigi meciul ăsta pentru asta. Și fa, Paul, te rog, răspunde-te, pupe. Mai mulți ani, frate.
Just looking for that information. Like I said,
parcă ești mai frumos azi decât ieri. Oh, bro, ești frumos tot timpul.
As they're spotting all these players around, figure out who is moving, where to go is Tripper and Thomas. 33 below the damage threshold. They're going to launch pad, get ahead of zone, and as soon as they do, even though they're not in zone, they're going to be looking all around them to try to find the tags that they need.
Chat, am întrebare de matematică pentru voi. Care ar fi probabilitatea ca Thomas HD să câștige acest meci? Thomas HD și Tripper, adică ăștia la care ne uităm acum. Care ar fi probabilitatea ca ei să câștige acest meci? 8. Iară pe high ground, Veno! Nu cred, mă. Nu cred că ăsta e iară pe high ground. Back-to-back champions. Back-to-back winners. Back-to-back games. 65, 10%, 37. Stați așa că e Veno pe high ground, că-s prea bun copiii, mă. Bă, nici eu n-am fost așa. Hopa. Stai că-i consumă materialele acum. Mersi de subscribe. Andrew, mersi de subscribe. Stai că rămână fără materiale, o să rămână fără materiale imediat. Chapic și Tyson! Respect. Nu sunt român, dar zic așa, sper să nu mai câștige Veno. Dar nu mă, să ne bucurăm pentru Chapic să câștige, că practic e... Nu știu dacă e bine pentru noi, pentru România, să câștige ăștia. Vino, te pop. Nu știu dacă e bine pentru noi. Vlad de pe 4, da, hai să vedem cum arată. Thomas a eliminat și el. Păi, e cumva bine, știi, să nu se depărteze ăștia de pe locul 1 și 2 prea departe. Și să nu se ducă prea sus prea tare cu punctele, să poată fi ușor de ajuns, gen trecut. Asta ne interesează, trecem, să vedem cum un cap la asta ce înseamnă Fortnite-ul cu adevărat. Oh, the Bugameister. Mero eliminat, rămâne Bugameister. Buga 2 Meister.
And right now, this is just an unorthodox way to take that top spot for Cami and Seti to where they weren't as aggressive coming into this match. This is the most aggressive we've ever seen a team like them, and it is paying off tenfold as the high ground switched on over to the World Cup champion.
Buga 2 Meister. Zero materiale și Buga 2 Meister. 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 Eliminated. Buga 2 Meister. Buga 2 Meister. Buga 2 Meister, Buga 2 Meister! GG. A venit după el. Ăsta se bătea pe high la un moment dat. Ăsta a stricat tot meciul, sincer. Ăsta a stricat-o meciul, ceas. A stricat-o meciul copilul ăla. A stricat-o meciul. Bă, vezi că e și Kami și Setis care au câștigat ieri două. Mama, a luat bătaie. What? Shapi și Tyson eliminat. Ce se întâmplă? Wax. De obicei, cine era pe high și spama în jos câștiga meciul fără nicio problemă. Nu e nici meciul lui Seti. Băi, overall e cumva bine. Știi că nu se depărtează prea tare de pe primele locuri. Ce-a vrut să dea pickaxe? De ce vrei să dai pickaxe la FNCS Invitational? Pe scenă, meciul? Poate cel mai important meci de până din viața ta și tu încerci să dai pickaxe? Sau n-a avut gloanțe sau ceva, sau din greșeală? Refsguard, hopa! Refsguard și Clown, echipa lor. Clown, de fapt, Clown. Da, e Hen, 1v2. Hen, câștigă Hen meciul ăsta. GG. E meciul lui Hen. Bravo, GG.
They had complete control of that game. From 8 moving zone and all, the last duo live teamwork, really making that dream work. And off the back of Hen, that 2 eliminations at the end to get the siphon, that was the recipe for their success.
And they were
just so close to pushing double digits there. A low ground win is not something we've seen, but let's get caught up in a little insight from the pros.
Ai văzut, Paul, cum vă... Hai că vă deschid sunetele, puteți să dați redeem-uri. Vă deschid sunetele, puteți să băgați care aveți puncte, care ați strâns puncte, care ați fost pe live, care ați adunat puncte, care ați stat cu minți, care ați apăsat butonul de like, care ați dat subscribe, primiți puncte când dai subscribe, când dai like, când scrii pe chat, când de toate. Puteți să dați redeem, să băgați sunete.
I love it so much, and obviously, what was the recipe for success there? There was a lot going on all around you guys.
We made lots of mistakes yesterday, and we're trying to come back stronger. So we're trying to fix all the mistakes made yesterday, and win today.
So what were some of the mistakes that you fixed in this day?
Search and rotation.
I love it. I mean, thank you guys so much for joining me here. Congratulations on your win. Can't wait to see what you guys do next game. Let's head on back to the desk.
Dar vedeți, pe ăștia nu ia pe scenă, pe Zanti l-a luat pe scenă. Asta înseamnă valoare, talent și finețe. Înțelegeți? Pe Zanti l-a luat el pe scenă. Azi pe ăștia nu ia. Talent, valoare și finețe.
Lulelor, dați, băi, like.
Și PAUL2M pe shop. Pentru noroc, 2600 de like-uri, respect. E bine, e bine, e bine. E bine să nu fie rău.
A really good jump start.
This is where they have to shine, right, Zeke? And they did exactly that in this match. I mean, one of the
da, la SUCEAVA. Vine îndată zăpada la SUCEAVA. Și o să se potrivească piesa perfect. Știți unde e porcul acum? În stomacel la mine, că o băga băiatul în Grătărescu mai devreme. Măi leu cum a intrat Grătărescu ăla. Măi leu cum a intrat Grătărescu. Nu fac nani, ei fac combinații, când sfărăie alții. Noaptea golanii se uită la Forneti. Cam asta fac noaptea golanii, sincer. Na 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 na. Zăpadă, da. E zăpadă, da, la SUCEAVA. Chiar ce se întâmplă, mă, chat, când apeși butonul de like? Nu știu, n-am apăsat niciodată. E zăpadă, da, la SUCEAVA, da.
PAUL2M pe shop este demonstrat științific că ți aduce noroc în viață.
E zăpadă, da, la SUCEAVA, da.
Băi, libelulelor, dați, băi, like, albăstriți-l.
Băi, libelulelor, care era, mă, ăla cu libelulele de la... E pe 5 ani. Bun. Bine, bă, încă se menține copilul, asta contează, că dacă a dat un win, e popof, e nebunie dacă a dat un win. Explodăm.
Băi, libelulelor, dați, băi, like, albăstriți-l.
Nu 8 stau, frate. Te por, Davidoț. Te pop, Davidoț, forță Zandi, te pop. Dați bă like. Nu prea mai vrea lumea mă să dea like, nu știu.
Hai sus!
Hai sus! Hai Deluța de Mari! Hei, Deluța de Mari! Mamă, nebuniți ăsta, mă nebuniți cu redeemerile. Redemânesc. Mamă, în 3 minute începe deja următorul meci. Se mișcă repede azi treaba. Nu mai stăm chiar până la 2 dimineața.
PAUL2M pe shop este demonstrat științific că ți aduce noroc în viață.
E demonstrat științific studiat la Oxford, fără mișto.
Să vă fie rușine!
Tu-i price pool de pe 5, nu știu. N-în pat și plâng, am pierdut porcu n-ajung. Porcu. E stomacel la mine, porcu. A mâncat-o cefuță.
Băi, libelulelor, dați băi like, albăstriți-l.
Mâncat-o un porcușor. Gar cu dedeman de ploaie. Sigur, dar nu înțeleg. Frate, frate, Mercedes-ul, nu. Cum fuge chat-ul. Te pup, Tudorică, fără frică.
Gard cu deadman de ploaie.
Deadman. Fă, frate, fă. Mersi de super chat. 2,50 €. Cred că e din străinătate. Redeem SUCEAVA. Am dat redeem, dar nu s-a auzit de ce. Nu vezi, mă, că terorizează oamenii redeem-ul. Mă terorizează, deci vă rog, nu mai dați sunete de astea, vă rog eu, gata, stop it, opriți-vă cu astea, că prea mult. Deja prea mult. Când bate soarele, da, vreau. Zăpadă, da, la Suceava, da, na. Zăpadă, da. Hai, un minut și începe meciul numărul 3 de astăzi și 9 în general. Mă pun în pat și plâng. Am pierdut porcu, n-ajun. Porcu. Unde-i porcu? V-a zis, mă, chat, am mâncat o cefuță astăzi. Hai, leu, ce-mi place ceafa de porc. Mai leu. În sfârșit, mai dați voi altceva în afară de porc. Bă, că sunt mai multe, e Naruto, e din alea.
Băi, libelulelor, dați băi like, albăstriți-l.
Un like n-ați da, libelulelor. Larsen, bă, ce mititel pare pe chinezul ăsta. Dar șobolan de pădure. Gata, scot sunetele până o să visez la noapte porci, șobolani, urși, de toate. S-a scară problemă tehnică, frate meu. Hai drop.
Băi, libelulelor, dați băi like, albăstriți-l.
Unde porcu? Aici sunt 4 meciuri, bro. Ui, vădil, vezi că se mișcă băiatul.
IZI Shampon Copile mai învață. Easy.
Cum pot să dau și eu? Trebuie să ai puncte, bro. Gata, opriți-vă, nu mai dați că o să vă ia punctele și nu o să arate pe ecran. Opriți-vă că le scot când începe meciul. Stop it, get some help. Iar că puteți să puneți PAUL2M pe shop. Hai că începem în sfârșit. Gata, stop sunete. Că ultimul sunet este redat de
băi, libelulelor,
Denis și zice să dați like. Respect, Denis. Mersi că încurajezi oamenii să apese butonul de like. Hai să ne uităm.
The second half of the day,
Gata, nu mai dați redeem-uri că vă pierdeți punctele. Ne uităm la meci, susținem în România. PAUL2M pe shop pentru noroc, în dragoste.
Larson and Spy over towards Grim Gables. They're feeling each other out more and more and more. Last game was the longest it has ever taken, in my opinion, for any team off spawn to finish a fight.
That's right. It was a
drawn-out battle for Smite and Larson, a tough result.
Azi e ziua mea, sănătate, Doamne ajută-te, pop! Și mulți bani! Vico, let's go! Let's go, my boy! Zici că face win. Zandi, meciul ăsta.
Vico and Marine over towards Reality Tree. Next time around, we get to see how he's
aici am materializat și ăla în obiect, bro, că m-am bucat.
He got himself a little parkour spot, knowing exactly what he
Ar
wants
trebui
to
să
do.
mă uit la el, știi cum joacă, să-i fură drop map-ul.
Coming out of him, and you can see why he's quick to act.
Mi-ați dat act și mi-am dat singur o idee super bună. Mamă, Tyson mai are 10 HP din... What? Tyson? Tyson? Te-ai dus, puiu. Băi, e prea mișto FNCS. Mamă, asta nu e de la FNCS, mă, e la Moca. Nu? Mamă, Buga e eliminat din prima. Buga, o mică dedicație de la noi, te pup, frate. Sănătate. Nu să fii, mă, World Cup Champion să mori primul.
They fought their way up to that 9th place position, coming in with 158 points. Very great performance so far.
What's amazing to see is their loot path right now. They hadn't popped a single shield, big or small, and they got themselves almost 100 shields each, and that's because of
ce tastatură are? Cred că are Apex Pro, omul meu.
That gets you about 15 HP or shields. As Smite and Larson, this is the fight that we're talking about.
Ce bucățică și ăla peste scăfârlică.
Going over to Muzz and Looter, and it's doing them wonders right out of the gate. It's going to be interesting to see what they do with the amount of damage that they got. Do they want to go aggressive and try to take advantage?
Ce bucățică și ăla peste scăfârlică.
Mr. Savage and iDrop already getting busy, taking down On1 first, leaving Baka as a solo.
That's right.
Ia Zagu, domnul din Asia.
With Zagu and Marim, and this is very cool and
locul 5 momentan pentru Joe. Și ursul Carpatin. Mr. Savage kill, te pop, Mr. Savage, doamne ajută. Hai, meu, Mr. Savage. Let's go, let's go. Hai cu niște meciuri nebune. La mulți ani, Luca, te pup, bro. La mulți ani. Bă, deci aseară visam melodia asta. În seara asta o să visez UNDE-I PORCU, șobolani, câini, pisici, urși, libelule.
Going to have him back down in a defensive position where Mariah's going to have to try to figure out a way to alleviate some of that pressure. And you see the Sheriff is being passed around. Now it's going for the piece control. Unfortunately enough, missed opportunity.
Pe la începutul zilei Fortnite-ului, ca să dai 1 versus 1, te duceai și îți culegeai materiale, știi? Intrai pe... Nu mai știu cum... Nu era creativ ăla, era... Cum se chema? Nu mai știu cum se chema, dar te duci, lutai, făceai 999, 999 și 999 de materiale, dădeai build battle, după aia te duceai iară și iară îți luai materiale și după aia iară dădeai build battle. Era Caterinca, playground, așa.
The changes, the adjustment, it is heating up in the south zone, it's heating up on the west zone. We have a lot going on right now.
I don't know
ce greu era să încerci să devii mai bun atunci la Fortnite.
From shimmering shines all the way to one of the highest spots on the map. Is Bad Sniper taking down both the NA West duo Pars and Raze. So you said it before this one. Action is heating up rather quickly here on day 2 as teams look to take control of their own destiny.
Fraților.
Another prolonged fight as Marine and Vico.
Și momentan se menține pe 5 ursul Carpatin. Salut, Pexi, bine, frate, la mulți ani, te pup.
Buys him some time here, and this is why he took those zip lines out the side there, trying to find these new angles.
Meci nouă. Vezi aici, lângă mine, Angen, aici. Aici poți să vezi exact ce meci este, bro. Dacă posibil să nu se vadă foarte, foarte mare, dar e mișto.
When you really break it all down, but Ryan and Vico are going to go ahead and settle down now.
Deci primești 5 puncte la 1 minut. Ba nu, 1 punct la 5 minute? Ba nu. Deci știu că făceai repede puncte, bro. Se făceau repede puncte, nu mai știu. 5 puncte... Nu, primești un punct pe minut, mă, așa e, nu? Cine știe cum primești puncte, că... Nu, dar de fapt e configurat de mine. Parcă primești un punct la 1 minut. Un punct pe minut mi se pare că primești. Deci practic câte puncte ai, asta înseamnă că atâtea minute petrecute pe live ai. Ai 50 de puncte, ai 50 de minute pe live. Parcă așa era. Mihai, tu de exemplu ești membru, când îți cumperi membru primești un bonus de puncte mare oricum. Și când dai subscribe primești puncte. Yo, ursul! Let's go! Fiți atenți cum stă. Oh, pe Canada, da, te rog, bate-l pe Canada, bate-l pe Canada, bate-l pe Canada. Taguri bune, taguri bune.
Ultimately enough, the Cloudy Condos teams who lack damage very early on, beginning to put in their own tags. Everybody right now feeling the pressure of the leaderboard to try to get active, to try to pick up as many points as possible.
Tag game is the game momentan. Trebuie să ai taguri pentru Storm Surge, e perfect ce face, bro. Stai în zona acolo că n-am văzut. 2700 de like-uri, respect. Cine a apăsat butonul de like, sper să ia mâine o notă mare la școală.
Left to try to play this one out by himself right now. He is in 7th. Second highest placing NAE's team currently alive in the lobby. Cole and Scented lead with the points, but Scented has done enough to go ahead and perform while Acorn is just behind them.
And right now, this time around, a little bit of a switch up when it comes to that zone.
Tot pe 5 Zandi. Și vă uitați că top 5 la acest turneu. Top 5 la acest turneu în momentul de față. 4 sunt din Europa. Top 5 și 4 sunt din Europa. Atât de buni sunt europenii la Fortnite peste celelalte regiuni, bro. Și de subscribe.
Having such a fantastic day number 2, but that should be no surprise to anybody. Like I said, the history shows that they're a day 2 team.
I'm a bit concerned about this position here, though. This is very much reminiscent to the Game 7 positioning, where they took their time, played high ground. Yes, it's more textbook as they split up, but professional players are very much not willing to rotate through those open areas. Meanwhile, Commandment and Avery also hoping for the same, playing the high ground of the Rave Cave. You can see not a team in sight.
Este venit copil mic. Băi, e un băiat de vreo 14 ani. Trebuie să se 100% mai sunt de 14 ani, nu știu. Se pare că vârsta minimă e 13 ani pentru mai la Fortnite. Deci mai mic de 13 ani n-are cum. Iar ce vârstă aveți, chat? Hai să facem un... să vedem media de vârstă de pe acest live. El zice că e vreo 13. Scrieți vă vârsta pe chat să vedem. Facem o medie. Deci 9 plus 14, deci media 12, cu 16 media 15, cu 16 media 15 jumate, cu 17, mamă, 16 ani media, 13 se face 14 jumate, cu 14 se face 15 jumate, cu 15, 15 jumate, cu 15 scade un pic, cu 14, 14 jumate, 14 chiar azi, 14, 25, cu 12 se duce în 13 ani, 13 cu 15, media se face 14, 20, nu, într-adevăr, tu ai 20, că te cunosc, deci 14 cu... se duce la 17 ani media pe live momentan. 17 cu... stai așa, 17 cu 16 se face 16 jumate media oamenilor de pe live. Cu 12 se face 14 jumate. Cu 13 se face... nebune, gata, e vreo 13, nu, 14, nu, e cam 14 ani media, mă, literalmente 14 ani. Ați făcut buletinul, că trebuie să-mi schimb și buletinul îndată. Să-mi fac și o poză în sfârșit mai bună, că am ieșit, zici că eram bătut de soartă în poza de buletin.
Peterbot refuses to end this day in last place. He wants to fight for more points. Yesterday was a very, very tough showing for them. And now, what can they do? What can they earn? Jamper's gonna get hurt there, but he does close out in the end.
Malibuca pe aici trebuie să fie și Zandi, pe undeva pe aici.
And that ambush pays off.
Looter, Muzz, spotting out Vino, trying to put their own damage there from the distance. along with Queasy. For them, it's not too much to worry about. That is huge. That's a huge opportunity.
Anuntat, mi-l schimb și eu, Paulică. Doamne ajută, frate. Sper să ești frumos în poza de buletin. Mersi de subscribe, Cris. Golano, Silver, mersi de subscribe. Bă, vă zic... Chat, vă zic un secret, dar trebuie să promiteți pe chat că nu îl ziceți la nimeni. Trebuie să promiteți pe chat că nu vă ziceți la nimeni secretul pe care vi-l zic acum. Că văd că sunteți super pasionați de puncte în momentul de față. Ok, ok, bro. Promit. Ok, deci fiți atent. Văd că sunteți super pasionați de puncte în momentul de față. Așa că, dacă vreți, deci eu v-am zis că primești puncte gen când dai subscribe, știi? Dar tu te gândești, eu sunt abonat, n-am cum să dau subscribe, că ești deja abonat. Dar dacă te dezabonezi și după te abonezi la loc, iei punctele alea gratis și faci nu știu cât și ai o grămadă de puncte ca să dai sunete cu redeem. Ați înțeles? Practic te dezabonezi și te abonezi la loc și faci puncte. Moca. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Și ați văzut și voi cât de valoroase sunt punctele astea, că pui sunete pe live, deci v-a zis secret, dar nu mai ziceți la nimeni, ok? Rămâne doar între noi. Sper că ați înțeles. Exact.
Muzz and Looter have such an interesting history of how extremely respected they are, especially as it pertains to Muzz's mechanical skill and Looter's accuracy.
La ce vine 2 mă de la 2 metri. Nu e troll. Și dacă cumva nu vi se pun punctele, fără troll vă pun 50 de puncte la toți de pe live. Fără niciun mișto vă pun eu puncte dacă nu vi le pune chatbot-ul. Că trebuie să primești puncte când dai subscribe, 100%. Și dacă nu, vi le dau eu. Deci vi le dau eu manual, că pot să adaug puncte manual și vă adaug eu punctele manual dacă... Ce nume are asta? Nu cred că am citit fix acolo. Toa! Fix acolo m-am uitat, bro, cu ăla cu numele lui Increp. Freaking debil. Bă, dar ăștia ce... Nu mi-a dat nimic. Nu a dat, cred că e bug. Stai mă că dau prea mulți oameni odată, știi? Dar vi le dau eu manual, gen. Că pot să pun... Pardon, pot să pun puncte la toți oamenii, știi? Și pun eu niște puncte. Dau reset și vă pun la toți același număr de puncte. E pe 5 ani momentan. Dar are aceeași strategie în fiecare meci, vezi? Păi ce șotron și-a luat omul meu? Ce șotron și-a luat omul meu?
He was not having it at all.
He was even impressed by that shot.
He was shocked.
He was shook even right there.
You know, they say life comes at you fast, and that's one of those moments there.
It is though. It is. Can you believe we're already in game 9?
Eu nu am primit.
I feel like we're going in fast forward right now, and a lot of these teams.
Lasă, bro, că vă pun manual punctele, fără mișto. Vă dau la finalul meciului, vă dau 50 de puncte la toți de pe live, fără niciun mișto.
Suffering to storm surge. Trippin is actually going to go down. 23 below. Thomas, he's trying to do everything he can to find the damage.
What a huge engagement happening here. There's a lot of story unfolding.
Eu am 2000 de puncte. Iar-i dă, mă! Iar-i dă-i 5. Nu te... nu i-a dat, mă, nu i-a dat.
That happened before our eyes, and now Thomas HD gets the opportunity to honestly try to play for a clutch here, but it's not going to be easy as PHZin and Kitos have already said in their interview, all they are here to do is make Brazil proud, and there's no way they're going to let this one down, and they find Thomas HD.
Thomas HD, vreau să aud pe chat ceva pentru Thomas HD, ce avem pentru Thomas HD? DORMEO, noapte bună. Thomas HD, du-te la somnic, Thomas, că... Du-te la somnic, Thomas, du-te la somnic.
Pivotal moment right there, finding those tags, giving themselves worth.
Mamă.
Din județul Bacu Comuna Pirgarești, suntem 27 de bărbați la un TV alături de tine.
27 de bărbați la un TV alături de tine. Cum încăpeți, mă, 27 de bărbați solizi, masculi, alfa într-o singură cameră și vă uitați la un singur TV? Oricum vă respect, băieți, o seară mirobolantă vă doresc în comuna Pirgărești. Susține minte această comună. Vă pup.
Overall have been impressive game after game. Their consistency is absolutely insane. Their game plan honestly has proven to be one of the best.
Those set of elims that now puts them just around that
Mă simt ca Mbappé, a dat gol Mbappé mai devreme la meci. M-am uitat la 10 minute din meciul ăla, înainte să fac Grătărescu. Ei, și cum fac cu un jonglez. Mamă, cu un jonglez, Paulică, dai mă cu Grătărescu. Țac, pac, 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 pac. Ei, talentul meu. Prea bun, prea ca la țară.
20 seconds away and they're below the surge.
And you're seeing what happens when they don't take that off-spawn fight. Both Muzz and Looter are hunting for damage, and you're seeing Smite and Larson have to do the same, and it's causing them to use a lot of their resources to try to survive this. As you see Reek picking up 2, taking down threats and Alice. A team
27 de bărbați la un TV. Oameni buni, mă, sper că e un TV de la 4K giga să te uiți așa la live șmecher.
They will find some heals, and that is going to be a difference maker. Full med miss here, but they need tags. They need a couple more. Several players nearby, they all have to also commit. Yusri and Ju are going to be one of the few. Runa and Peppo.
Bă, hai să ne concentrăm la meci un pic, bă, că nu m-am citit niciodată.
They're hearing the shields crack. They're hearing the damage being dealt to Larson and Smite, so they know that they're suffering the surge, so they're in a good spot. They just need to play defensive and not let this team get any chances.
And it was crazy smart of them not to break the chrome builds in front of them. They know this team cannot edit, so they start to turn the focus to the other duo in the distance, but now a decision has to be made. There it is. They find a few tags and a down body that will count, and a little moment to breathe here.
M-am văzut deloc pe Zange sau pe Jor. Ei cred că acum vin, bro. Ei cred că acum se rotesc încă, că ei au obiceiul ăsta să stea foarte mult timp în zonă. Dar le merge bine, le merge prea bine cu strategia asta, bro. Numărul 1, băieții mei. Dai seama că acum o să fie oameni care o să le studieze strategia, că sunt cea mai consistent echipă.
So for them in the back of their minds, they might be trying to look, when can I get a refresh? Where can I get a refresh? Because sooner or later, that is going to be a must if they want to continue their consistency.
Might make sense for them to go ahead and look for another fight, but on the other side, King and Ed are still alive in another situation. They're really starting to heat up today. All of a sudden, finding their footing here in the competition.
Cum era melodia? Am lag la creier, văd după o perioadă. Trebuie să... Bro, mie nu-mi zice botul punctele. Păi se mai uită și la față, frate meu. Jofână eliminat, bro. Ce ai făcut, Jofână?
Suntem într-un bar închiriat de noi, toți
frumos, mă.
să vedem ce face campionul nostru.
Așa da, mă, așa da, frumos, au închiriat băieții un bar, beau și ei o ciocolată caldă. Se uită la un TV de la de 10 metri, respect băieți, vă pup, seara frumoasă, doamne ăștia. S-a dus, bro, Andrei Ursu, din păcate, meciul ăsta. N-a fost să fie, n-a fost să fie meciul ăsta, e ok. N-a fost să fie meciul ăsta. N-a fost să fie Ursu Carpatin, n-a fost să fie meciul ăsta. N-a fost să fie meciul ăsta, din păcate, chat. Mamă, ce rage a dat copilul ăla. De ce loc a ieșit? A ieșit aproximativ top 40? Mamă, top 50. Nu știu ce zic. Te mă uit la WWE sau UFC, da, bro, mă uit. M-am uitat la UFC. Am vrut să mă uit aseară și la finala, la semifinala de la CSGO. Chiar s-a terminat, mă, semifinala, finala la CSGO de azi, că era finala la major la CSGO în seara asta. S-a terminat? E GG?
King and Ed are still somewhere alive in this game, but KBR at 22 HP, you have to wonder he won't be making it too much further. How far can he push the envelope? Vino, Queasy, absolutely executing, putting in an exceptional performance.
Au câștigat Outsiders, du-te mă că au luat ăia major, nu cred. Wow! Major winner. Nu mă așteptam, sincer. S-a dus sus Carpatin, s-a dus vreo din păcate runda asta. Mai avem 3. Calm, chill. Chill, o să te surprindă ursul când te aștepți mai puțin. O să te surprindă când te aștepți mai puțin.
That's for sure as Lucy and Hydro have that high ground, trying to put damage onto the lobby, and Cold and Scented trying to cement their side of zone, picking up not one but 2 more eliminations to add to their total, add to their run. As Hen picking up and taking down Aqua altogether. That tag team coming out from him and Vortex, proven to be successful. As you can see where the leaderboard squeezes, as Thomas and Trippin went down early on. Cammy and Seti taking away that second place spot. And last game, we talked about it, the same thing, 21.5. They have closed that gap. Now they're only 13 points behind Vino and Queasy.
Tough spot to be in here. Like we said, KBR has to push the envelope. He is by himself. What exactly will he do
care situația lui Zan? E pe 5 momentan, dar au fost eliminat din runda aceasta, deci e posibil să scadă puțin, dar rămâne de văzut. Dacă rămâne top 10, oricum rămâne top 10, dar e foarte important să rămâne top 10, știi, și mai sunt 3 meciuri, ne descurcăm, bro, ne descurcăm. Ursul Carpatino să te surprindă când te aștepți mai puțin, o să vezi. E talentul lui, e hazul lui ăsta. Clix eliminat, te pup Clix. Mamă, Duke. Fiți atenți cum are rista băiatul ăsta, nu cred? Și mai are 3 splash-uri. Nu cred că, nu, moare în zonă, sprint, Avery, sprint, GG. GG, a încercat. Nice try.
Are still up top. They are so
Salut, David. Te pup, frate, la mulți ani.
Yep, check your watch because you know what time it is right now. 6 moving zone. This is where typically Queasy and Vino try to make a shot for it, and right now it does look like that one's going to come to fruition yet again. These guys know how to play the end game and take control, but Hydro and Belushi, one of few teams trying to fight for it as well. Macwood and Kanata rising to the side. They don't want to even contest it. They feel safe towards the low ground in that chaos where it's so many eliminations. Even Clown picking up 2.
Mai știi când am fost primul client la benzinăria 2M? Nu mai știu, bro, trebuie să mă uit la video dacă ești în video, înseamnă că e adevărat. Hen, câștigătorul fostului meci, câștigătorul meciului de dineauri. Mama, e și din top 5 de momentan. Queasy și Venom, bă, voi sunteți cu minți la cap, bă, nu pot să cred. Nu pot să cred că ăștia iară câștigă, mă. Bă, jur, am pus PAUL2M pe shop și am făcut win. Respect, frate, te pop down. La mulți ani.
It is not over until it's over. Hen was so far out of the competition, and now he finds himself fighting inside of the top 10 here for a spot at big money.
Hai Pink. Aș vrea să câștige Pink, bro. Pare un om super ok. Super de treabă așa. Aș vrea să câștige el meciul ăsta măcar. Dar e solo, săracul. Anas nu prea s-a mișcat, bro, Anas. Bine turneul ăsta. Mamă, Queasy și Venom nu sunt cu minți, bro, sunt incredibil de buni. Rich, Shotron. Mamă, și iau bully rău de tot. Ăștia din NA West, bro. Și iau bully rău de tot de la europeni.
2 more points, 6 total overall as Cloud and Repscar trying to meet that total. They get their 6 as well. 4 for Repscar. These guys are lighting up the leaderboard, but the team having free rotation after free rotation. Queasy and Vino pressuring the lobby from the high ground.
They're looking so good doing it as well. Lucy and Hydro trying to get out, and now swatted up.
Mamă, 5 euro de la Chidușcă. Sau Chidusică. Doamne, ăștia cu un win spectaculos acolo de la Ursul Carpatin. Vă pup, băieți, sănătate și virtute pentru cunoscători.
It's time there, 111 onto height. Savage demands respect, but Queasy said stop that. It shuts it all down.
Prea bun Queasy, prea bun. The best, bro, the best.
Taken away by Cammy and Seti. Better late than never. As
Queasy cred că moare Queasy.
everybody down, and they have that free rotation towards low ground if they want to take it.
This is excellent now. Cammy and Seti have a chance here to close the gap and take back first place. They started it off that way, and they want to remain, but Queasy is still here. Don't count him out. Another set
A scos maximul copilul, a scos maximul de acolo. A scos maximul oricum.
Cammy and Seti on height, and we also have Janice and Vidal.
A scos maximul de acolo copilul, bro.
Teams alive, 6 total players.
A scos maximul Queasy. Și e meciul lui Seti, 100% da, aia, Seti.
1v2 situation, NAEs, the world on Sentence shoulders, but Cammy and Seti going for their 3rd victory royale in the FNCS Invitational. This is how you cement a legacy. All they have to do is close out this game and Sentence trying to take control, trying to fight for the high ground, but it's not enough.
Ce trekking! What? Ați văzut ce trekking a avut, ce aim senzațional au copiii ăștia. Ce trekking bun, mă, ce trekking bun. Respect, am pus PAUL2M pe shop și am făcut 4 win-uri la rând. Te po, frate, respect, Timi. Bă, hai să vă pornesc sunetele. Hai că v-am pornit sunetele, puteți să dați redeem. Și mă uit acum. Mai vreți punctele alea gratis sau nu le vreți? Că dacă vreți, poate vă dau. Așa s-a întâmplat la baie prima dată.
Everything in their power to not let it slip through, because Monster, at this point in time, nobody at the top can afford a bad game.
That is true. They cannot. As the winners start to take to the stage, we will get to touch base with them one more time this weekend. Let's go ahead and send it on down to the floor to get the update.
Thank you very much, MDF and Jay. Give it up for Cammy and Seti, everyone! We've spoken so many times the last few days. We're almost approaching getting matching bracelets time. This is crazy. Congratulations. What a great way to head into the halftime. Another victory royale.
Like, we need to get more.
You need to get more!
Yeah.
This guy's confident. Looking at the last few games as well, you wanted to start this strongly. Said you've done exactly...
Dați băi like albăstrițil.
Bem o berenci.
În cinstea ta, Paul, și a lui Zandi, respectele noastre ca ne dai posibilitatea de a vedea meciurile.
Vă pup, băieți, sănătate, să vă fie de bine, să vă distrați acolo frumos. Doamna ăștia, cei 27 de bărbați musculoși alfa. Păi, mișto așa să... E cel mai mișto să te uiți așa cu tovară și la un eveniment ăsta. E mult mai mișto. Chiar mă gândesc pe viitor. Stați o secundă cu asta. Chiar mă gândesc pe viitor să fac cu mai multe persoane Viewparty, știi? Să fie mai multe persoane în același loc. Gen fizic, mai multe persoane cu mine și să comentăm următoarele meciuri. Mersi de idee, băieți. Vă pup.
Băi, libelulelor,
dați băi like.
Step away, recollect themselves before the last 3 games. Now for you all at home and of course here,
în chat găsești, bro, alarmele.
stick around, watch till the end of the broadcast for some FNCS news. Now, Taco, welcome back to the desk. We gotta talk about Seti and Cammy. I would just like to set the stage a little bit for the duo. These guys were stacked all game. They had borderline max materials. Look at
mai bine, bro, decât să mă torărească prea multe sunete din astea, mai bine fără. Mamă, ce bine se mișcă, bro, băiatul ăsta. E ultima zi, bro. Astăzi se stabilește câștigătorul FNCS-ului. Adică în seara asta aflăm. Da, mai sunt 3 meciuri.
Wasn't expecting them to get another one.
Ultimele 3 meciuri de la acest FNCS Invitational.
Characteristic, we've talked about it so many times that usually they are not a high ground team. They like to play towards that mid ground, just casually go throughout the game. But no, ending this game with 5.
Demonstrat științific că ți aduce noroc în viață.
But again, you know, just realizing that, hey, listen, we're on the international stage and people are making mistakes, and we have to go for the higher ground when we.
Unul pe cine nu mai ține minte, pe Liquid Vivid, băieți. Deci ăsta era pe vremea Summer Skirmish-ului, pe vremea primelor turnee de pe Fortnite, Winter Royale. De pe vremea Winter Royale-ului, ăsta cred că era considerat printre cei mai buni din lume, bro. Și mai era un Liquid Poach. Ăștia doi erau, mamă, ăsta a câștigat Summer Skirmish-ul, a semnat echipa Liquid, de atâta grămadă de bani, a fost numărul 1 în lume o perioadă. 2018-2019.
Starting to see if they can actually find somebody for resources, find a way to refresh themselves.
Și acum e comentator de Fortnite.
Full overtake there and they had enough. They only had 27.
A fost și la World Cup, corect.
But sometimes it's all it takes.
A fost la World Cup, că nu țin minte.
They were talking about confidence, right? Finding that opportunity, like you're saying, they were just like, hey, they ain't building on high ground. We have plenty of builds. Let's just rush them.
Te pup, Griffy, sper că nu te-ai spărat la grămadea din aur, bro.
Mini Miner, you are standing by here during this break period. What you got?
Thank you so much, Zeke. Now let's take a little look at our game number 9 winners,
Salut, King.
Cami and Seti. How did they manage to get into the position to win the game? Let's take a little look. As you can see, that is their drop spot, the Cami split, as they call it.
Cami
we can have a look
split.
at how they're getting their surge of spawn. It was something I talked about on the desk.
Yeah, cum fac ăștia storm surge shot.
They were having a few issues with their surge, going down in that first moving more often than not, and it was down to surge. But look at this. They have the balloons to give them that elevation in the center of the map, even staying back into the storm to take advantage of the fight that was going on. We saw Kanada, Macwood, Basil and Jace going head to head, and look at this. Cami and Seti just thought, you know what, that's free surge. We're going to take that for ourselves. And what's most beneficial about this position is, of course, you can wait late because you have the balloon to rotate in late. This was a risky rotation. I was watching this in the back and I was thinking, oh no, they could get beamed by so many of the teams that were pitched up inside of Tilted Towers. But look at this. Beautiful plays using the buildings to prevent them from getting seen. Not just seen, but also taken out. And that is ultimately what this team are doing. They're really adapting their play style to get that storm surge early on. And they're even staying back in the zone to get those tags and then rotating in perfectly. That's a little look at what Cami and Seti are doing. How are Thomas and Trippen thinking? Kelly, over to you.
Top 20 de ani, nu cred că a scăzut așa tare.
And I want to start talking about yesterday's games.
Bă, dar ce tare pun ăștia muzica, bro. De ce puneți muzica așa tare? What?
Finishes. What was the key to that success?
I don't know, we just played consistent, we had our search and we just
Abia aud și jucătorul cu muzica lor.
So, obviously game 9 not the best. Was surge the issue for you guys there?
Yeah, we didn't get a really good spot, and we couldn't see a lot of players, so we just had a really bad game and we didn't get enough surge.
Well, obviously you guys have 3 more games to go here and you have a little bit of a break. What's going to be the preparation for the second half of the day?
We were just too slow off spawn, like, to get out, and that's just it.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you guys are going for consistency. Eliminations, though, don't seem to be a focus for you guys. Why is that?
I don't see a reason to go for dumb kills, so
PAUL2M PE SHOP
we just play our game and try to get placement.
I mean, obviously it's working out for you guys. Even with a rough game 9, you are still in 4th place, so still doing a great job. Thank you guys for joining me here. And we're going to be head on back to the desk.
I haven't watched a fantastic interview there, and of course the raw emotions from the players. We have a very special guest joining us here on the desk during a little bit of a break here. It's none other than Somerset. Welcome.
Thank you.
How are you enjoying things?
It's been great. It's just so surreal to see everybody just here together and watching people competing. It's been awesome.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very different atmosphere, right? Like when people are getting eliminations left and right, you're just hearing the fans go crazy.
Absolutely.
Have you heard the Brazilian corner of the venue right up here? They're right up here. Anytime you see Quitos,
I have actually. I'm all the way on the other side, and I can hear them all screaming. I love the support. It's great.
You can still you love
Okay,
to see it.
vorbește
Let's take a look
frumos.
at the leaderboard here. We'd love to kind of pick your brain. Somerset,
Da,
you're
mă,
one of the
de asta
best
ziceați, mă,
to
care
do it.
unghiile
I mean,
făcute,
one
lol.
of the toppest tier competitive players.
Acum văd.
Don't act like we don't
Am
watch
văzut
this.
și
We
ieri
all
lumea.
know. I want to kind of just get your thoughts here. When we look at this...
Pe 8 Zandi. Bă, bine. Ia să vedem dacă zici ceva de Zandi. Bine că, uitați-vă, între el și locul 5 e diferență de câteva puncte. Nu e asta problema.
For me personally, I've been watching Queasy a lot recently. They've been absolutely dominating. But also I have a couple of friends on the board, like Trippern and Thomas HD. I really want them to do well. And they're all such good players, and there's always something that makes them stand out. So every game, it's just a surprise to see how they play and how they play against one another after they've been doing it for years.
Yeah. How do you keep yourself focused, especially like in a situation like this?
I mean, At this point, you just have to know that when you're in the game, you're in it to win it, and you have to be so focused on the right things, because whether you're an IGL or you're a fragger, there's always a role you're needing to play, and being able to communicate with your teammate properly is so important.
Nu mă uit la Summer, se joacă bine fata asta, că văd că vorbește frumos de competitiv, adică pare să știe despre ce vorbește.
Entire game, because it takes a lot. There's so many different steps.
Yeah, what all goes into that?
Mamă,
Because I
ce
know, like, I've
tracking
watched a
are
lot
și
of
ăsta,
you
mă.
in recent tournaments.
Deci e extrem de important aim-ul. Vedem aici, băieți. Trebuie să lucrați la aim dacă vreți să fiți buni.
You have to be mindful of when you play that role.
Joacă bine?
I'm personally a fragger, but I'm always having to make sure I'm calming everything properly, being as quick as I can, constantly staying close with my teammate. Because if you fall back, you can easily just mess up the whole thing.
Yeah, 100%. I know recently, Taco, you got to cap.
Da, e cea mai bună femeie. Nu știam că e cea mai bună. Te bate la 0.
And of course, Somerset now being here.
I mean, I think
Salut, Bogdanel. Nu știu că nu mai dau bro pe Stumble Guys. Uite pe Gerian! Geriane! Băi, eu știu pe Gerian ăsta de când avea 1000 de abonați, mă, deci... A făcut el un video odată despre o hartă ceva și mă uitam și îl știu de atunci când avea 1000 de abonați.
I'm just like, stay humble, you know? Like
Yeah. Of course. How do you feel about like seeing all the fans here in person? They're all running around. They're losing their minds. Like, are they just running up to you like, "Oh, Somerset, I know you. What's up?"
I've actually, it's so surreal because I'm trying to like walk 10 feet and I've got all these people like, can I take a picture? And I'm like, hi. Like, it's like I'm the one that's more excited than you know what I mean? Like, it's a completely opposite experience.
Da, e mișto să duci la o... Mă gândeam și eu să mă duc la Bucharest Gaming Week să mă întâlnesc cu Rafael și fac o poză cu el. Care ați fost până la Gaming Week ăsta și ați făcut o poză cu The Legend? Cine ați mai făcut poze? Cine a mai fost? Vreau și eu să fac o poză cu Rafa.
You're standing by. What you got?
Făceam un vlog, ceva, o nebunie de pe acolo.
Joe and Zandy, the current 8th place team right now in top 10. You got to be feeling good.
Yeah. Feeling okay. The last games, couple of games, I haven't got the best. Just need to play good in the next 3.
So what exactly happened and what do you plan to change to make it a better second half of the day?
E mai mare că...
We're gonna start double-looking everyone.
Oh,
I mean, it seems even when you guys go down a little bit early, you're still able to grab those elims. So what is the part that you're able to do so well there?
All we can do is just get kills. Like,
se oprește de la ei sunet.
Just gotta keep running across the map.
So obviously there's a lot of people watching, hopefully being able to learn from you guys, wanting to be pros like you guys. When you do have these far polling zones, what is something that could be a good piece of advice for these people watching?
You just need to make sure that you have enough stage to survive and then go to dead side and farm your meds.
Dead side rotation always works, or it works sometimes. Guys, thank you so much for joining me here, Joe and Zandy, and can't wait to see how you do in the second half of the game. But guys, it looks like it's time to head back to the desk.
Dale.
You loved it.
Dă-le fake info, dă-le fake info, dă-le fake info. Care ați făcut, mă? Ziceți acum, care ați făcut poză cu The Legend? Rafael. Dacă pun o poză cu Rafael pe Instagram, bubuie.
Oh, it is so good to
cine îl știe pe masculul ăsta?
I don't know if you can hear it, but the venue is actually...
Haide, ursul, te pup, Riz. Eu.
Riz a donat €1. Haide, ursul.
Hai, ursul.
And there was people dressed up as Peelies. There was people with signs. Like, that is the best part. I love it.
That is so awesome. Nick, welcome. We hope you are having a great watch party with the A team, the A squad, all of the homies out there. How are you enjoying the competition so far? What's standing out to you?
So I love it. I mean, I tweeted about this, but like the walkouts were epic, and the commentary from Monster and everyone was just phenomenal. It was on point. It was crisp. The quick stats are so cool. They add such another element, and I think the spectator client has improved so much. I mean, there's no lag. You can see everything in real time. Phenomenal. Production quality is great. Zeke, you're looking good, and you're killing it too. You guys got some nice setups. Like, I just want to say. And, you know, it's been interesting to watch a lot of these top players like Cammy and Seti, Queasy and Veno. And, you know, I'm really for Savage. There's so many. It's like you just can't. I don't know who to root for now.
That's right. Yeah, we just had Somerset on, and we kind of got her like thoughts and insights. I wanted to pick your brain as well. Watching some of these players, especially when you've competed in a number of these tournaments as well.
O să le zic, nu-mi da drumul, ia-mă de pili.
Like,
asta le zic, jur, dacă mi-aș un interviu.
But when you're a player, your vision is a lot smaller.
Yeah, oh, and I'm like, I get really nervous too, but I'd say the way to get not nervous is to practice. When you're practicing, you become more confident. When you're confident, you're thinking right, and you can actually like make those calls. I was really impressed with like Cammy and SETI because they popped off early in day one, and they're still showing up. I also was very impressed with Queasy and Veno. Like, they're so calm, completely opposite of me when I'm in that situation. Like, they're always on height, they're always finding it. And actually, Game 7, I want to, like, call out that. Like, they did a fantastic job when they dropped down. So I think it was Veno who dropped down first, and Queasy was waiting, looking from above. And the duo on the bottom drew their attention to Veno, and then Queasy comes in from behind. He stalled a bit after Veno drew their attention. It's just such great teamwork. And, like, this is what it's all about, Zeke. Like, you're seeing the top level plays like that you don't see in like public matches, so it makes it so fun for hopefully everyone watching, and you know, it's just great. I love it.
Thank you so much, Nick. We love hearing from you, and of course that insight next level. We hope you have a continued awesome watch party. We'll catch up with you a little bit later on.
Nu-mi dă drumul, ia mă de pili.
Guys, so much. We check in with our casters, Monster Deep Face,
Nu știu care e continuarea.
PR, what you got?
You know what? I like Nick Ace so much. I might actually just take his jacket for you, Nick. I got you. I'm gonna take Zeke's jacket. We're gonna split it in half, though.
Hai sus! Bă, ce-mi place asta cu Deluța, e preferata mea.
Hai Deluța de Mari.
Right? We agree on this one?
Absolutely insane. And what they went through at the start of the day, we were surprised they even stayed alive as long as they did. And that was absolutely important because them staying alive throughout all that chaos is the reason why they are still in. And that is just amazing on a stage this big.
Yeah, if there's been a team to stand out, it's moments like this, especially with Game 1, when they can just pull out those clutch points against all odds. But we have so much unfolding here. This is what I love so much about the FNCS Invitational stage. We get to get an update on a special guest for you guys.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you very much, Monster and Jake. I'm joined by the almighty Vanessa!
Ce-au făcut mă ăștia?
Welcome to the wonderful audience here.
Mamă, li s-a blocat live-ul.
Time been here so far.
It's been absolutely incredible. After seeing
Cine e
World Cup
fata
all
asta?
those years ago, I've always wanted to go to a LAN, and I'm way into Fortnite more now than I have been, so it's really insane to see all this in person.
It really is. I mean, you guys are fantastic. Yeah, amazing. I mean, obviously, you play competitively as well. What has it been like for you seeing all the top 200 of the top players from around the world here to compete? It's been incredible.
It's been insane. I'm trying to steal some of their strats. They keep doing little things. I'm like, yeah, let me keep that in mind.
Also, I mean, community-wise as well. Obviously, World Cup, now here at Invitational a few years later. How great has this been for everyone watching at home and for these audiences as well?
I can only imagine how good the broadcast looks just on a laptop or a phone or on a PC because it's incredible in person. Everyone backstage has been really nice. All the media looks great. Production's just fantastic so far.
Bă, știți cum îi zicea bunic meu? La cercel ăla în nas? Belciug. Nici ți-ai pus belciug în nas.
It's kind of an open race. I mean, there's still 3 games left, but with Bino and Queasy close with Cammy and SETI, that's like honestly what everyone's looking out for right now is who comes out on top.
Yeah, who will be on top of EU or a dark horse will come through? You never know. There's 3 games to play. One more time, give it up for Vanessa, everyone! Let's head back to Zeke and the gang.
Hai, frumușică.
Thank you so much, Adam. And look, we just talked about Somerset, paired up with Vanessa. There was Vanessa, way over there. I don't know how we pulled this off. It is absolutely crazy. Now, we've had a couple moments throughout both of the 2 days of competition to do a little bit of a listen-in, right? To catch these raw moments from the player in those high-intensity elimination moments, or even just like, what are we going to do next? Let's take a listen.
High-intensity moments, pardon.
Okay, we can use that, maybe. I got 2 god chests and like I got nothing, bro. I'm broke here. I got 3 god chests, bro.
Stai mă că ei au microfonul lor cumva, știi, recepționează și sunet de ăsta din arenă, știi? Înțelegeți? Trebuie să fie pe push to talk, probabil.
He's coming toward us and he stopped.
What if it's a solo, maybe? Wait, kid coming in behind?
They're fighting in here, I think.
Face.
Got it.
Nice, bro.
Oh, Yendi.
Nice. It's decent. 5 kills. Not bad.
Yeah, drop it.
A vorbit ca un profesionist, Andy, normal. Decent. 5 kills.
Nice!
Nu mă știu, zis 9 amândoi în sincron. Se vede că e profesionist, Andy. Dacă eram eu, ziceam, bă, slabule, bă, atâta. Abia 5 kill-uri, slabănogule, easy. Mai învață.
115 height, 115 height. I'm coming down though. That don't me. I got buddy.
Diferența între pro player și content creator. Nu trebuie să fii toxic, trebuie să-ți încurajezi partenerul.
Băi, libelulelor, dați, băi, like, albăstriți-l.
We hope you enjoyed that. Now guess what? We got a really special interview from Adam, who is on the stage.
Adam
this
Savage.
Is Around the World.
It certainly is. Thank you very much. We have two phenomenal players here on the stage. Please, big round of applause for Pars and Jace. All right, guys. Good to see you. Obviously, what a fantastic experience it's been, Pars. Representing LA West here. What has it been like being here in North Carolina with these beautiful people here?
Dar e o pauză, cred că le duce să se ducă și ei să mănânce ceva. E o mică pauză la player. Dar e cam gata. Ar trebui să înceapă imediat. Dă-ți ce face Mongrel. Mongrel ce face? Mongrel, ok. Tifiu, Tofu. Tofu, se uită și Tofu. Mamă, Tofu, ce porcomente. Nick Extraty.
Yeah, no, it's been cool. It's a new experience because I've never been at LAN before, but yeah, it's been fun.
Custom Air Force One.
Just experience for more LANs in the future, hopefully, and hopefully next time can win and not come last. But yeah.
Don't be such a pessimist. Always have hope. One more time, give it up for Pars and Jace.
Ia să-l vedem pe Mongrel. Dacă dă win, mă tunchel. Peste un an.
Bro, apasă pe like să vezi ce se întâmplă. Haha, hai bro, te pup.
Kill. Mamă, nu și-a luat deloc full damage de acolo, really? Nu cred. Nu cred. Nu!
Like fucking hell!
Mor aici, bro.
Hitting that autopilot region. And what I mean by that is you don't want to start thinking about, oh, well, this is what it looks like to be first place. You start thinking about yourself having already won. Cammy and Seti, Queasy and Vino, these two are just duking it out nonstop back and forth between who's actually going to stay in that first place position. And I want to see the bottom as well. Those teams, I don't want them to check out necessarily because there are still 3 games. There is still a substantial amount of prize pool money up for grabs and some pretty significant jumps if you can get just 1, 2, 3 more placements.
Yeah, I think that's kind of my key takeaway as well when we watch things like the FNCS for their respective regions. It's not over until game 12. Anything can and anything will happen, right? So for all of you here in the venue, for all you watching at home, if you have a favorite duo that maybe isn't where you want them to be, continue to cheer them on, right? Until that last game, anything can happen. They can find that refresh. They can make it into that top 5 and get the victory royale. Anything can happen. You can see these players are zeroed in. They're focused, vivid.
Pe chatul lor de la Fortnite.
On. You've been in situations like this.
Oh gosh.
What is going through these guys' mind? Do you think some of them are maybe racing? Are some of them trying to calm that storm? Are some of them just like, yo, I'm the best, let's keep that going?
Ce părere aveți cea de scaunele astea Secret Lab de la Fortnite? Oare cât e unul? Stați să văd cât costă un scaun de asta de la Secret Lab cu Fortnite. Are cineva merită? Secret Lab Fortnite Chair. Ce preț are? Mamă. Esports Team, Vitality, Special Editions, aici trebuie să fie. Fortnite Battle Pass, mamă, e 670 de euro. Official License Product. Deci modelul are 1.80, 79 de kg. Champion. Bă, stați mă că voi nu vedeți, scuze, what, lol. Stai că voi nu vedeți, mă. Scaunul ăsta de la Fortnite, știi, cu Secret Lab. E 670 de euro scaunul ăsta. Cu Battle Pass Edition. Părere? Ați dat 670 de euro pe scaunul ăsta? $33 de bastărci. Nu da, niciodată. Nu da. Nu știu ce zic, n-arată rău. Da, nici eu n-aș da, parcă sunt chestii mai bune, la bani mai puțini. Dorm pe el. No, sunt chestii mai bune la bani mai puțini.
Through those 6 matches, go home, sit through more VOD review, and you're still staying mentally honed in. That's not an easy accomplishment by any means for all of these duos that are here competing. And I also want to just try and keep an eye out in that top 10 specifically, because we talked about Cold and Senna kind of making their way up in the leaderboards, but there has been a whole lot of shakeups as far as 4th through 9th are concerned in the placements.
That's right. I mean, here the tension is real. Raleigh, North Carolina here, the Raleigh Convention Center. I know y'all have been able to hear this crowd go absolutely insane. We've had... Hai să dăm pe toți live-ul de la Fortnite să spamăm, nu, că ne dau ăștia timeout. Și na, trebuie să fim civilizați, bro, nu... E bine să fim civilizați, cel mai bine. Just tell, man, anytime we take a look at these faces, they're just thinking like, okay, look, whatever happened doesn't matter.
Aproape tu azi GeoPro Super Light. Da, bro, dar e un mouse foarte bun, să știi.
Yeah, and some of them don't even really care for the break even, right? Like, I know that we had that interview with Cammy and Seti right before, or right after.
Ce mouse ne recomand la 500 de lei? Super Light.
And Cammy was just like, or Adam asked Cammy,
Mamă, uite, ăștia sunt îmbrăcați în pili, bro.
He was like, I'm just gonna wait for the next game, like, right?
Ăștia chiar sunt îmbrăcați în pili.
That break isn't even phasing them at all. And then Seti's been loving it, right? He's got a big smile on his face all the time, feeling confident.
What I want to see is what the momentum shift is going to be for having this break period, though, because it's not necessarily that the players are going to...
Scaun recomand până 500 de euro. Ia-ți un ergonomic.
I'm sure just from the energy in this crowd alone, looking out into that audience as a player, it's got to be an invigorating feeling. But as far as that catalyst aspect, because something to kind of highlight from earlier in the day, for our first game with Game 7, there was a moment with Trippern and Thomas HD where Trippern literally challenged a box fight in a 1v2 situation.
De pufuleță la mic, pe chineză.
Actually forces out On1 and Baka while picking up an elim in the process, and from that moment on, we kind of just saw Thomas HD and Trippern just really make a strong move up in the leaderboard positions because of the fact.
Eu am Super Light de o săptămână, recomand. Și la ce preț ai prins, bro, Super Light acum o săptămână? Acum e vreo 450 de lei era. L-am văzut noi aseară pe Altex că ne uitam, dar nu știu dacă 450, bun. Că l-ai prins, da, uite, încă e disponibil la 450 de roni. Suntem toți de pe live PAUL2M PE SHOP? Nu, bro. trebuie să nu ducem să ne facem reclamă pe la alți oameni, că nu e ok, știi, poate se supără. Poate îmi șterg ăștia codul. Când zic că mi-am pus comunitatea să spameze pe... Pare că ascult Candy. Am avut un prieten de meu ascult Candy și a fost mulțumit. E pe 8 ursul Carpatin. N-aveți școală, mă, mâine? Cine are școală mâine? 1 pe chat, 2 pe chat, 5 pe chat, 3 pe chat, cine are PAUL2M pe shop?
You never know, because we've already seen duos such as
3000 de like. Mama, 3000 de like-uri. Am zis pe la mouse-ul și m-a interesat, e bun mouse-ul. Da, 2021, dar vezi că e mare. Dacă ai palma mare sau laba mare dacă ești urs, e bun. Dacă ai o mânuță micuță și finuță, un G Pro.
Ever since he hit the competitive scene, he was always known as just a guy that could do one thing.
Au avut Skull Candy și s-au dus într-o lună. Guinea on. Am varicela și nu merg la școală W. Mama, țin minte, eu când am avut Oreion, bă, și am stat acasă vreo 3 săptămâni odată, mă, când eram în clasa 10-a. 2-3 săptămâni am stat, m-am uitat la CSGO, deci m-am plictisit acasă, m-am uitat la tot ce se putea.
The next game, and shout out to NICK-A30, right? I'm supposed to be the analyst, and he was the one breaking down one of their plays. It's actually one of their their highlight plays that they do all the time. They do this thing where one of them drops down on one side, and then the other comes right down on the other side. And NICK-A30 spotted that. So shout out to him for having that analytical mind, having the game knowledge. But Cammy and SETI talk about game knowledge, being well aware of their surroundings at all points during the game. So much so that we have seen them take high ground twice now, when that has never been done before by this duo.
No, but they understand fully that when it comes to
Baftă la bac mie, te descurci, ești băiat deștept.
and like the FNCS Invitational, you're going to have to be flexible, and that is exactly what they have managed to deliver time and time again. The fact again that they have a third
Da, apar monitoare de 240 de Hz, băieți.
speaks volumes, and again, I think that as far as Cammy and SETI, they're also keeping in mind we might have 3 Victor Royales, but at the same time, we're still not in first place. That as well, I think, is an incredible metric to gauge things by for just how in control Queasy and Vino just have been throughout each of these rounds.
Yeah, that's right, you guys.
Bă, da, a zis Andy că e un anunț important la finalul turneului, o să fie un anunț important. Oare ce anunț? Are cineva idee? Și că au zis că la final o să fie un anunț incredibil.
In these moments, as a player on that huge stage in front of this incredible crowd, to stay calm, stay confident, and stay effective in your plan. We've seen so many teams switch things up on day one.
De când timp sunt abonat de 2 ani.
In day 2, we've seen teams that are sort of thinking about, you know what, let's just stick to our guns, let's just stick to what
Ceva
we
de
know,
mai competitiv.
and let's try and see if it works.
Poate urmează
right?
World Cup, bro, poate se anunță World Cup-ul. Vă dați seama dacă se anunță World Cup-ul? Mama, dacă se anunță World Cup-ul.
Strong when they are in that position, and I think they could take it all. You know, these are one of those teams that if they are getting those end games, if they're getting their consistency.
Când se termină domnul Rage, uite că deja cred că au intrat în meci. Începem acum și noi.
The high ground, but that is of course very relevant and very reliant, if you like, on.
Pentru mâna ta cum este Superlight-ul mic.
Back here,
foarte mic.
I can't wait to see what's happening next.
Thank you so much
Poți să faci
for
testul
that
ăsta.
insight, Mini Minor. Once again, we've just had a little bit of a break, so if you're just tuning in, you're wondering what's going on. We've played 3 matches. We gave the players a moment to breathe. We had them step away, collect themselves, and now they are back. We will be getting into games in just a little bit. I want to turn attention to the standings. Queasy Vino have maintained this lead almost all day, but Cammy, SETI, they are right there, man. They are
Am urdat cu laptop de 400 de Hz.
waiting.
Adică nu știu, bă, stai, că parcă ziceau ăștia ceva de un laptop, ceva cu mulți hertz, dar nu știu dacă nu-mi dau seama dacă trolezi sau nu.
24 am văzut.
As
well as they could be.
Exactly, but I love the fact that you mentioned that, you know, Cammy said you quote-unquote are sick of the high
Mama,
ground.
146 de puncte, mă, Gifi, what?
Was kind of sick of the high ground, even actually so
Unde-i
much
atât de
so
multe
that they
puncte, what?
love playing the low ground. It's cold and scented, and they were just
Ai stat așa mult pe
running through
live?
the lobby throughout the low ground.
Dar de fapt ai stat, că ți-am făcut, știu că e sigur de măcar 2 ore pe live, deci ai făcut 2 ore, ai 120 de puncte minim, da. Și că nu te-ai mai văzut, deci fără asta ai toate punctele de azi.
You can really see this duo's chemistry come to light whenever they're playing through these first and second moving zones. And I think more specifically,
Cine mondialul la fotbal? Franța.
has really been surprising a lot of these other duos, just taking such aggressive instances that I don't think you would naturally expect those challenges right away, but it just doesn't seem as though Cold or Scented are willing to miss today.
And the team are
Da, mă, 5
always,
puncte la
this is
5
one
minute,
of the
parcă
things
așa
that I
era.
am most impressed by when I watched these two guys play on NA East. You can see in almost every single highlight, pay attention, they are always doing the exact.
Mersi de subscribe, Ardelul este iute. Mamă, ce nume original are băiatul meu. Ardelul este iute.
Shotgun shot off at the same exact time collectively. So it's like two people just firing that shot at the same exact time every single time.
Da,
Whether
de
it's
240 de Hz
whether it's
monitoarele.
piece control, anything.
Vedeți că unele au RGB-ul pornit? Eu nu știu, bă, am RGB-ul pornit oare la al meu? Puteți să vedeți? Nu puteți, cum să dau să vedem dacă... E prea lene, să mă ridic.
As long as we can remember, right? Cammy, Seti. Some people come together for the first time in this competition. For this duo in particular, they, to your point, are basically...
Sau unii să aibă de 240 de... Na.
And Vino, it's like, oh, I don't know, I gotta go take high ground. Vino, go down there and deal with it. For this duo, they're like, hey, we need to accomplish a goal.
Yeah.
Let's just go put our heads together and take that together.
And it works so well, especially when they get.
Și cum adică stau de la început pe live și am doar nu stai de la început. Dacă erai de la începutul live-ului, aveai literalmente 60, 120, 180, aveai 210 puncte dacă stai de la începutul live-ului.
Championship title, and you know right now I think he's like 54 points behind, definitely within striking distance. That's like one game if.
Ce le comanzi, laptop de gaming sau PC de gaming? Bă, PC de gaming. Dar asta depinde și de tine, că dacă te duci la cămin sau nu stai acasă, laptop de gaming. Nu, bineînțeles, depinde de circumstanțele tale. Vreau bani. Poftim moderator, frate, gata, ți-am dat moderator, te pup.
First championship title
for
an event and to accomplish it here at the FNCS Invitational.
În stare elastice din alea în gură, mă știți?
In quite some time for Fortnite. It's just absolutely insane, and I can understand why these players are just so excited to continue the competition, to keep trying.
Aș mânca ceva și eu... Cred că am banane în frigider. Aș mânca niște sarmale cu smântână și mămăliguță. Maguire, aș mânca niște sarmale, mă. Niște sarmale cu mămăliguță și smântână. Sau un grătăresc, acum ar merge un grătăresc. De shawarma. N-ai de unde să comanzi bro în Suceava la shawarma la ora asta. E închis tot, e GG, e... N-ai, literalmente, da. Uite, hai să
game number, let me do a little bit.
Unde aș putea să comand ceva de mâncare în Suceava la momentul acesta?
Right? They were kind of tired of seeing Queasy and Vino up on the high ground, and they themselves were actually up there, so much so that they had it going into the moving zones, right? And then they lost it to Queasy and Vino. Who would have thought? But then they went for it again later on. So
literalmente totul este închis, totul se deschide mâine la 9. Sau 10, sau 8. Nimic. Aveți voi de undeva? Poate comandați voi care sunteți de prin Iași, de prin București și mi-ați trimiteți, știi?
The Invitational alone, but it's like, you know, a minute later, they're just back on that high ground. So I feel like that strategy where you kind of just let somebody take high ground and you're like, all right, whatever, let me reset, let me go get a more advantageous position, and then just take it right back. That's something that Queasy and Vino love to do.
Hai mă, deschideți odată că nu mai rezist psihic.
Lucy were the ones that put it out that game.
Uite, el are mousepad cu mâncare, ce să ia, covrigi?
High ground level suppressed away from Queasy and Vino. It's
locul 8,
just
Joandi.
another kind of instance where
Joandi, mamă ce bună e asta, Joandi. Nu Zandi și Joandi. Perfect, combinația perfectă, Joandi. Mamă, cum am zis-o.
Games 8 and 9, but heading into game number 10, whenever we do get to that instance after the players get their nice little break, have to keep in mind these are the players that I really wanted to kind of keep an eye out for the 11th through 20th, because I think Clix and Duke, we've been seeing a lot of action coming out from that Fort Jonesy section. Pink and Nas especially. I mean, these are all names that we have been watching over the past couple of years just making themselves known.
Yeah, and I really quickly wanted to turn attention to Thomas HG and Tripperin. We've watched the top three be unmoving to kind of start the day, right? Queasy, Dino, right? Thomas HG, Tripperin, and now for the first time, Cold and Scented have actually dethroned Thomas HG and Tripperin. And now we still have 3 games. Anything can still happen, right?
Bă, dar nu mai încep ăștia odată, mă.
We were in top 3 to Cold and Scented. What are we hoping to see from this duo, right? Because they got the passion, they got the fire. That's why they're in your top 5.
Poate au vreo problemă tehnică, mă. Poate au vreo problemă tehnică sau s-a strigat cineva la burtică.
It was like 3 points, 4 points.
Exactly. So we consider.
Da, numai că faza e, voi vă dați seama că știi că se răcesc jucătorii, cum se cheamă? Îți dai seama, na, dacă te joci acum un meci de Fortnite și te mai joci unul peste 45 de minute. Îți dai seama că nu mai joci așa de bine, că nu mai ești așa de încălzit, că aimul nu mai e așa de smooth, că... Na, ce poți să faci? E nașpa. Jason. Arată tot timpul. Bă, zici că e Joker, mă, acum cu buze de-astea așa subțiri, zici că e Joker. Iar sta bine un rol de ăsta de Joker.
Băi, libelulelor!
Fragging potential has really been highlighted throughout these.
Oh, Bugadorf, 2 Meister. Nimic, încă n-a făcut nimic Buga. O să-l iau în 2 mă, bro, dacă nu. Să-l antrenez eu un pic.
He went back to back, which...
Bufane, ce faci, grasule?
He's been relatively quiet, especially given everything that happened throughout the entirety of the last season, funneling into the FNCS Invitational, but here today, he just seems like he's alive again.
Yeah, for a lot of these duos, they're kind of thinking that, right? Last opportunity, 3 games. Let's just play with an open heart. Let's see what can be done.
For sure.
It is almost that time, so very quickly, don't forget, watch all the way to the end of the show for some FNCS news. For Vanessa, Somerset, Nick, A30. We really appreciate y'all coming, hanging out with us, and giving us your insight. We're gonna check in with MDF and Jacob really quickly.
Urmează niște chestii interesante, băieți.
Community coming together. I saw Bucky sending me some messages like, "Hey, get me on broadcast." I'm like, "Can I trust you, Bucky?"
Everybody.
But
everybody's seeing the biggest stage, and they want to go ahead and take part of that biggest stage. But that's exactly what the atmosphere is like. Even everybody in the crowd knows this is one of the biggest moments in some of these players' careers, and it says a lot.
The way I see it is you should have gotten a flight and came out here and hung out and enjoyed this atmosphere.
Următorul event mă duc și eu, dacă e în Europa, următorul event mă duc și eu și fac vloguri de acolo și fac live direct de acolo.
Give huge credits and shout outs to you. Let's just think about how well Europe is playing as a whole. One of the questions I think the community was asking was, why is it that they have been so good? It's the practice. It's all the practice they put in over the last year. It's no surprise that European scrims have just been at an all-time high. And you have to shout out the Noble scrims, of course, for putting on these games for them, because it is showing off that they are doing very well now.
Yeah, practice makes perfect. And one of the always things that I've said throughout my career in general is you got to do twice the work to stay on top than you did to even get there in the first place, because there's...
Unde sunt, în ce țară? Sunt în America. Era ursul carpatin acolo că n-am văzut. Mamă, ce mouse e ăsta, mă, așa cu hexagoanele alea? Ce mouse e ăla? Știe cineva? Că arăta interesant. Trebuie să cum îl cheamă. Dacă știe cineva cum îl cheamă pe jucătorul ăla, știi, căutăm pe internet ce setări are și arată acolo și mouse-ul. Ce tu spamează puncte? Pentru că vor să vadă câte puncte au. Easy peasy lemon squeeze, știi ce zic? Arată un nume vechi de-al meu, de ce? Nu știu, puiul meu. Vorbește cu Streamlabs.
Yeah, and you can even see like that practice that you're
Hai că se începe în sfârșit. Doamne ajută, în sfârșit se începe, bro.
That's when you can really count on them to really try to go ahead and take some of that height, but we can count on the Des to go ahead and hold us down with more.
Vă dați seama cum ar fi să se termine bateria fix. Să-ți se termine bateria fix când ești pe endgame acolo la un torneu de asta, să n-ai nici cablu să de încărcare sau ceva. E mouse de la Rocat?
Games of the FNCS Invitational.
În sfârșit începe, băieți.
Here has been electric. They've been cheering on the fans.
Malibuca are snacks ceva acolo de mâncat.
There they are. They're awake. They're focused, just as focused as some of these players are. Vivid, I wanted to kind of ask you a quick question here about aggression.
Okay.
We're seeing these players, they think the answer to
Măcar să-l
winning,
arate
the
câțiva ani
answer
despre
to
ceva
solving
interesant.
many of our problems.
Nu știu, mă, de ce. Poate au vreo problemă tehnică sau nu știu. Că uite, jucătorii îs. Dar n-arată, nu văd acolo în dreapta cam câte secunde ar mai fi.
Slow things down for the last 3 games.
You know, I tried to remove bias as the best I can.
Oh, ce tastatură are băiatul meu.
And this right here, this answer is going to be biased because I was like, like I'll straight up tell you.
Le arată tastaturile acum, uite Apex Pro. Oh, ce face băiatul meu, ați văzut?
Ever have been the answer. I personally would just be maybe looking at the positions that I'm setting up on.
Înțeleg, dacă toți jucătorii numai stau degeaba, se plimbă, prin lobby, nu fac nimic, de ce nu dau o dată drumul?
Up here, what other positions around can I go set up in, or maybe I can go get some like, you know, sneaky little beam on somebody that is rotating one of these crazy other rotations.
Ce vorbește frate meu, că nu înțeleg.
But at the topic's aggression, one thing that I love to see is that we have
Copenhagen Flames, asta e echipa de pe CSGO.
Științific că ți aduce noroc în viață.
Sunt bunicii ăștia pe CSGO, erau cel puțin înainte.
how aggressive they want to be. They've been looking for that challenge up against Muslim Looter all day yesterday specifically, and now here today even. I think that we've still been seeing some instances.
Jucam ceva în timpul ăsta, că știam că e așa lungă pauza, bro. Jucam, ne uitam, nu știu, la...
Gotta be careful to not necessarily...
Faceam un puiuț de somn. Mă duceam și îmi cumpăram ceva de mâncare.
Their aim has looked pretty strong, and when you're on point, it kind of makes sense if you want to go all in.
Mă pun în pași și plâng, am pierdut porcu, n-ajun. Porcu, unde porcu?
Fighting for that long, but they were like 700 above, and you already know that they did basically all of that damage to Smite and Larson. So I have no idea how they're doing so much damage when there's literally only one duo around them.
I'm getting word we have Mini Miner who is standing by with a special guest in the player area. Mini Miner, who you got?
We have a very special guest indeed. We have Blake, one of our pro players, one of our ultimate players here. Blake, of course, you're a pro player yourself. You've been in this situation before. All of these players going into the final few games. What must be going through them?
Băi, e mișto, Brando.
I mean, it's just an incredible experience being here. Not really the question, but they're definitely nervous. Like going into these last 3 games, you know, they gotta like bring it all and keep it up.
Yeah, for those teams that aren't doing so well, how do you resolve those problems, right? If you're going into this final 3 games, things can...
Era clanul ăsta Ghost rupea pe la începuturile Fortnite-ului, până prin 2020 erau cam cei mai buni. Sunt cu perifericele lor, da, au venit cu perifericele lor de acasă. Că dacă îți dă o periferică, îți dă periferice noi, mouse nou, tastatură nouă, nu ești obișnuit cu ele și nu joci la asta.
Wise words indeed. Thank you very much, Blake, for the interview. Now back to you, Zeke, on the desk.
Thank you so much. Blake, you are absolutely incredible. Never forget it. Now, I'm getting word we are standing by with Adam and Kelly. Hey, what do you two have?
We have so much for you here, guys. We have had a lot of action thus far. 9 games gone, 3 to go. 27 countries, 7 regions. FNCS Invitational 2022. Only 3 games left.
But everyone, before we can get into game number 10, we're going to need your help because the players need to hear you, the world needs to hear you, so we need to make some noise on 3. 1, 2,
Hai mă, ne țineți jumătate de oră și vreți să facem gălăgie, ne-ați obosit 45 de minute, așteptăm aici, ne ia foamea, ne ia colera și...
Excitement, energy, and everything more in the room.
Măcar puneți un timer de la să știm cât durează pauza și noi.
For the moment that we crown an FNCS Invitational champion, but we got a few more games to go.
That is right, and we are getting
În sfârșit, bă, chat, în sfârșit, în sfârșit.
Sounds like it is ready. We get to gear up for game 10.
Let's freaking go. Let's go, chat. Știu că sunteți obosiți, știu că nu mai aveți energie, dar o ducem până la capăt și vedem și anunțul de la final și vedem și pe Ursul Carpatin cum ia un loc senzațional, ok? Let's go! Am depășit like-urile de live-ul de ieri, da, de mult, de foarte mult.
Thomas, Cami, Seti, include at the top, Queasy and Vino. Nothing has really changed. They've stayed consistent through...
Măcar pauzele de la ultimele 3 meciuri o să fie mult mai rapide. Că asta a fost pauza dintre ăștia 3 și 3, dar următoarele pauze o să fie mult mai mici, deci rezistăm, hashtag rezist.
Started day number 2 in 9th place and had an ending of a lifetime.
That is right. Well, there are just 3 more games in front of us. as we are now kicking this off. Mr. Savage and iDrop are going for an extremely wide split here, giving respect and distance to Onwon and Baka, who have had quite the day, if we do say so ourselves, putting up the performance. You can see they've really earned the respect here at Chrome Jam Junction. Early on, of course, we got to talk to iDrop, and all he had to say was, hey, I've been uncontested.
Savage. Hai, Mr. Savage.
Extremely confident here, but that has changed so far.
Yeah,
hai să vedem un off-spawn fight de la Buga.
Worlds collide. In last game, we saw an early game drop from Buga and Mero, and shots are already being fired off by
A scăpat și bolanul de Buga.
He takes a huge amount of damage. Mero gets targeted. He is going to be the first one down from this duo, leaving a ton of pressure on Buga's shoulders.
Îți dai seama cât de caterincă e, mă, să aștepți 50 de minute să intri în următorul meci și să mori primul. Și trebuiască să aștepți cât durează meciul ăsta și următoarea pauză. Aoleu.
Kind of comeback story here and earn themselves a real drop. That's some of the things you have to weigh, right?
Dureros.
These are the decisions you have to make. There's nothing wrong with getting a side drop, a split drop, but realistically, if you want to win, you need to have winning loot. Trunkers has got it.
Kebab kebab. Okay.
A fight that we know so much off spawn. Larson and Smite, they have the majority of the victories over here, but last game you saw them kind of disengage, not really take that fight, but a fight that we know so well. Cold and Scented taking down Raze, and you gotta imagine Pars was there to follow. Both of them sent back to the lobby. The duo starting off game number 10 hot.
That's crazy because we haven't seen them actually contest them.
Ia Power Looter și ăsta cam tot timpul și Mars cam tot timpul și iau pe cocoașă la începutul meciurilor. Ia să vedem acum dacă Must ăsta al nostru, Muz, face ceva.
Cold, a couple second place finishes, close calls right there, really smelling and tasting what could be theirs, but falling short a few times. Larson and Smite, they know how bad it was to disengage before. They want to be able to try to take this one, but two separate 1v1 fights. It's all about the individual in a duo competition.
Meanwhile, I saw Vino find an Elim as well in the feed, so our first place team already picking up the pace as well. Onto Alice. Shots on the other side though. Muzz putting up a great defensive attempt here, but Larson is hurt. Not looking good for Smite and Larson right now, Jacob.
Yeah, he's trying to backtrack, box to box, that individual fight. They want to bring it back to the duo. They don't want to let one person really decide everything.
Vreau să facă, bro. Vreau să descurce mai bine dacă Muz ăsta. Hai, sper să câștige el off spa. Ce pump în din ce-a luat.
Back him up and stabilize right now for Smite and Larson are doing everything they can to fight back from the low ground.
Not looking too hot right now for Muzz as he has to reset. Starting to run low on the heels there as well for a second. And again, Alice, the full finish there in the feed, so Vino does find himself a set of points. Smite and Larson, one of the few duos from NA that have managed to put up an exceptional performance this weekend. If there is any takeaway here, it is that every region has some standout performers on this international stage. I am sure
Hashtag respect
there
Muz.
have been such surprises, great surprises.
Hashtag rezist. Hashtag PAUL2M PE SHOP. Pentru noroc, în dragoste.
More teams slowly but surely rotating in this direction.
Ăsta e Muz, băieți, bărbosul ăsta mic.
To go ahead and get their own storm surge, so it's not going to be a worry later on in the game as Larson and Smite trying to fight around, keep control of the pieces. Luda doing what he can. Flashes coming out a lot.
Power, asta e organizația youtuberului ăla Lachlan, e un youtuber australian foarte mișto. Mă uitam mult pe la începuturile mele la el. E OG rău de tot. Și a făcut propria organizație de e-sport și e mișto. Mișto tricourile, mișto tot. Dacă știți organizația lui Lachlan. Messi sau Ronaldo. Șui.
All of a sudden, Larson also doubles down on the defensive maneuvers.
Ar trebui să plece Muz de acolo, prea mulți. Pleacă Muz, pleacă.
Putting their attention into the mix. There it is. Shots from up above.
Pleacă mai bine, pleacă.
Copenhagen Flames, that's Pablo, Wingu, and Swag.
Wow.
They didn't have the best day number one, but looking to have a great day number two. Shots being fired on the Larson. Pablo picking up that elimination.
Au venit Copenhagen Flame-urile. Buga eliminat, bro, nu cred. nimic. Dar era solo oricum, ca lui a murit repede. Savage eliminat, ma.
By Baka, the NA West duo rising to the top on day number 2.
Yep, so fights are starting to conclude now. Tayson finds Aqua as well, so all of our contested drops are leaning towards a conclusion. KBR and Zeke, KBR by himself right now, our 5th place team currently in the back half here. Already has a big task in front of him. It's making up the points, and a much tougher one. We get to see how Buga was actually eliminated. Bevy's important. Just catch him. Trying to escape.
The GOAT, Shotron, the GOAT of Fortnite Competitive. Ia uite-l pe Veno. Bă, dar ce concentrat pare copilul dacă vă uitați în stânga jos. Concentrat acolo 100%. Analizează fiecare lucru care se întâmplă pe hartă. Da, e cam... Cred că ăștia o să câștige și cred că ăsta e duo-ul cel mai bun de lume momentan. Sincer, aș vrea să văd la FNCS următor Zandi și Tayson să joace.
Goes down for the duo from OCE.
And do not forget, Scented and Cold are the highest.
Sau Zandi și Thomas HD.
NA East team. Cold is now by himself. This is a problem. The full thirst has already happened. This is a tough spot to be in for our young player Cold. Cold just had an exceptional year. Being picked up by Scented, playing alongside one of the greats in our space, and trying to work his way up, earn his stripes throughout this scene. They are in 3rd place coming into Game 10, and what a position to be in to represent for your entire region.
And if there's
live, da. Nu moare mă pe early game sau mid game, uite-l pe urs. Sunt prea buni mid și early. E pe 8.
Thatch, Pam still fall there too. Joe and Z Andy just looking around.
E la sală ursul. Bagă piept.
Out of this lobby. But what stands true is Seti and Cammy alive right now, looking very well, baiting out potential opponents to fire inwards to see if they can entice someone to take a fight against them. At longer ranges, of course.
That's what they do best. Is Noah Riley trying to go ahead and sneak some shots from the bush. Him and Bad Sniper landing towards Tilted Tower. And for them, it's just about trying to get these angles as they spot Epic.
Nu e live, bro. N-are voie să fie live de acolo.
Add to the total for them. As when it comes to loot, when it comes to positioning, they're not in such a bad spot, but they're also not in a spot to really find tag after tag. There was only such few teams near them actually in Tilted.
It's one of the best things we've seen from Thomas HD and Tripper in this weekend is that they have been probably the most malleable team, the most flexible team. Great tags here. Tripper manages to land on a rotating duo.
Bro, deci trebuie să zici ursul încă mară, după aia să întrebi unde e ursul.
So dynamic, zone to zone. There is no same strategy, but they execute, and they've been executing all day long.
Clixenstein, ia mă, Clixulică fără frică.
And right now, see Clix and Duke going over towards Shimmenstein. They got a knock-in elimination on the one, trying to hunt down that solo. Jace is going to be that guy. And on the other end of him is Pink and Anas, the other team from Fort Jonesy. Duke gets the piece control, going right in, trying to take down Jace, who's trying to play the defense right here. Backs down just enough to buy himself some more time to try to stabilize, but we talked about the pressure of multiple teams looking to get this elimination.
And it's crazy. Their average placement has been around 22.6. It shows us that they are making it far every game, but they are just having a tough time around that halfway mark in the competition. Getting beyond that point is some of the most difficult parts of Fortnite. And if you're not executing perfectly, one mistake will cross you out.
Yeah, and you got to imagine that when you split Fort Jonesy, you're not really getting too much damage on Storm Surge.
Nu mai comentez așa mult chat, nu mai am energie să moară Jacksana.
Look for any sort of resources, clicks, spotting out the tags coming from the bush, trying to fire back, not being able to connect with anything, but Duke,
once again, trying to push up.
This team is in complete focus mode, trying to take control of their destiny, shoot to the top of the leaderboards, and that is exactly what you have to do as the games are coming to a close.
Okay, Cold still alive right now.
Dacă nici ai voie să joci controlor, bineînțeles, bro. Dacă tu ești jucător de controlor, doar nu te forțezi să joci de pe tastatură. Du-ți vulcanizare, ce fac frate meu la mulți ani.
And play for the reboot, play for the pickup. There's a med kit he's got. Well timed in information of this entire area.
Ok. Du-te că dai reboot.
Scented will be rebooted. Our third place team have a chance in this game.
The crowd giving them some life as well. Let's see if they can take a page out of Asia's FNCS champion, Zagu and Miram. After their reboot, they ended up with a second place finish.
But hold that thought. Middle East has arrived. Falcon Spy and Bravado Focus is just nearby. They will absolutely know there's a player at the reboot. The information was perfectly handed to them. They have everything they need to execute an ambush. Here it is. Spy opens up and now
2v1,
it's
să
his
vedem.
time to shine here.
2v1, nicio șansă, 0 șanse. Dacă face un kill o să fiu surprins. Colt, dacă reușește ceva, ești bun, băiatul meu. Dacă faci ceva coldică, fără frică, greu. L-a bătut!
Cold puts down focus though in a great fight, and Cold is 1v2ing here as
Du-te,
he
bă, că le dă
only
1v2.
has a little bit of loot.
Și a venit a lui.
In the distance comes back to support, and he's here.
Wow!
Make some noise for NAEs.
Wow!
Scented and Cold do it again. They have an entire region on their shoulders. So make sure we show them some love every single time. But for KBR, doing it for Brazil, 138 below the damage threshold for him.
Ce bine au jucat-o ăștia în NA.
So many teams are around. He needs to get damage all at the same time. His options are slowly closing.
Vă dați seama, au câștigat un loot extraordinar de slab și wow, GG.
Let's look at KBR here. He needs 160 damage to get safe here. He's only bound 30. You need big tags.
Da, mă, ursul e în viață.
That's huge.
Bune
There it
taguri.
is. Very nice, very nice. He sees another team in the distance.
Alt tag aici, bă, băiatule, bă.
Turning up when it matters most.
Doing just enough. Tag by tag, not getting too greedy. This is huge. 29 more, only 28 below. Top of the Medmis, just trying to top himself off. The shots continue to get landed. KBR doing everything that he can, but you can see the numbers jumping, lowering in this lobby. Everybody taking part, but finally, the dust settles just enough. 2 above the damage threshold. That is the miracle KBR needed for now.
Now imagine if he hadn't found any tag, he would be hundreds below the safety line there. But instead, he gets active, he does enough. Cammy and Seti in a zone fight. This could be a defining moment. EU versus Asia now. Peppo and Runa. Absolute savages. You know, what we've seen this weekend is that Asia can hang with the best of the best. Do not count them out.
Can't count them out. Can't count them out at all, but it almost makes me wonder, are they suffering the surge? The Chase out of nowhere, trying to enter into the Fae. Beza was lost long ago, but Jace finally goes down. Peppo's going to be able to clean that one up. But Cammy and Seti getting the top once again. 657, finally leaving their drop spot. Literally on replay right now after every single game.
And this is what they do best now. They will play extremely passive. They don't need to do much. They will be fine damage-wise. All they have to do is focus on positioning. That will be the name of the game for them. And also, let's just talk about, finally, we get a little bit of a mix-up here. The zone pull south. There are new teams in this general area that need to step up. Vino doesn't care where it goes. He finds an Elam in the feed, showing us that you can pull south, you can pull north. He's going to make the best of the situation.
Yeah, Noah Riley and Bad Sniper knows somebody is under pressure outside. Now, you not only hear the storm surge, but see the shots getting fired off in the distance. Ed, that's a revive, and I think King is at least going to try and go for it. But Noah Riley and Bad Sniper are going to be the gatekeepers for them if they're trying to look for
What's crazy about that is Noah Riley and Bad Sniper have no idea that that is Ed and King right there. And yes, you might have assumed he saw the feed. Take a look at how Vino picked up his elimination. Just boxes up Janice like it's nothing and takes him right out the lobby. Look at his face. He knows for a fact that that was a huge elimination, and he made it look easy.
If anybody is full of confidence, it is Vino, 100%. You ask him who the best player in the world is, he's going to point at himself with 2 fingers, and honestly, it would be more if he had more.
If you needed a clip to show you why, that's probably one of them.
I'm also getting busy. Belusi's going to go down, cleaned up all together. That team from NA West, scrappy as can be, and that's why I kind of looked at them as a very under-the-radar team.
What a crazy reaction time there from Thomas HD to defend off Snacky's peak. He saw Thomas HD swinging a little wide there.
Mai căutam frigeri armale, bro, mi-au foame.
He survived the storm surge with just excellent tags, and still, it seems like he may not have a reboot card to save his teammate. And now he has to rotate out.
Orice ar găsi în frigider și mânca acum.
Interesting stats. When you actually pick up your teammate, you have, believe it or not, lower chances as far as the stats go to place higher, and that's because more often than not, you are worried about splitting your loot, effectively lowering your chances. So he actually has a great odds right now. Just playing by himself, play his game, play to the best of his ability.
Yeah, it's all about those solo points that you can get here in Game 10. And Scented and Cold coming back from the depths. That play Cold, if anybody can do it is going to be him.
Mergem.
Just hopefully they don't run out of gas, because right now they are in reach. You see it right there.
Mamă, cum mai trebuie să cuscă, da, știi, din aia cu niște turtă sau cu niște pâine proaspătă așa bună.
Again, you don't see a team get rebooted and just find points like that. This is an incredible situation that's unfolding for Cold and Scented, like giving quite literally a second chance in this game here, but we have a zone that's going to start to play out now. Things are going to begin to constrict the zone pools east, and this is going to favor Cold and Scented perfectly.
100% e vreo unul care a dormit pe live, care stă cu telefonul, știi, așa în mână și... Asta, vreun pufulete de asta, 100%. Hai să-i mai trezim o dată, 3, 2, 1.
And Vortex as well, looking good for the nation. Gotta be feeling pretty confident when it comes to Storm Surge, especially since you're landing even more shots as players fly through the sky.
Showing you what that hammer assault rifle can do once you let it rip. 2 of them in hand, big damage. Vortex in hand. This has been a great game for Vortex in hand.
Eu termin live-ul și mă duc și mă duc la magazin. Mă duc la un non-stop ceva, că... Băi, chiar e stomacul de foame, da? Stăm să vedem pe ce loc ia ursul, stăm să vedem anunțul. Și după aia mă duc la magazin, gata. Deci chiar e stomacul de foame, nu că... Dacă spui că... Deci nu mai știu să vorbesc. Atunci merge să băgă o melodie de asta. Chiar e stomacul. Mai trezi, bă, Paul2M. Păi, pe puie mea, mă.
He's just chilling. He's vibes right now.
He is fully invested into the game. But here's Ketos if
Chiar mai trezit și mă jur.
300 above the surge.
Că și eu pățeam așa. Eu când eram la liceu, adormeam, mă uitam la un streamer de Clash Royale. Bă, și în fiecare seară mă uitam la același streamer și în fiecare seară adormeam, bro. Și așa de bine dormeam și dimineața când mă trezeam îmi băga... Ba nu, de fapt, cred că... Mă mai trezeam, că dacă stăteam pe YouTube, mai trezeam cu videoclipuri, cu cele mai ciudate videoclipuri. Când mă uitam la istorie, că la ce m-am uitat toată noaptea pe YouTube, mă speriam. Că atunci nu era funcția aia pe YouTube, știi, în care te întreabă după, bă, nu ești? Are you still watching? Dar ce-mi plăcea să mă uit la ăla de Clash Royale, doamne, 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 doamne. Nu mai știu cum îl chema, bro, era așa cu... Era chel un pic și cu ochelari. Că juca Clash, nu era, wow, nu era pro player sau ceva, dar pur și simplu, fără mie Caterinca. Mă uitam fiecare seară de el. Cu indieni care fac case, da, toate ciudățenile. Unde e urs? În camara.
From the start of the game, every single game towards reality tree, they get busy very early and they're looking for the shots.
Nu, era pe Twitch, bro, era pe Twitch ăsta.
And you see that duo that was once there, they just completely abandoned that
streamer
position.
de pe Twitch, așa chel un pic, cu ochelari, care juca Clash Royale. Nu e Surgical Goblin, că pe el am vorbit cu Surgical Goblin. Că a fost și el pe Fortnite și a încercat să fie pro player pe Fortnite.
Team. Now, the problem of today, or this weekend, has been these high ground teams haven't made it. We've only seen Aqua in a few.
Bro, realistic vorbind, nu este corect să spui a murit, că n-a murit. A fost eliminat. a fost eliminat din meciul ăsta, așa se întreabă corect, dacă ar fi să fim 100% politically corect, știi cum vorbim. Da, bine, noi mai facem și noi, Caterinca, că...
You know, this is where they typically always, and I mean always, at least try to make a play for the high ground. And I feel like they have the most success in the lobby so far when it comes to making those plays happen. But Sensitive and Cold talked about the position they are, third place on the leaderboard. Thomas and Tripper just a little bit above, 453 when it comes to that damage threshold.
Bă, nu știu, nu s-a întâmplat, nu prea au ieșit azi. A fost pe hibernare, pe...
The launch pads in the inventory, they
Poate a
have
fost prea
everything.
relaxat.
Queasy and Vino are playing such an interesting strategy. Late from behind, they try to swing all the way on in, and that is such an interesting way to play this one out, because what they want to do is allow the zone to pull very, very far, give them room, and then
Și acum mi-am dat
time
seama, mă,
that
că
entrance.
Mongral, de asta îl susține pe Geoffân ăsta așa mult, că Geoffân a jucat cu Mongral, știi? Când toți pro-playerii ziceau că Mongral e slab, Geoffân a jucat cu el. Nu mai știu, Geo cu Mongral și cu cu Veno, poate? Sau cu cine a mai jucat, mă? Care era trio-ul ăla lui Mongral de la un moment dat? Geo, FN, Mongral și... Care era al treilea, că nu mai țin minte? Ceva.
That portion of the high ground, but you see they're staggering Vino back, wanting to let nobody get any opportunity to try to steal it away, and the only person that does gets taken down almost immediately, adding to their elimination total.
They're making it look easy. SETI and Cammy now.
Vortex?
Also very much positioned to make another
Vortex,
big endgame. 15 duels remaining here. Thomas HD and Trippin still have so much left in the tank as well, but they get broken down. Oh no, a great block there though. They were just one build away from potentially getting taken out the lobby. Too much shots starts to come in now. The focus
de la tot serverul și rezistă copilul, mai incredibil.
Second place team Trippin is nowhere to be found. Thomas hits the launch pad. He swings blast. High ground and
Vă dați seama că l-a spamat tot serverul și a rezistat copilul. E senzațional.
Thomas is now by himself.
They're trying to go for the high ground right now, but Chapins is shut down. But Tayson's having to do it by himself. But Queasy, he's going to abandon it for now. Vino's going to follow suit. Shots coming in. This is huge. Chapins goes down though. The refresh and the siphon is absolutely important. Tayson trying to break into the box, but he goes down. Vino and Queasy will not be denied.
Prea bun, mă, prea bun copiii ăștia. Prea bun.
And it works out so well. Bevies and Vortexer from contesting Booga and Miro at the drop, running them out of Chonker Speedway, now running it up to the high ground here in an endgame. Looking like they want to take home their first victory of the weekend.
Down goes one member of the first place team.
To the hands of
Nu știu, bro, dar Thomas HD ăsta zici că e cel mai bun din lume, bro, sincer. Are o grămadă de lemn.
Doing everything that he can, trying to move through the builds. He has enough resources to make it happen, but Queasy, no build to his name. 1v1 against Drew, but he gets taken down.
Uitați-vă la el, mă, ce face!
He is still alive right now, clutching, which is so monumental as first place has finally fallen. They have a chance to earn some points here. Cold and Scented are still alive as well. Thomas HD needs to make up 15 points in order to close the gap here. Scented needs 30. That's a huge jump up. Cammy and SETI are also still alive right now on the heel. So close. Cold and Scented don't want any of it, and they back him off.
There's more than enough points if Scented and Cold can keep up this pace, keep up this pressure for them to have a shot at the last game at the end of the day. But Cammy will not be stopped as well. Thomas HD goes down. SETI gets dropped, but Cammy knows he can't be the hero at this situation. He has to try to continue on without him, but he finally gets dropped. Thomas HD is on a roll.
He's done a lot, but you can't find
Deci Thomas HD pare cel mai bun solo player din lume, bro. Clicks! Clicks alive, Clicks în viață, Clicks în viață, Clicks în viață. Ce tracking nebun.
From Vortexer and the finish now. Bevies slides his way down, painting the loot here. Does a couple edits there, but no, doesn't hit the shot. Bevy is so quick.
Rămâne Click locul 2.
You're going to get some of the best of great low tag there from Duke.
This is huge for Duke and Clicks. They have the high ground right now, but for Benny and Vortexers, taking out some big names already on the day, using these builds to try to keep that advantage. Duke, he's in a fray. He ends up on top. Clicks
Câștigă Clicks, incredibil. Câștigă Clicks, mă. Câștigă Clicks, câștigă Clicks, câștigă Clicks.
He has the only chance right now, but he gets the down on the Duke.
Câștigă Clicks.
Versus Bevy. He's trying to go
Wow, ce meci a făcut Clicks. Bravo, mă. GG, Clicks.
Progression throughout each and
GG, mă,
every
Clicks, mă, GG.
They finally
În sfârșit câștigă și Clix 1, GG pe chat.
Game number 10. They gotta be feeling good. They gotta be feeling like they have nothing to lose at this point.
And all that matters is that they managed to show us what they can do against some of the greats. Let's go ahead and get a word from them.
Thank
you so much, MBF. I am joined here by Clix and Duke, and my goodness, it is better late than never, grabbing that VR in Game 10. How you feeling, Clix?
We're feeling good, you know. We struggled at the start, but we finally brought it home, you know, so.
And Duke, Duke, when you're watching Clix in that final moment after you go down, what's going through your mind?
I was just hoping that he had more whites because he got the siphon from the full kill, and then I heard a pump shot and he won.
Clix, I don't know if you heard it, but the audience went absolutely insane. Let's do it again, guys. What does it feel, man, to hear that?
Their support's crazy. I'm the best fans by far. Just look at them in the crowd.
Congratulations, guys. 2 more to go, and let's head on back to the desk.
GG Clix. Frumos, frumos.
Massive congratulations to Duke and Clix. Clix fans, rise up!
Hai că ultimele 2 meciuri să înceapă repede. Te pupa, hatred.
DORMEO, noapte bună.
Eu stau până la final și vreau să văd și eu am simulare mâine, da? Stau până la final și vreau să văd și anunțul. Mă interesează foarte mult și anunțul și vreau în continuare să susțin pe urs. Cât mai mergem. 3100 de like-uri, vă pop, n-am mai zis nimic de like-uri de 2 ore și tot ați crescut like-urile, vă popichi. Mai sunt 2 meciuri, dar se termină repede ultimele 2. Andrei has subscribed. Mersi de subscribe, pe ce loc e. A picat din top 10. A picat din top 10, e pe 11, 12, pe acolo, cred că. Mamă, Clix a făcut win și nici n-a intrat în top 10. Mamă. Deci nu s-a mișcat deloc top 4.
We're going to talk about the clutch up earlier on. You rebooted, then you suddenly find FKS and Spy coming through. You managed to stay in the game. The crowd went wild. Walk us through that one.
I don't even know. Scented had flew to the Coney vault.
Yeah.
And I kind of they just caught me alone as a solo, and I just kind of tried living. And I had no more mats left, so I kind of just had to fight and ended up winning.
You did. And obviously, you know, that now puts you in a great contention now. You're currently 3rd in the leaderboard right now, 44 points off the top. You guys, 2 games to go. You must be feeling confident here.
We're feeling good. We're locked in. We're just going to play our games and see how they go, honestly.
Love to see it. Love to see it. Colin Sitton, everyone!
Frumos, genial clutch-ul reușit, bro.
Give it up for Noah Riley and Bad Sniper! Noah Riley, you guys are currently sat in 7th. We haven't talked to you much this weekend, but...
Wow, uite, are mouse de la G900 ceva. Andilex. Sau nu, celălalt.
Top 5 seems to be the target. Are you feeling the same way, Basil?
Bad Sniper, mă, nu Andilex.
How do you manage the next 2 games?
I mean, we just have to do the same thing we did the last games. Keep consistency and it will be fine.
It'll be fine. Yeah. It'll be fine. We're very chill over here, Zeke. Back to you, buddy.
Hey, you know, just keep it fine. Everything's fine. That's what I like to hear, personally. My goodness, this game, though. Game number 10
Nici eu nu dau așa rage-uri. Mamă, nici eu nu dau așa rage-uri. Chat, prea urât, prea urât. Genul 103, corect.
The overall storyline for me was Queasy and Vino, right? Then their kind of counterpoints, Cammy and Seti, right?
Yep.
And what was interesting to me about this was actually, for a long time I was sitting here thinking, yeah, Cammy sent...
Mă, trebuie să facem o piesă de a dormi copiii cu PAUL2M pe shop.
Happen to orbit around both of them.
Yeah, 100%. Listen, I think that so far, you know, we do have 2 games left, but I think Cold right there in that 1v2 situation, that's got to be like the play of the tournament so far for me. Literally keeping their contention for 2nd and 1st place alive right here. Look at this. FKS and Spy coming in. They're trying to get these sneaky shots in. Cold literally is in a 1v2. If you look at the minimap in the bottom right, Sentit is so far away. So this is literally like a straight up 1v2, and Cold ends up finding both eliminations beautifully handled right there.
Oh, look, his name might be Cold, but he just absolutely lit.
Le-a intrat ăsta prea comic în box. Pe celor că ursul a scăzut din top 10 momentan.
Full on expecting a prime opportunity to try and snag a quick and easy elim, probably look to clean up the other part of the duo in the process, because I don't believe they had any idea that it was specifically Cold and Sentit in that instance. But it's that momentum shift that I was asking for during the halftime break. That was a primary example of one of those instances, because the soon as that took place, you could just feel a change in the venue, and you could definitely see it in Cold and Sentit's gameplay, and the fact that they went from needing a reboot on Sentit to a literal third place finish for this matchup.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
Absolutely, and if we look at these standings, Queasy and Vino still holding strong.
Hai să sperăm ultimele două meciuri.
I would say the end game boss of the story we're telling here, but Cammy and Seti are actually.
Ei stau și se uită la Fortnite. Noaptea Golane stau și se uită la Fortnite.
It was in fact Cammy that actually knocked Vino out in that game and kind of put Queasy in that difficult situation of like, okay, what do you do now? You don't have your silver bullet, and now there's two of us.
Yeah, 100%. But I mean, Queasy and Vino, I don't know how they do it. It's like every single time we're in that end game around 5th, 6th, or in that first movie, it's like I'm almost guaranteed to look up towards height and see them up there. They have gotten it seems like every single game, and it's not like it's just like a repeat of strategy. It's something different every single time. I beg to question, is anybody even like looking up in the skies for these guys at this point?
I think that that's just an attestament as well, though, to Queasy's IGLing capabilities and the fact that Vino himself can also kind of fulfill that role, even despite the fact that he's an insane fragger at the same time. But going a little bit more in depth there with Queasy, I think it's kind of cool to see, because he is definitely someone that is definitely a little bit more emotional, but at the player frustration level, mental fortitude becomes so impactful here, and we've seen him make a comeback before.
That's right. That is 3 games. This means we have 2 left. Here we go. Let's send it on over.
Asta înseamnă că sunt 3 meciuri și mai avem 2. What? Hai că a dat-o în bară.
Have the honor to call all the action. We're starting to get into the final moments now. I do want to give so much credit as well to Avery and Commandment represent.
Bună piesa. Ai gusturi, băiatul meu.
That are looking to call themselves champion, looking to get the lion's share of the $1 million prize pool, a trophy that have never been seen like this before in Fortnite, and then that chance to call yourself literally one of the best players in the world after this global competition.
That is absolutely right. A better way to kick this game off. That perfect split down the middle, and this is it. It doesn't get any better than that.
Trezirea un pic, trezirea. Trezirea un pic.
Anything can happen here on this stage. These players have been invited to this event for a reason. They are some of the most skilled players we have in the space.
Yep, you can see already Clix living with all the momentum over towards Fort Jonesy.
Yeah,
business as usual for these teams, looting up, getting some resources, starting your game off, and trying to replicate that success when it comes to Clix and Duke specifically.
Let's go, Clix.
See it. Get the touchdown. Get their loot together. Rotate early. They do not want to take a fight. Here's a tough spot to be in. Bevies and Vortexers are moments away from taking a victory royale before things change. Miro finally starts to climb back, but what you're seeing is just the cold hands. Unfortunate. Puga does fight back, though. He will be able to save his teammate here. And does, of course, get the siphon as well. Material is more important, though, because if Vortexer pushes up, he's got everything to gain here.
Yeah, Puga versus Vortexer.
Really nothing to lose at this point. Puga trying to will themselves back into this one.
Hai că a găsit un shotgun.
Play for now. Miro still down, trying to hide his body, not wanting to get that one, give it up to Vortexers. That's
Ăsta a găsit minion, îl bate Vortexer.
Puga doing what he can, backtracking, trying to go ahead and get his
Sau,
shields
stai
up
că a
as
găsit
well,
și
trying to
fratele
get as
meu.
many mats as possible. He knows the fight is inevitable, and the
Bun
shot's
shot.
going to be landed.
Bun.
Buga back to back. Looking to
Buga.
clean this one up. All he needs is one more shot.
Hai, Buga.
He's going to find this
Hai,
moment to
trage.
breathe and stabilize before
Let's
he
go,
goes at
baby.
it again.
Let's go, baby. Let's go, baby.
All of
Hai,
our
Buga.
faves
Hai,
start to
Buga.
have their moment here. Buga does need to, of course, finish it now.
Bine, Buga, GG.
They win back the drop. Talker Speedway swings back to Buga and Miro.
Yep, Miro did finally go down there, but it's not going to be any trouble for Buga to get that reboot back up. Vico and Marine, though, trying to sneak their way towards the bottom. Catch, retake, and Novice off guard, but Bevy and Vortex is down altogether. 6th place, 212
Cred că e meciul lui Buga
points.
asta. Are confidence acum.
A chance for some of these teams that are outside of that top 5 to try to jump right in it and out past them.
And that is crazy because they had such a great game prior, pushing them so far up, and now all of that zapped away. Momentum gone. Hits the reset. All down to now just one more round. And that's something else to think about. Every engagement, as you get sent back, the players have to sit there, wait for the next game, and start to formulate a plan for their last chance here at the FNCS Invitational.
Easy, easy.
But first, of course, you have to get through this one right here. Vico and Marine playing
ce loc
so
e
smart
Zandi?
here. Last
E
round they were
pe
taken out a little
11,
early to
12,
the hands
13
of Retake
momentan.
and Novice.
Dar o să
Not
urce
something
după
we've
meciul
seen
ăsta.
times before. Meanwhile, iDrop gets boxed up by On1. And Larson and Smite still fighting here. They've lost so much momentum as well in the back half of the tournament.
This could be the key, though. This off-spawn fight right here could be the key that unlocks what we've seen yesterday. That potential we know they have. As they're just trying to go ahead and stay towards the low ground right now. Stay in a position that they think is advantageous to them. The shots coming in on the side from Looter, trying to take that piece control over.
Nu prea apucă nimic săracul.
Looter gets out just in the nick of time. You can see them with that bubble shield, flirting with the opportunity.
Buga destroy by Ziandi. Buga shiton de la Ziandi. Ați văzut acolo, băieți? Buga shiton de la Ziandi, așa a scris. Deci l-a bătut Ziandi pe Buga. Mulți șotroni.
We'll see you later, Muzz. We'll see you in the last game. Smite is here, and he's not messing around.
Dă să vedem cum a luat bătaie Buga. Hai, 100% o să dea replay. 100% o să dea replay să vedem cum l-a bătut Zandi pe Buga. 100%, fiți atenți.
Trying to replicate that success of day number 1 and here to day number 2 as we check on
Hai mă
board.
cu replay-ul.
Retake and Novice, they were able to catch Vico out. Enough sneaking around, they tell him.
Hai cu replay-ul, hai cu replay-ul la Zandi.
Down further and further for Smite and Larson, though they jump up a position. That puts him in 13. They are closing their way back towards that top 10, top 5
Let's go, boys. Hai cu replay-ul, hai cu replay-ul, hai cu replay-ul, hai cu replay-ul. Hai cu replay-ul să vedem cum l-a băgat pe, cum l-a bătut pe Buga.
Just letting us know, hey, listen, first place they're chilling, second place they're
Hai cu replay-ul, mă.
Over to Tilted, no Riley, bad sniper. On over to Blip, trying to steal away the loot from Acorn and Edgy. Locks in the field, taking down Scram, cleaning it up all together. You know him and Robab got love to be aggressive
kill.
in any lobby,
mama.
let alone an international stage.
Ar trebui, mă, că...
Bad Sniper, of course, representing for the French community. They are some of the coolest spaces that we have out there. One of the coolest communities, always building amazing content. But let's get back to it. Colden sent it, who are in 3rd place, leading for NA East right now. That interview was so perfect. Cold is just like, hey man, you know, we're just doing our thing, doing our game, all right?
Backs up against the wall, man. You just gotta
dați drumul, ia mă de pili. Să-ți fac un easy peasy.
Tournament along with Vortex. Honestly, flying under the radar right now, and this is a perfect opportunity to see exactly what they're doing into the distance, finding the shots necessary so they don't have to worry about Surge. And thankfully, they not only have the vault, but they have the rotation right above them. So once they feel that comfortability of the damage threshold, they can instantly try and find a good rotation out.
Era ca de trebuie să alegi tu pe cine vrei să te uiți. Da, na.
Points picked up. A great day 2 showing so far for Hen Vortex here to...
Să fie, știi, stream-ul individual pus așa pe Twitch, știi? Da, na, trebuia să fac 100 de live-uri.
to fourth, falling slightly earlier than their counterparts. So everyone else starting to really pick up when they're letting things slow down. Meanwhile, Pink and Anas still in a fight right now. It's a player on heights. Seems like they might be giving themselves a little bit of distance as Jason crew who land at the coastal areas. They've been the team giving Peterbot and Jamper a hard time this weekend.
Ooh.
Very little room to, I guess, contest here. And Jason Basso are one of the few that have stuck to it all weekend long.
You can see them tempting fate, baiting Jace to run away, allowing Basil to get a couple more shots as he possesses that height advantage.
Let's go Pink.
Pink and Anas doing what they can to fire back, not finding any success, landing any damage for them. But first you don't succeed, you try again, and with Basil continuously putting out the shots, that's where they're gonna try to peek through. He's gonna cover Pink while he begins to rotate out and lead the way.
What?
Ziandy's down.
Ziandy is down. Joe and Ziandy are actually 2 Elans up this game because they took down Booga and Miro here at the Chonker Speedway.
Nice, bravo, 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 high.
In the distance, a big knock there. And they're gonna break all of those, but it's actually Macwood and Kanata looking south. Trying to figure out what's going on
bravo,
here.
Joe.
Will get the save.
Bravo, Joe, bravo, 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 Joe.
They have excess and much more as they get to double back.
Bravo, Joe, 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 bravo, Joe.
Especially right now, the blessing of those Chonker Speedway teams, one of them going down, the other one
Și-a năcoșulat un laser serios, sănătos. Dacă a murit așa de la distanță mare, de la amândoi.
All weekend long, even coming into this contested again towards Loot Lake, but they're not fighting it at all. They want to go ahead and play these games out because right now that has been the recipe for their success. And honestly, with that last game, clutch up from Cold, they have to be feeling like they could take it all at a moment's notice. You said it yourself, all it takes is one big game.
And little by little, we're seeing players like Cold really
Uite mă, și ăștia cu aceeași strategie ca Zandi, tot așa stai în zonă. Cred că asta, this is the way to go, boys.
For that player there, but Luisstan Vino chilling in
Asta e o
shiny
zonă bună
cells,
pentru
no
Zandi.
sweat at all up here. Okay, we're fine. We have launch pads, we have plenty of heals, we'll be just
Nu e
okay.
sniperul, bro. Sniperul nu e la turnee.
Now they're gonna go ahead and get
E doar pe arena.
moving south there.
Meciuri normale.
Back on over to No Rally and Bad Sniper. Belusi and Hydro are here, but someone in the distance.
Deci are loot bun, Zandi. E posibil să rupă meciul ăsta. Care loot bun.
Look at how much loot they get rewarded with as well. Now they have decisions to make here, but they already have 2 launch pads. Acorn and Edgy are still here as well, lurking. And Bad Sniper's much smarter than that. He knows there's a teammate behind him. You can see how he's looking back just to double check. He's gonna drop a Legendary Ranger for the epic shotgun here. This is interesting. That's because it just does better in close range fights like this. That end game Ranger shotgun is just amazing. Let's see it.
At a distance right now, but they're on the hunt for that elimination. You said it yourself. They know he's a solo, but Acorn and Edgy hearing all this action go down, they want to also take part in it. There's a couple eliminations up for grabs. Bad Sniper just on the move. Hydro goes down. Finally, they get cleaned up. Noah Riley and Bad Sniper adding 2 more points to their total, getting all that loot, surviving
Nu e în
the
viață,
storm.
bro. Ursul Carpatin. Și o să rupă meciul ăsta care are loot bun.
Update with Mini Miner here for game 11.
Yeah, what? Vezi că nu te auzi, puiul meu.
Really, really good on the Storm Surge all day. And you might be wondering, how do they have the heals for that? Look at this, Cammy emptying his entire inventory into the base that they've built on the top of this Cammy split area, on top of the balloon. And they're able to take damage now because, of course, they have those extra heals on standby. All we can see, just Cammy getting as much heals as possible, bringing it up into the top of that. And, of course, Seti is, meanwhile, while he's doing this, he's getting his tags. You can see on top of the balloon, if he does get tagged, as he did do earlier on, he can go all the way back down, use all of those heals that were inside of the base, and they don't have to waste any. So we're seeing them go into zone with 800-900 surge tags and having max heals. Great stuff from this duo.
Mamă, smart băieții, smart, rău de tort.
Big, giving us all the information we might have lost. I know a couple people at home might be jotting that one down. Oh, that's how they're getting the surge. That's how they're looking so well when it comes to end game with all those resources. As Mixon takes down Fatch, Hen's going to be by himself. And I talked about his incredible run. Now he's going to have to really put that to the test. With 75 damage above the damage threshold when it comes to Storm Surge, that is not much at all.
You can see Hen just sitting back there. by himself right now. Needs to continue to earn his way up if he wants to hold this 5th place spot. He's managed to claw his way towards. You wouldn't have thought it was possible looking at the way things played out yesterday, but that is what those extended moments between the halfway mark and, of course, 2-day formats have to offer us is the full spectrum of the best strategies and plays that can be developed. Sensitive getting a little greedy there to get a flopper, but it seems like it was worth it, and that's because they can tell that they are just above the surge. And this is where I always say, only the best have to hit these shots when it matters the most.
Easy Dino talk about the best of the best. Well, they might have heard Jim Monster, and we can see them be 97 below the damage threshold. This is a big switch up, but that because the zone is pulling so far south. They're not able to stay on top of those balloons to get the damage, but they're going to find it either way. That's Scram and Chimp who are under pressure right now. Queasy Vino using that launch pad. They're trying to get ahead of all these teams that they know are stuck in the zone.
Queasy marked the Nas. He's going to go for it. You can tell and know a third party.
Whoa.
This might be the moment that changes it all. Queasy and Vino are extremely hurt. That's going to use all of their chug splashes. They're below the Storm Surge, and it's even more desperate now. Pink and Anas versus Vino and Queasy. It's on.
Taking that piece control, and what a piece it was. Big shot to be fired. Queasy dropped down low, but they clean him up. 1, 2, 3, they are out.
They are showing up high. They are in the lead. This is a force that cannot be stopped.
I would hate to end up in front of them because they are looking like a runaway train at this point. KBR phenomenal run, staying alive by himself for Brazil. KBR getting tagged out of the sky, 11 HP. Storm Surge also doing its thing. But the pressure of the zone as they get stuck inside, not too many heals between them both, so they gotta hurry up and find their way out of here, or all that damage they did will go to waste.
And Brazil must be so proud. KBR and Zeet have managed to hold top 10 and PHN and Kitos as well this entire weekend, just putting up such phenomenal performances with, again, some of the least representation of the region we've seen here on this international stage. But Cammy and Seti, as always, in the storm, a huge hit there. Zeet's gonna feel that one. KBR ditches his teammate.
P-au-te-un pe shop, te pup, Angel. Live adică e chiar acum, joacă Dabra.
Sammy, Seti here has found it. Oh, in the finish there onto KBR. Down goes the Brazilian duo.
I don't want to get in these guys' line of sight. Everybody is getting terrorized by Cammy and Seti. Next up, it looks like it might be the TSM duo, NA West, 6-time champion Epic Well. Reed is becoming under pressure as well, dropped to about half HP, multiple players taking focus of him as well. Hens by himself, 1 elimination, 268 above the damage threshold. Slowly falling below, but for him, it's about finding that spot into zone, going ahead and building more than just a 1-by-1. And the reason why you want to do that is because if nobody spotted you there, you don't want people to know that you are solo.
4th place, housed up right next to 5th now. Little do they know, and then you have just the ever so dangerous Trulex, Chicho, just in the distance. Thomas HD are below the Storm Surge with 0 elims coming into game 11 right now. So this is that kind of position that's going to force them into a box. If they start to recognize the opportunity that's nearby, it's going to be tough, and here it is. They say, start working our way towards it. We need to get to the edge here. There's only a couple teams there. And does a great job of fighting back. King and Ed are starting to jump into this conversation as well, and shots rain in. Tripper is hurt.
Sacrificing some of his own shields just to get the damage, but once again they fall below. 7 at that, just 1 shot.
Below,
nobody is peeking. These stack lobbies know when and where to try to go for everything, but Hens on the other side is a solo. More damage is setting in on the Thomas HD, and now Storm Surge begins to tick.
And sometimes that's all you need right there, and there it is. Tripper looking around in the distance, he's worked his way up. Trulis and Chicho are willing to open up a big box there, and Tripper now has a decision to make. Do you go for the gunfight or try to heal this one out? And it looks like he takes the ladder. He's just gonna go ahead and look to survive right now. King and Ed work their way towards a loot. It is a matter of time, and it looks like our 4th place team, Thomas HD, does just enough to be in the game, but he falls there, and the look on the camera tells us that they are devastated to fall in fourth.
Avem un meci, băieți.
Place just fall, like you said, and Scented just went down as well. Cold gonna have to clutch up big by himself. These are the final two games. Every moment matters, including this one right here, where Hen is just under pressure from Trulex and Chicho. Trying to stay alive, trying to find a way to stabilize, backing up slowly but surely, but those pieces are going over to Chicho and Trulex, one by one, and they know that he's by himself. This is theirs for the taking. This is going to be interesting because for them, they also don't want to get too far behind the rest of the lobby when it comes to the zone. They have to make a decision quick.
See how it's going to play out. Looking very tough. Let's go ahead and watch how Hen falls there, because now what this tells us is that things are starting to open up on the standings. Look at this. Hen finds King, walks in, plays for the elimination, and he actually gets that one too. Afterwards, he does go down, so at least he earns some points, but that's going to freeze him in time, lock him in at 5th, and open things up. First, second, and third has so much less to worry about. This is by far one of the toughest games Easy and Vino have had on the day. And it all makes sense. It's
dacă o să câștige iară Quizy și Veno ăștia.
Direction that you can see that it finally has caught up.
Yeah, especially since game after game after game, they had that recipe for success, and such a drastic change. They might have not been too prepared for it, but these guys have dealt with almost everything and adapted on the fly. Their flexibility is insane as Cold peeking through.
În seara asta aflăm câștigători și în seara asta avem și un anunț super important.
Trying to wait for that perfect moment to strike. But Trulex and Chicho spots another duo right in front of him, picking and choosing his battles here. And with Ju going down, I don't think that's a battle he wants to take anymore.
Cold is now by himself in third place, 282 earned points in the competition right now. The zone could not be better, though. He gets the half in, half out, and you know he is so happy about that. You know, sometimes you just need that little bit of favor on your side.
Poate să-l susținem pe ăsta, pe Quizy. Oricum e detașat numărul 1. Și aici măcar să nu vină altul din spate să-l depășească cumva. Ceva de genul. Uite, iar păi e prea bun mă Quizy la mână. Uite pe Malibuca și pe Martaci. Nu, Riley s-a descurcat bine azi.
Where was NA? Who was in the top 10 representation? And we have truly had such a fair balance, a fair representation on the stage here. It's been amazing. While all this is going on, Quizy and Vino continue to earn more, this time onto the international duo, the mixed duo of Chimp and Scram. So they knock down Scram, they catch him in the spider's web, and through the trap door, the trap hole, Chimp gets caught as well. You can see just
Bă, are probleme la cap Streamlabs-ul ăsta, bă, deci nu...
Prime example right there, why you try to use as much as your hard mats first before you go ahead and try to use that wood, because it's easily destroyable. They can break through it, shots can fly through, and it's going to be hard to hold. And game number 10 victors are just one box away from Quizy and Vino. That's Clicks, that's Duke, trying to have
Bă, știți care e problema? Cred că au scris atât de multe persoane puncte când s-a făcut spamul ăla, că acum botul dă din spate, știți? Botul dă din spate și el procesează acum botul toate mesajele.
They have the maps, they have the launch pad, they have the positioning. They could do the unthinkable, which is play for high ground and take this all home and get their win today.
And honestly, I see it's 6 moving zone. Normally I would say it's no time, but this has not been the most friendly game for them. They might not be in the same position. They might have to adapt, just like Spite and Larson. Trying to adapt, accidentally phases through the build. Luckily for him, nobody was on the inside, but the pressure is there. Larson forced to slow down just a little bit as they continue to fall below the damage threshold, along with Clicks and Duke. They are 61 below, but these guys are scrappy. These guys are fighters. They know how to get the job done.
That's right, and they're in 15th right now, so Clicks and Duke have a chance to fight for top 10. But like I said, I called it. If I know Mac wouldn't Kanata well, I know that they absolutely want to make a statement. But they get chopped down. Macwood saves himself, it's all good. Vidil and Janice are the team closest right now, putting
mai avem un meci, hai, mai rezistăm un meci.
Here to go ahead and jump down. position up, poise up. Cold is still alive, earning points. Queasy goes for height. They said NA, what? We're up here.
Iară Queasy și Veno, bro, sunt nebuni. Bă, sunt prea buni ăștia, mă, incredibil. E incredibil așa ceva, la ce mă uit. Ia și au pus ped. Trebuie să facă iar o mișcare pentru hai. Mamă, Peter, Bot, Noah, Riley, Mecu, toți se bat pe hai. Toată lumea vrea hai-ul. La ce ne uităm, chat? La ce ne uităm aici?
Cold gets another one as well. The solo plays are coming out big, and those are absolutely necessary because he's still in third place. He's still in contention. Cold's trying to do it again. Blocks another player out. Finally, his run comes to an end, but he did so much. And to get this far, Piexin, Kitos trying to do that same thing.
Veno și Queasy încă în viață, mă. Nu pot să cred, bro. Nu pot să... A, uite, au murit. E posibil să-i depășească Seti și Kami acum. Da, îi depășesc Seti și Kami dacă câștigă meciul.
Cammy and Seti are here. 6 eliminations now. High ground looking down. They can get a 4th victory royale. When was the last time you showed up to finals and seen that much? I don't know. Larson is not messing around either. Down goes Duke in a huge elimination there. And that is 8 elims for Larson and Smite. They are just showing us
Mi se pare mult mai bun Click decât Duke ăla. Ar trebui să-l găsească al duo. Ar trebui să fie duo Buca cu Click, știi? Să fie ceva interesant așa, super.
Damage, sacrificing that so he can get that clean pad, trying to get in his zone, but 19
super, wow, wow.
Dream has to find a way to stabilize here, pop those minis, get as much shield as possible as players are continuing to drop.
Da, e meciul lui Seti și Kami, că strasă zona o să vină înapoi acolo.
Trying to do everything they can to stay alive. Larson, we talked about 8 eliminations, but they added one more, 9 total, but Smite gets chunked out, but Larson's there to save the day, taking out Runa.
Already at 10 eliminations, Larson and Smite have fought their way all the way back up. Larson steps the clicks and puts them down.
A făcut pișucul pe el. E Kami versus Seti.
We have EU versus NA, but Larson and Smite are hurt. They're damaged. They're down to low material. It's all or nothing right now.
Kami versus Smite.
Cammy know what to do here. They've been here before and they have the
Câștigă
resources to
Seti.
hold this one out.
100% câștigă Seti. 100% câștigă Seti. Au mețuri acolo, au mețuri de Siphon.
But they find a little bit of loot here. Larson goes for the medkit. He's trying to get as much HP
Mama, nebunesc dacă îți dă
as
medkit.
possible. Now starting to run out of material on the high ground. This is it. It's going to come down to nothing.
Bă, ești nebun, pierd ăștia, mă. Mamă, pierd ăștia, mă, nu cred. Nu cred că pierd ăștia. Pierde Europa. Pierde Europa, mă. Pierde Europa, nu cred. Nu cred. Wow! Au câștigat, mă, Seti și Kami. Ce strategie au avut băieții, incredibil.
Goes to show that it doesn't matter if it's EU, doesn't matter if they're playing on NAEs, it doesn't matter where they're at in the world.
Genial, copiii. Că pe locul 1 de putea pasa provele acum. Adică e cu vreo 23 de puncte peste Veno. Sau exagerez? Mersi de subscribe, Adi. Mamă, ce țin i-a dat.
Wow. I've gone ahead and ordered the matching bracelets at this point. I think this has been a bunch of times now, chat, you guys, over the weekend. And another victory royale going into the very last game. Seti, what a performance there. It went all the way, but could you see as well on the elimination feed that you were
Maguire
the last in the top 5 there, still in contention?
I didn't know.
You didn't know?
Yeah.
Obviously, you can see the points here. Things have changed. Currently 360 points, 12 points ahead of second place.
We still have to be confident, keep calm, and focus on the last game.
12 puncte peste Veno. Deci clar, locul 1 și locul 2 se știu. Locul 1 și locul 2 să se împartă între Veno și Kami.
Because it's so much easier to rotate for us from balloon. So nice.
It's great. A good battle there against Smite and Larson.
Bro, nu știu câți bani ia Zandi pe locul 11, dar noi trebuie să ne concentrăm mai sus, la mai mult. Înțelegi? Trebuie să mai mult, vrem mai mult, vrem top 10 minim, top 5 dacă se poate. La top 10 acolo măcar. Are potențial. win în ultimul meci, poate.
I'm excited, man. For the first time here in the FNCS Invitational, Queasy and Vito are asked to step aside. And it's not even an ask. It's Cammy and Seti kicking in the door and saying, hey, we want first place.
Mamă, uite la asta ce-și face părul, se pregătește, se tot...
Am I ready to say that Cammy and Seti
nu trebuia să o prindă ăștia de la... Ăștia cu camerele nu trebuia să o prindă așa.
What is happening? This is a team that is so used to just playing
Se uita că a murit la Venom.
from that mid-ground layer. But you heard it right there, Seti. He said he plays the lower ground just as well as he plays the high ground. The preparation for this event must have been insane for them to get this good at high ground.
And we know
10 ore, deci cele mai multe ore pe live. Pateu, Godog, Andrei 2, Trixie, Gufanu, Matei, Zentis, Clix, Fergus și Vlădean. Astea sunt orele vechi. Trebuie să resetezi ca 100% sau astea mai de mod. O să resetezi și orele și punctele.
Throughout the entirety
Că drag să cu două, da mai ora. Ce două mai e unu, mă sperii. Ieri se termină la 2 jumate, azi se termină. Azi se termină la...
in these kinds of situations in the past, they know what it takes to close it out, and I just know for a fact that that kind of mental preparation comes from just
de la 11 la 15 să ia 16.000? Hai că nu-i rău. Băiatul meu cred că e obosit. Nu că voi știți că ăștia care, uite, ăștia sunt polonezi, sunt din Europa, da? Pentru ei tot așa e, nu știu, tot e seară, se culcă puie. Alertele? Da, o să le opresc când începe ultimul meci.
On a third of these matches being victory royales.
Take a look at the standings right now.
La
For the first time, Cammy and Seti are holding that number 1 spot, but it's only 12 points.
Dați, băi, like.
E clar, băieți, e cam clar, top 4 e cam clar. Sincer, e cam clar top 4. O să se mai învârtă poate puțin între ei, dar top 4 e destul de clar.
More about the duos, more about this kind of setting the stage going into this last game. Kelly is standing by. She's with Queasy and she's with Vino right now.
Am pierdut porcu, n-ajung. Porcu. Unde-i porcu?
Fight that you had and survived. I didn't think it was possible, but you're able to clutch it out.
A lot of people just fighting around us. This kind of makes it really scuffed. We did manage to clutch out the game. Well, at least a decent amount. Setting Cammy won, which is unfortunate. It comes down to the last game. It's competitive.
It's obviously a bit rough after game 11, having first place for so long. Going to second, but it's the final game, final opportunity. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. We'll see what happens, I guess. Not much more to say, but yeah.
Fair enough. I totally understand you guys wanting to focus up right now. And I believe we're going to be moving on, everyone, to talk with Cold and Scented, the team that is currently in 3rd place right now. Hey, guys. How's it going? How you doing?
Good, how are you?
I'm doing good, thanks for asking. You know, you guys started or ended off day 1 in 8th place, moving all the way up to 3rd place right now. How you feeling about that?
I'm excited, I'm happy, I'm hyped. We just figured out our mistakes from yesterday and just didn't make them again today, and now we're doing good.
What's the plan for the final game right now? How are you feeling? What's going through your mind?
We're playing for 3rd. We're playing with sticks and stones while 1st and 2nd has God Luke compared to us. So we're playing for 3rd. Just gonna, hopefully we can keep our lead on Thomas, and that's about it.
All right, guys, good luck in the final game, and let's head on back to the desk.
Thank you so much, Kelly, for those interviews, getting those raw emotions, getting the thoughts of the players. Now, we just want to take a moment and kind of remind everyone, of course, we're looking for the duo that's going to walk away in that first place, but for everybody else, they still want to place.
Eu sunt curios dacă o să facă în ultimul meci cineva vreo nebunie din aia, să schimbe drop-ul sau să nu știu, să-i ducă, să-i dea conte sau să facă vreo nebunie sau să încerce să se ducă cineva mai multe echipe pe Veno sau pe Kami, știi, să le strice începutul și să n-aibă loot și ar fi nebunie să se întâmple ceva de genul ăsta. Omul meu au citat și zis, da, mă, ca să fie, cum se cheamă, cât mai confortabil, știi? E bine, cred că toți ar trebui să facă asta, să se simtă cât mai confortabil. Că nu e frig la picioare. Mie mi-era frig ieri la picioare și nu știam de ce pe live-ul de ieri, că aveam geamul deschis în cealaltă cameră și bă, mi-era frig și nu știam de ce. Când am închis, aveam niște picioare reci, Zandis pe 14, e ok.
Băi, libelulelor,
I mean, playing like that, Queasy and Vino backs up against the wall, tough rotate for them. They mentioned that a lot of scuff fights going on around them just because the lobby how it's going to play out throughout these last couple of games. Everybody just wants to fight, right? They want to get as many points as they possibly can. Eliminations being worth 2 points. That's how you got to go for it for sure. So Queasy and Vino playing well in game 11. Let's see what they got in game 12.
Adam, what's this you got?
This is it. The big moment, everybody.
A câștigat ăsta, băieți. Opa! Chapter 3 Final Event pe 3 decembrie. 4 PM ET. Mamă, e la 11 seara. La 10 seara, la 11 seara.
You heard it here
Avem
first,
event,
folks.
băieți.
You gotta jump into Fortnite December 3rd there to catch
3
the
decembrie.
end of chapter event. Now I'd love to talk more about it, but we gotta focus back in on the competition. One last game. 2 duos are sitting there, face to face, neck and neck. 12 points separate Queasy and Vino from SETI and Cammy. How can this go down?
Bro, s-a obosit un pic.
This is their moment, though, to really either of these duos, but as far as Queasy and Vino are concerned, a little reminiscent even of yesterday. Granted, it's not the finals necessarily. That's.
Bă, end of chapter a zis? Se termină chapterul sau seasonul? A zis end of chapter? Aș la event, da, bro. Deci end of chapter a zis sau end of season?
Duo might be facing on a game-by-game basis. It's evident that as soon as they enter the next match, as soon as they get that fresh start, they are immediately locked in and prepared to try and make the most of any situation that they're given, because despite all the scuff fights surrounding them, they've still been managing to find consistent points. They've still been managing to stay consistently in that top 2 position to now be vying between themselves and Cammy and SETI for the title of FNCS Invitational Champion.
Hai mă, să dea mai multe.
Hai
mă, porni niciodată și ultimul meci. Doar nu se ia pauză din aia lungă fix înainte de ultimul meci, că te reclezi jucătorii. Uite cum stau toți cu Apex Pro-urile și Super Light-urile. Da mă, cred că ăsta e chat. Dacă vreți să vă faceți gen periferice de pro player, cred că Apex Pro și Super Light, n-ai cum să dai greș cu astea două.
For these two titans that are kind of have now, set the
Uite, Super Light amândoi.
Tripper, they're looking to isolate these duos and slow them down at all costs. We've seen Cole and Scented fight Cammy and SETI time after time, and then there's times where they walk up to Vino. Vino says, whoa, all right, sit back down. There's time where they look at Vino, they go, hey, Vino, no, you sit down. This is being traded back and forth. And it will all come down to a single moment for both of these.
Nu, bro, cred că se anunță World Cup-ul.
It will be made clear one of these two is the winner.
World Cup no build. Mă joc și eu.
The International Stage League, $200,000 for first place, a trophy to take home. And it comes down to 2 teams in the last game. I mean, could we ask for anything better?
Well, maybe in your circumstance, Vivid, as a fellow North American representative, a little tough because it is a battle first and second place between Europe. I think Europe is definitely established here at the FNCS Invitational that they do have some of the best duos, and one of them is about to find out if they are the best duo in the world right now. At least everybody that's competing here out these 50 of the best duos. But I love the fact that SETI and Cammy, throughout this entire time, so composed. They have not been going so heavy in the reveling of their celebrations for their victory royales, despite the fact that it's happened 4 times over now.
They just know and understand
we're this far, but we still have more to go.
Yeah, and I think Mini Miner pointed out their Storm Surge strategy. I think the biggest takeaway for this duo is they have not had to deal with Storm Surge. When you go into mid-game, even late game, you're like, yeah, we're 800 above Storm Surge. Cool, man. Do whatever you want. Queasy and Vino have not had that luxury. 200 above, down to 80 above, down to shambles situations, right? This is going to come down to what happens, how this all unfolds, what loot they get. For Queasy and Vino, they need to do something.
Cred că o să fie ceva cu tremur și vine harta veche înapoi sau vine o hartă nouă înapoi sau ceva.
Into those last few moments of this last game. Here we go, game 12, almost here. Jacob, MDF. Let's set the stage.
Thank you so much, Zeke. Here we have it, the final game. Let's give it up one more time as we start to gear up for this. It's all or nothing because we get to decide
Hai băieți, ultimul meci.
to take this all home.
Final
You got
chapter.
the two
Perfect.
top players that have won
Hai Ursaki, hai Ursu.
from Become Legends, Seti and Cammy. The other two contesting them from the same region. From Tundra, you got Vino. GXR, you got Queasy. And in third place, you heard him in the interview. He's trying to hold on to that spot. From NA East, you got Cold, and you got Scented.
Hai mă, Ursulică, că se poate, mă, Ursulică, mă.
The final game,
Hai mă, Ursulică, mă. Hai, Ursulică, hai. Take my energy.
That's right.
Hai, Ursulică, hai. Se poate, se poate, se poate.
To celebrate international competition here in person with all of you in attendance. We absolutely love to see it. Here we go.
Let's go, boys. Ultimul meci din acest FNCS. Enjoy it. Let's go. Ultimul meci.
Right out of the gates on game number
Enjoy
12.
it. Bucurați-vă.
Nothing on top for anybody
Trageți
to
un
work
pic
with.
de aer.
And they immediately changed their
Trageți
routes.
niște aer în piept și bucurați-vă de ultimul meci. Ultimul meci de la acest FNCS. Exact ce am zis. What? Let the contest! 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 Let the contest!
Queasy is here! Down goes Seti! It's a big trade! It's a one-on-one!
1 la 1 pentru FNCS. 1 la 1 pentru FNCS. 1 la 1 pentru FNCS. 1 la 1 pentru FNCS.
He knows now it means everything. We might as well seal this deal. Why wait?
Bubble shield going out. He's trying to bait it. He's trying to bait the revive so that way Cammy might peek. Breaks through the wall. Shot's gonna be fired!
Cammy! A câștigat Cammy. A câștigat Cammy.
Become Legends has officially managed to win the biggest fight of their careers. Cammy and Seti put it all on the table. And you know what? I absolutely respect Queasy and Vino for giving it that chance. The heart of that team is unlike any we have ever seen before.
Le-a dat 1v2, bă. Le-a dat 1v2, bă. Le-a dat 1v2 și e gata, deci Seti clar campion FNCS Invitational și acum depinde de ăștia. Dacă face win, cold și center, e posibil să le dea la 3. Dar totuși respect, mă. Totuși respect pentru Veno și Queasy că au avut așa tupeu. Au vrut să o încheie. Respect că au avut așa tupeu, sincer. Respect că au avut așa tupeu. Sincer, 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 sincer. Merită respect pentru ce tupeu au avut.
I don't even think we've had that in mind. That was crazy.
They know it too.
Absolutely
the celebration coming out, the emotion, the passion raining through, and even though they kind of cemented themselves the top spot, they're not happy at all. They wanted that first place spot, but you still got to give Vino and Queasy a huge round of applause for doing what they did all weekend long.
That was the most craziest thing Vino and Queasy could have done, and it just shows you the heart of our competitors, the courage of our players in this space. What a moment. Things are going to open up now. Scented and Cold walked into this thinking to themselves, hey, we got third. Well, not anymore, boys. You have some room here. The runway is open. The floor is yours. There are still tens and hundreds of thousands of dollars on the line.
Hai Ursu, hai Ursu, hai Ursu, hai Ursu.
You allow
Hai
that
Ursu, hai
to
Ursu,
be
hai
left to
Ursu, hai Ursu,
chance.
hai Ursu, hai Ursu, hai
Now we
Ursu.
get to see this ride out. What a fight.
Yeah, you talked about that thousands of dollars, still a huge, life-changing amount of money to be fought for from our competitors still in the game right now. And that fight's coming down. Hen and Vortex trying to take the high ground away from Joe and Z. Both players have been playing out of their minds, but you talked about that top spot. Joe and Z, Andy, are just right there as well. as they fought down low. They want to try to clean this one out.
Mamă, îi pușează
You
alții
see
pe
our
Kami.
champions still, they don't want to just take part. They want to take over. They want to cement their legacy. And it looks like just winning isn't enough as Joe and Ziani, this fight is going to continue. 86 players alive. Everybody is getting more and more busy, more and more proactive because they realize how much money is still on the line. And with the first place team going down and getting overtaken overall, it's going to be a huge moment for a lot of players here today.
Such a big chance now for Joe and Ziani to continue to see what they have. Mahen puts the numbers on the market. He gets taken down first. Ziani with a great elimination there. And all of a sudden, Ziani and Joe are the kings of the flutter bar. They should be able to finish this one out right now. Tag away, Vortex gets nicely done there. Here comes the edits. All they got to do is coast, right? This is still a big moment here. Vortex was in 5th place. If they go down now, that's it. Joe and Ziani have room to start jumping back into a top 10 as well.
Mamă, vezi că îl pușează pe Kami, îl pușează pe Kami.
You got Joe and Ziani in about 14th place to start this game off, but Lucy and Haijo
Uite cum stau șobolanii la pândă.
to want to have a great performance as well, but you can see they're just looking in the distance, trying to see if this vault is looted or not. Finally going to go ahead and get in. You can see them kind of checking their angles. They're still wanting to go ahead and change their lives with the amount of money that's still up for grabs. Thomas, HD, and Triprin battling for 3rd place against Scented and Cold. They still have an opportunity at some money.
Thomas, HD, Triprin working
Incredibil,
their
băi,
way
cred că e
around
primul
right
meci din
now,
12 în care
really
mor la
looking
început Venu și cu Izzi.
And just one more time, the standing shows you
E huge dacă i-ar bate pe Vortex ăștia. Stephen.
Thomas HD, Chrome Jam Junction, what are they doing here? What will they do? King and Ed are also just lurking about.
Towards the low ground, you got Brazil versus EU. High ground, you got EU as well. Thomas and Triprin just trying to wait for that perfect moment. They could have taken the shots on the game long ago, but they're just waiting and biding their time to try to go ahead and take out the same player at the same time. But it looks like they're baiting that opportunity if any of them dares comes up to the top of that building and tries to take that balloon as an exit out. Just hovering over them, surveying. Patience is a virtue for Thomas HD and Triprin. That battle for 3rd could come down to a moment like this. You bite off more than you can chew. You go down early. You lose out on that opportunity. And you got Muzz, Alice, both of them getting a little bit more active in this game. And overall, game number 12 is going to be a menace.
And they're still lurking about here, looking for anything. Meanwhile, the rotates are going through. Let's jump on back over to Joe and Ziani right now.
Let's go. Hi.
We're trying to close out this duo, but no, they don't manage to find it. Somehow, Vortex is just slippery enough. And you know what? That gives him a chance. He has a chance at still holding on to 5th place. 6th is down. 7th is down. Smite and Larson did not do it.
That's unfortunate.
Uite unde stă șobolanul, incredibil. Uite unde stă șobolanul, bro, nu vine să cred.
They still have a chance to jump up. Some big placements as well. I'm looking at them, about 221 points. And in Vortex, you talk about them sitting in 5th place, 239 points. So it's still within grasp. As Cammy said, he just feeling it from all over the lobby. They already know they won, but they don't want to just stop playing just because of that. They want to get as many points as possible. They want to open that gap wide open, so that way when that legacy is cemented at the end of game number 12, they can say,
a câștigat Kami, știm deja că a câștigat. Kami și Seti au câștigat FNCS-ul ăsta. N-ai cum, e evident.
The dust settles for Sentinel and Cold. They have the elim that they need to go ahead and step their way.
Ar trebui să dea ăștia 50 bomb și win ca să le ia locul 1.
Prestigious second here. But of course, they have a lot of work to do as well. That will probably come off the backs of a super high placing game. So there's a massive uphill battle that they still will have to perform. Triprin and Thomas HD are looking to catch up to Cold and Scented. That's their task here.
See the high ground right now. They're trying to shots. They see some.
Hai mă, dă să văd ce se întâmplă acolo, dacă l-au găsit pe ăla, că nu mă interesează de astea.
And that might be a decision they might regret because you have two of the most accurate players.
Se bat, încă-l caută, mă, încă-l caută.
Vortex is going to be that lone player alive. And it almost makes me wonder if he has that reboot card, he could make magic happen. But it all depends. And that's a big if, and you can kind of see it spotted out. He's trying to go to the slower side of zone, or the slower side he thinks that would be.
And this is a good move for him to go ahead and just keep a low key. Meanwhile, Peterbot and Jamper are like, hey, we got a lot of zone here in front of us. What do we want to do about it?
Mă gândeam chiar repușează Peterbot pe Zandi.
Two eliminations there, possibly onto Pink and Anas there on the outskirts of the zone. This is a fight that's been raging on Pink and Anas. Officially lose the opportunity to break towards top 10. They were getting so close, and unfortunately now fall short. What's crazy about SETI and Cammy now, they have two options here. Ruin this lobby, take everyone's chances and play, because they have nothing to lose at this point.
Ăsta te l-a bătut Zandi. Nebunie ultimul meci, nebunie ultimul meci. Păcat că e seara, na, și nu pot să țip, nu pot să fac hype de la nebun, că e seara, e... Ce vorbești, mai e 1:30 dimineața. Nu pot să fac gălăgie nebună, să țip, să urlu, să...
So that for them, it's just holding on to that 5th place spot. If they spot out Vico, trying to take some height, immediately target him and trying to take him down. But when it comes to the HP, they have none. They have no ability to try to regain it. Vortex under pressure. Marine is trying to go ahead and end one. As Vortex, the height ground is going to be fought for. Not going to have any success there. Quickly builds towards the backside so he can't get knocked down, but Hen does. There goes Vortex back to the lobby. Vico and Ryan are going to stand tall.
What a big moment for them, and only they could have done that in game number 9, where they were taken out and they lost all that momentum. They were just quite literally moments away from maintaining, but Vigo and Mariah now have a real chance to also continue to march their way on up to top 10. The points are so close as you start to see who was eliminated. 5th, 6th, 7th, down and out. PH and Kitos have an exceptional opportunity to represent.
Fii atent câte locuri poate urca Zandi, mă. Fii atent câte locuri poate urca Zandi. Uite, toți ăștia. Deci locul 5, locul 6, locul 7 sunt morți. Deci ar putea să urce, că n-au cum să mai facă puncte.
Can make the run of a lifetime and put Brazil on the map when it comes to Fortnite.
You have to respect the entire Brazilian region.
They won't go down. They won't be denied.
They are just so good. They have stepped up. They have performed. They have given us such a show. Clown and Refsguard now, though, have to play defensive here. This is the first time we've seen a far northeast zone like this, so this is going to get very dicey for most of the lobby. If you were, and I hate to say it, Vito and Queasy, you would have quite literally had the zone here.
Not been something you love, but business as usual when it comes to Cammy and SETI. Staying as far back into zone. They make sure they get all
dar oricum, chiar dacă pierd aici, sunt campioni FNCS, e gata, e GG, e stabilit, nu mai. Decât dacă ar face center de o nebunie de win. Mă gândesc cum se simte Veno. Da, ei au luat decizia, bro, dar e respect oricum, e respect pentru tupeul pe care l-au avut. L-a bătut? S-a dat knock. L-a bătut. Wow, GG. I-a bătut amândoi. I-a bătut amândoi. Oricum Cammy e... Trebuie să facă 68 de puncte. 69 de puncte trebuie să facă Cold. Sau 50 dacă vrea să ia locul 2.
Everyone here was invited for the chance at, of course, the trophy, but the money too. There's so much to fight for and the respect of the region, which we already know.
Că dacă iau 2 puncte, 40 de puncte pe așa și încă 40, da, ar trebui win 20 de kg, cum ai zis tu.
As they put in all that hard work.
Deci e imposibil, deci maxim locul 2 dacă ar face meciul vieții. Au câștigat, bro, e GG, Cammy și... SETI, locul 1 au câștigat, e GG. O să vedem ce face ursul. Oh, iară l-a bătut, mă, Joe, mama, l-a bătut pe buca. E bine că fac kill-uri ultimul meci. Acum să vedeți. E al doilea meci când îl bat. Când Zandi îl bate pe Uga.
Let's watch that one more time. Your FNCS Invitational champions fall here to the hands of Jonas and Vaniel. with a beautiful tap. He just opens things up for himself and he makes it look easy. And then the guts on that kid to go all the way up. Cammy and said he know better than to fall like that.
Clar că nu e. Zandi l-a bătut și pe Falconer. Mamă, se bat ăștia cu toată mapa, mă. Cred că dau double key, Zandi. Cred că dă double key, că a bătut 3 echipe, 4 echipe diferite. 100% dau double key. Eu zic că îți bagă picioarele, hai să dăm double key.
And when it comes to this zone, it goes yet again to the northeast. This one's going to be a struggle from everybody on the southwest part of the zone to try to find their way in. There's 30 duos left alive. And for Joe and Ziani, 1,500 above the damage threshold, hunting down yet another team in Lucy and Hydro. For them, it's all about the Benjamins. They want to continue to rack up that points. Breaking through the box, Joe and Ziani getting yet another angle. They know they have one player weak. They know he's at least going to try to heal. And now, as they go ahead and let that player and team try to stabilize, they're going to use that as a way to go around them and in front of them to the zone and try to hold them out of it.
Let's see if they can continue to do just that. Smart play is all that Joe and Andy need in order to make this top 10 and earn themselves so much more this weekend. But of course, there's a big task in front of you. See the names starting to house up here.
Da, n-au treabă cu Soldiers, nebun. Nu, au vrut să se bată, s-au văzut. Nu e interesat dacă pierd la voie, să bată.
That would be the wrong move to walk to that box, I'll tell you right now.
Not a box I would want to enter as Cold and Scented have one elimination so far.
Au și loot bun, e posibil să câștige ultimul meci.
But they know there's at least one team behind them.
Ar fi poveste, ar fi de film, ar fi incredibil să câștige ultimul meci. Ar urca, hai de capul meu. Cred că până pe 5 ar urca. Unde a început ziua.
It's actually going to be a good portion of the lobby. This is actually a good zone for everybody here to try to make it way in, except for maybe one or two.
Încă un kill, Joe. Băi, e nebun, mă, copilul.
This north side is starting to become very contentious here.
Dar gata, mă, nu mai bateți, gata, brr. I-a bătut pe indieni aia. Aia care și-a luat 1v2 mai devreme. 2 kill-uri, Joe, mama. E nebun.
Here's Kitos, here's PAZN looking to put up the numbers here. He still has 0 eliminations, but the lobby is thinning out, and it all makes sense. Look at this zone. This is as far to the corner as you can quite literally imagine for a final game.
For them, they just got to make it. There's a few more teams to stay alive. They're going to start getting cascading placement points. And you said it yourself, first and second place going down. You got 5th, 6th, and 7th. The teams directly in front of them, already back to the lobby, watching, hoping, praying somebody takes down the shining stars from Brazil.
Mamă, ce șutron. Vezi că e bine, că dacă face Zandi win cu kill-uri multe, poate îl depășește.
Vino and Queasy are already down.
That is true, and now things are completely available for PAZN, Kitos, Commandment, Avery, Rascar, Josie, Andy. All of these players have a real opportunity to honestly fight for a 5th place, a top 5 position in one of the most competitive competitions we have seen to date. An invitational setting of some of the best players in the world on one stage.
Bine, mă, bine, ia haiu, copilul. Bravo, 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 bravo. Ia haiu. Ia haiu, băieți. Face win copilul ultimul meci.
Getting into that top 5. That'll be feel so amazing.
Alo, haiu.
Duke is down as well. They
let's
both
go,
get sent back to the lobby.
Lucy
and Hydro
Come on,
get
boys.
very active. A lot of our EU players still left with a chance into this one, trying to take that chance and run with it.
Let's see it play out. Joe and Ziandi have the high ground now.
Bravo.
And there it is. They have managed to earn themselves just enough points to go ahead and break into that top 10. The glass ceiling has been lifted for PAZN.
Mă, dacă au zona nebunească acolo, au câștigat meciul dacă au zona direct.
We blinked and we might have missed it, but lucky for us, we get to go back into the replays to get caught up. How did it end for Duke and Clicks? They had Belusi and Hydro die.
Ăla vrea să dea edit, mă, cu 2 jucători în box cu el, bă, nu vine să cred. Că-i bătea, dar mă bătea unul măcar.
Clicks and Duke did put up a huge winning
game. E pe 11 momentan, Zandi.
Such a performance.
Hey, not many people can say they got a victory royale on an international stage, especially when you got SETI and Cammy taking 4 of them by themselves.
I was gonna say, you know why? It's because they're all up top, between first and second place. Here's Cold and Scented. How many points can they earn here?
It's actually doable for them if they start picking up some eliminations. They don't even need to be greedy to get all the eliminations.
În viața din top 5. Ia să vedem rotația. Masterclass by Andrei Ursu. And Joe Mama. Se ducă să ia hai iară.
As Yumi, he goes down. Rapid is down as well. Cool has a chance to probably get Yumi back into this one because he was just knocked all together. But Ju's on the other side along with Yusri trying to finish that one up. They not only want that elimination, they want the loot to keep themselves going for the rest of this game. As Acorn and Edgy in a very, very similar position. But luckily for them, they're not forced with their back up against the wall. Their game plan is smooth. They get that early game surge, so that way they only have to worry about rotation after rotation. And with that launch pad in hand, if they get that farm pull, that is going to be their next plan.
Let's go. Acorn and Edgy have a chance here to represent for NA. And Clown are one of the teams that would have to get pushed and toppled over, who is currently holding and tied for 7th or for 9th with Commandment.
N-am văzut pe hai, nu e pe hai. King! Uite pe Joe, i-am văzut acolo pe Jandy.
King and Ed want to win. They want to get at least a game 2. Can they do it for the last game of the evening here in Raleigh, North Carolina, here at the FNCS Invitational?
Hai Joe, Andy, hai.
It's going to be scary for the rest of the lobby, though, because they have high ground, they have front side of zone. Anybody launch padding, trying to get past them, is going to feel the pain, and that includes the same region. Fees in and Keto's flying high through the sky. He immediately becomes the target. Shield just getting ripped off of him, but he found himself a little bit of an oasis and a moment to breathe.
Scented looks like he fell off the build there. Cold's by himself now. Down goes Cold.
Bine kill Zandy, Este. Iesem. A luat și finish-ul. Bun, hai. Hai copiii mei. Pe hai, vreau pe hai, vreau haiul, bravo, bravo. Hai! Ia la haiul. Ia la haiul, Zandy, e pe hai. Ui, e pe hai, mă, câștigă ultimul meci, copilul. Uite, au la haiul. Nebunesc, au la haiul. Au la haiul ultimul meci, ăștia câștigă ultimul meci, iau top 5. Bine. Uite. Hai. Bă, ăștia sunt nebuni, ăștia câștigă ultimul meci, mă. Bă, ăștia sunt nebuni, ăștia câștigă ultimul meci. Fiți atenți. Hai. Hai băieți, hai. Se poate, Lejereanu. Fuck off, mă, vine ăsta Canada, mă. Fuck. Hai că revea. Bravo, mă. Bravo, a scăpat. A venit Canada, băga mea și PAUL2M pe shop. Au scăpat. E bine. A venit Canada, mă, ce da contest, mă. Fuck off, man. E bine că a rămas în viață, da? Să văd dacă are materiale, are viață, are tot ce trebuie să țină haiul. Să văd ce se întâmplă. E pe 9, e top 10. Încă un kill, bine. Bă, dacă câștigă, voi vă dați seama că urcă 5 locuri. Hai. Câștigă meciul, 100% câștigă meciul. Bă. Bravo. A luat finish-ul, Joe. Ai, mă, Manchester City. Băga mea și PAUL2M pe shop în Manchester City. Hai că a rămas, trebuie să dea Zandy clutch.
To Acorn and Edgy. It's their chance to secure themselves a victory royale in an international stage. They have 13 splashes. They have 4 enough ammunition between the both to put down pressure and not let it stop. But one of the big teams, the big names, Malabuco and Mustache, are standing in their way.
Sper să câștige, mă, ultimul meci, mă. I-a stricat tot, mă, pârțul ăla de Canada, că i-a dat contest acolo, i-a stricat tot, mă. I-a stricat tot, mă. Tot, a luat top 9, top 10 acolo, cred că e fix pe 10 termină, bro.
After being saved by KBR, and now Malabuco and Mustache earn themselves more. This might be the most he lives in. No!
Vrea să câștige acolo, bro, de ce ăia cu contestul lor.
And Mustache down on the low ground, Robob's in between. Acorn and Edgy have a chance here to take a win, but they have to stop the W Keyers of EU, Mustache and Malabuco.
That's an insane amount of splashes between the two duos left alive.
Câștigă rușii ăștia acum.
Into the mix, but this comes down to a 2v2 EU versus NAEs, and both of these teams have all the resources in the world to make this one go forever. So it's about thinking outside of the box, making the move that matters most as Acorn gets tagged up. Has to find some height to
rău, dar putea win acolo. Putea win. A venit ca mamă, ce fai, zici că are codul, mă, copilul ăsta. Bă, zici că are codul, mă, copilul ăsta.
And it's down to Acorn, the last member. We talked about his splashes. This one's going to come down to a heal off. Does he have enough to take the game? Menmis coming out. 5 more splashes. He has so much time left in zone. But Malabuco and Mustache, they have splashes of their own. Acorn trying to put down the shots to try to minimize the effectiveness of it. They're still in zone. It looks like Acorn has run out of opportunity. He goes down. Malabuco and Mustache take game number 12.
And just like that, the 12 games are over. But your champions of the FNCS Invitational are SETI and Kame! Congratulations!
With 4
cred că a luat locul 10, bro. Cred că a luat locul 10, Zadi.
They didn't change up their strategy too much throughout 12 different games. It didn't matter who VOD reviewed them, because you could have that blueprint, but if you don't know how to execute, it's going to be all over. And give it up one more time for FNCS Invitational champions, SETI and Kame!
Bravo, na. Kame ar trebui să ia ăsta acasă, că el a dat clutch-ul la 1v2. Să te nu știu cu Izzy. Aia, GG. Să vedem locul 10. Măcar.
Every ounce of support here, because these are two of the hardest workers we have ever seen. Two of the hardest players in this space.
Ăștia aveau o grămadă de kill-uri în ultimul meci.
Must be so proud. Congrats, Reno.
They became legends for sure on the grandest stage of them all. Emotion, passion running wild. Let's throw it to Adam so we can get inside the minds of our champions.
Thank you very much, Kame and SETI!
Maguire și Verstappen. Odegaard, doamne, Verstappen. Am nebunit. Odegaard și Verstappen. Odegaard și Maguire. Stai că nu mai știu, bro.
Very good. I have no words. We both worked so hard for this, and it's just an amazing moment.
It's amazing. Like, I waited for it so much.
All right, Cammy, you see Queasy Vino dropping on you. Your teammate goes down. It's a 1v1. What's going through your mind?
Like, I just wanted to eliminate him and as quick as I can. I don't know, because I was thinking that he's low, but I think he missed one shotgun shot, so that's why I killed him.
Ce speriat e Kame-a meu, mă. Seti ăsta e mai relaxat. Oricum e mai bun Kame.
It's just your teammate, and this is what makes the difference to win. What are you thinking?
I don't know. I believed in him for like till the end, and he's just an amazing player, and I knew that he's gonna win, and it was just amazing.
You seem incredibly emotional. How does it? I mean, all these people here, these lovely people, we're here to celebrate you guys. It's been not just the last game where we saw the most incredible events.
Nu merită, ba da, merită, bun.
4 victory royales, consistency all rounds, incredible Fortnite for the both of you. I mean, this has been something very, very special.
Yeah.
Elaborate. What have been the most special parts of this? What is it about your teamwork that's really stuck out, which separates you from the rest of the world here at Invitational?
I think it's because we play with each other for the past few years, so we have the chemistry of like gods, and that's it.
Obviously, we could tell the chemistry there, and I feel like there's a lot of chemistry in the audience right now. Is there anything that you want to say to your fans, family, friends, everyone watching around the world?
Acum vedem, cred că a luat top 10.
Watching from Poland. Polska górą.
Da, polonezi.
And anything else said to you'd like to share with the world?
Yeah, I just want to thank all to like every fan, my parents, my girlfriend, and all the BL boys. Thank you so much.
Amazing stuff. We're going to ask you to lift your trophy one last time. Give it up for your FNCS Invitational 2022 champions, Cami and Seti!
Cami ăla nu zâmbește deloc, man, nu zâmbește deloc, omul meu. Nu prea arată emoție, băieții. Adică Cami. Seti arată. Ăsta zici că e robot, bro, zici că n-are emoții, zici că e... Eu cred că e pur și simplu emoționat, e... Uitați-vă mă la el, n-arată emoție, e NPC, e... Roboțel.
Once again, massive congratulations to Cami and to Seti from one in-person event to another. These guys are racking up accolades like they are eliminations, like they are POIs, like they are notches on the belt. It's nothing to them.
This is Fortnite. This is in-person events. This is FNCS, and I couldn't be more happy for Cami and Seti. They are some of the hardest workers on the European region, constantly putting in the grind. Sprints, zone wars, you name it, they are grinding it, and oh boy, I couldn't be more happy for them.
What a ride. What a ride. 12 games of 4 victory royales, right? We were coming into this event expecting them to play one style. They show us both the amount of preparation that for sure went into this. Look at it. They are holding that right there because of that hard work.
My absolute favorite part, though, aside from that game 12 closer, is just the competitive shock that kind of you realize it. It's almost like
deci a luat 20.000. Nu e rău. Nu e un weekend rău pentru Zandi.
They are in fact the FNCS Invitational champions, and I don't blame them because when they just kept grinding back to back, cranking out all of these games and just never once wavering. It is just so much pressure, and yet they still overcame every single instance of it.
We have an opportunity here to this moment that will, I'm telling you, will go down in Fortnite history. We begin the final game of the tournament with these duos tied neck and neck, only leading by 12 points. For Vino and Queasy, they decide, what do we do? Do we play out a 25-minute long game? Do we hope that the RNG's are in our favor? Do we hope that we have the surge? No. Let's take the fight to them at their POI, at their front door.
Huge respect for Vino and Queasy. It takes some courage to land on first place team and do it in that fashion. They knew that was what it had to be. We know Cami and Seti, they're so effective in that end game. They knew that they weren't going to go down early, especially looking at their surge. But huge props to Vino and Queasy. They've been one of the most exciting teams to watch. High ground, mid ground, they've dominated it all.
Queasy and Vino definitely earned the respect of the Fortnite community. You could already see it on social. They're really like, wow, respect for that. I mean, from season to season, we have seen this exact same situation. There's a mirror, and second place is close behind. I have raised this question multiple times, and every single time everybody turns me down. Do they go and land on the team in second place, or right now vice versa?
Să-l ia unul și mai bun. Uite, Tayson să-l ia pe Zandi, știi, să fie Tayson Zandi sau Thomas HD Zandi. Nu, Tayson. Tayson aș vrea să-l ia pe Zandi, că ar potrivi, cred că, ca stilul de joc. Ok? Că nu prea a făcut nimic Tayson cu... A ratat un shotgun shot, mă, acolo... Veno.
He was the one who mentioned it directly that it was an unfortunate missed shot
there
from Vino at the end, but at the same time, I am so glad that they delivered us a finale like that.
And we can, of course, like, shout-outs to Queasy and Vino. You guys came second place. That is nothing short of amazing, you know. Please keep your heads held high because you came in second place against 6 other regions, against your own region. that is a testament to their skill set. Of course, we can't deny, though, Camiseti, a massive W for them, for this duo. This is what we love to see, but also
cam condus tot turneul cu Izzi și Veno și pierd acum la final în ultimul meci, ultimele două meciuri.
Vamos, Brazil! They had this opportunity. You guys are the MVP of the audience.
Da, mă, locul Zandi.
At your standings for PH and Kitos to climb.
Mamă, 230 de puncte, dar au avut mai multe eliminări, cred că, sau de ce? Nu, au Victory Royale, cred că de asta i-a pus în față. Au avut și mai multe eliminări și mai multe Victory Royale. Vedeți că au fix 230 de puncte ca Sirci Cabera. Da, deci 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 douăuri din Europa. Mamă, Zandi a rupt, mă, ultimul meci. Chiar a făcut bine ultimul meci. Mai putea... Bă, dacă câștiga ultimul meci, mai urca vreo 2-3 locuri lejer. Putea să urce până pe 5 dacă câștiga meciul. Chiar pe 4, deși nu prea. No. Putea să urce până pe 5. Să termine cum a început ziua.
Do jump into that fifth place spot. So congratulations, the PHN and Kitos top 5 at an international event.
Just a great way to represent your region.
Zâmbește prea forțat, Vivida meu.
Well maintained, the mindset was there from PHN in those final instances because he was a solo for the latter duration of game 12, and yet he still managed to stay alive just long enough. He knew that it was within his reach.
Al treilea meci de ieri, bro.
Into that 5th place position, and so just a huge congratulations to him as well to secure it.
If you would ask me, Zeke, how is this event going to go? In fact, Ghost Blake, a player we
interviewed... Au câștigat 20.000 în seara asta, Zandi, nu e rău. Adică în astea 2 serii, nu e un weekend rău. Salvezi live-ul, dar rămâne pe salvat pe canal. Dar o să-l vezi acolo la secțiunea de live-uri, nu să-l vezi la secțiunea de videoclipuri sau de shorts. Vezi că le-a separat YouTube-ul, știi? Dacă apeși la video, îți vezi videoclipuri, shorts și live-uri.
Going to them. And I want to even look back at PH and Kitos, right? Going up from 8th to 5th. That's a 30K difference.
It's a huge difference, and that's ultimately what this is all about, right? Those extra placements, those extra points that were being squeezed out of that last game made all of the difference, and that's what this is all about. This is what these final moments are about.
Dați ceva, că așa era, nu?
Popping off.
Așa era, că dau nu știu ce anunț de competitiv am stat până la final.
We have to also look at Zeet and KBR, who are also in top 10. Brazil is showing up at the Invitational.
AIM is a universal language, and as far as Brazil is concerned, they have got it locked down. I love it, man.
Guess what? Ladies and gentlemen, we have Queasy and we have Vino. They are standing by. We're going to get their emotional reactions to the end of the competition.
Yes, we do. Queasy, Vino, fellas, thank you for putting on the most unbelievable display these last 2 days. It has been incredible. One of the boldest plays we've seen, I think, ever before. Walk us through the last game and what was going through your minds going into it as well.
I guess Queasy will say it best.
Queasy said best, yeah.
So, first of all, I think I was like fully committed to it, and Veno was like, I think his nerves were getting a little bit in, you know, and then he said like, let's do it, and then we just full sent it. We somehow outdropped him. I don't even know. And yeah, then I like made a big mistake. Like I peeked the second guy, which I shouldn't, and then the rest is history.
The rest is history. But what an historical moment it was.
I mean,
mustn't deny as well that you put on such a great display this last 2 days. I mean, you must be very proud as well, Vida, of what you boys achieved here at Invitational. No. If you go back to the drawing board, I mean, the thing is, bold play is what it's all about in Fortnite, and you proved that you have that in your locker, and it was incredible.
Yeah, we played well. We could have played better. Seti played amazing. Shout out to Seti and Cami. They're good friends of mine and Queasy's. There's hope there's no hard feelings there. We tried to make a play there. At the end of the day, they won.
I think one thing we've noticed this week, entire weekend,
cam arogant un pic Veno asta.
See the players, everyone together. I mean, shout out to Cami and Seti as well. You guys played incredibly. They played incredibly, and it could have gone either way at the end there, Queasy.
Yeah, I agree. It was all up to that last game, but they got the better of us.
Hey, there's always next time. Obviously, this experience as well for you both. I know you must be deflated, but I really appreciate you guys chatting. What's your experience been like there with the rest?
Pare cam dubios așa un pic copilul ăsta, Veno.
Guys, I mean, it must have been such a great experience being here.
Yeah, it was a great experience. I can't wait for the next one.
You can't wait for the next one, Queasy.
It's been amazing.
It's been amazing. Thank you so much once again, Queasy and Vino. Thank you for making this just legendary, boys. Back to the rest of the desk. Thank you so much, boys. Oh, Jakarth.
Are we picking up here? It's our turn to go ahead and say, again, big shout outs and thanks. Honestly, they moved so not only graciously in the interview, like...
Pare dubios băiatul meu. Da, vreau să văd dacă ne dă un anunț ceva, mă.
Themselves to make history. They did something that I don't think many people will have the heart to do.
Yeah, much respect to those guys. Gracious in defeat. These guys are humble. These guys...
Ce NPC e prezentatorul? Bă, omul trebuie să încerce să facă, știi, să scoată informații bune, trebuie să încerce să scoată hype de la public. Hai că scot alertele, vreau că mi-ai tras-o peste nas. Trebuie să încerce să fie, știi, interesant. Dacă Veno îi răspunde cu numai cu da...
as well.
And I'll say it for him. I know he wanted to be here. He couldn't make the
Bă,
trip.
nici în poza asta Cami nu arată emoție, frate, nebunesc. Nici în poza asta.
Emi and Seti, these guys drill at the facilities day in, day out, and you heard what they said. They have been playing together for 3 years. This type of competition that they were able to put up these numbers against is no simple task, and they did it. And they haven't just been doing it here, they've been doing it everywhere.
Yeah, and they do it from their own POI, season after season. They create their own luck. But that's going to be it from me and Monster D-Face. Dreams do come true, but back to the desk.
Te pup, Mihăiță, noapte bună, Dormeo.
Thank you so much. Monster D-Face, Jacob PR. What an amazing set of casts out of the two of you. 12 games, and my goodness, unlike anything we have ever experienced in our life. You'll love to see it. I gotta say, after 2 days of the FNCS Invitational, once again, several countries represent.
Nebunesc dacă nu-mi dau niciun anunț.
CS champions, 88 titles, you know. This was some of the best Fortnite we've ever seen. Some of the most hype plays, the highest highs, the lowest lows. It had it all.
7 different regions.
La mulți ani, te pup, frate, și eu.
Unique countries competing here today. Seti and Cammy were the ones that lifted.
Pare că în dubiozi se...
line for Vino and Queasy. They got second place. It's an amazing accomplishment, but I feel like this is a start for these players. They want that trophy. They want to lift it up, and I'm excited to see what they're going to do in the future.
100%, that's what it's all about. For those that were here competing, right, they got a taste of it. They got to witness somebody lift that trophy up right in front of them. I'm sure all of them want to feel that tenfold.
Yeah,
just shout out to the players. You know, these international events, we were talking about stats from, you know, throwback to World Cup at this event. That event was 3 years ago, which is why we're talking about history being made right here.
From the moment that we did the player walkouts with the actual crowd in the venue, that was the instance where I think you could really see all of the excitement being read in these duos' faces and all of the players.
Cum ar fi să ia la bătaie? Ia să cine a luat ultimul loc. Mr. Savage 31. Ultimul loc a fost luat de Retake.
Much they wanted to just proudly represent their region and
Aqua 45.
this international debut.
That's right. I mean, that's such a great point, right? To just be able to come here and just say, like, hey, I'm repping this region. Let's do this. Let's do that. It's incredible, you know? And sure, maybe a duo didn't land exactly where they wanted, but these are some of the very best. Across 7 regions that were all brought to one stage to compete. Here in Raleigh, North Carolina at the Raleigh Convention Center, amongst fans, I mean, y'all truly put on some of the greatest Fortnite, I'm telling you. Please hold your heads high wherever you landed. You deserve it. And I'm telling you, even if it's not where you want, come back. We'll do this again soon, and we'll absolutely put on some more Fortnite action. Before we say goodbye, we got any more closing thoughts? Oh, Kelly, are you gonna stand up here? Kelly, okay.
Yeah,
hi.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah, come on, sure. Why not? You're pointing at me? Yeah, why not? Tokata, you guys can stop here.
Am I still gonna be here?
Yeah, we're all here. Right? Mini Miner, you might as well come up here, my friend. Okay. My goodness. Let's get final thoughts real quick. Taco, go from you, then we'll end.
No, cred că vine, mă, niciun anunț. No, cred că vine, mă, niciun anunț. Vă anunț pe Instagram.
Shout out to the crowd. The crowd was amazing.
No, mai ne dă, mă, niciun... Sta degeaba până la final, adică măcar ne-am susținut ursul.
All out of their seats, cheering for everybody. Love that, and the players were also great as well.
Yeah, it was.
Vă anunț pe Instagram, bro, dacă ne dă vreun anunț ce nebunesc ceva, că...
Big shout out to Monster and Jacob as well, who...
Respect, bă, e ora 2 dimineața, mulți aveți școală, dar tot ați stat până la final. Respect care a stat până la finalul live-ului, vă pup, toate cele bune, aveți grijă de voi. un FNCS reușit, locul 8 pentru ursul nostru. Bă, nu e un weekend rău, 20k, putea mai mult. Ai.
It's really been an amazing experience.
Vedem noi ce anunț mâine. Vă pup, toate cele bune, aveți grijă de voi, noapte bună, respect. DORMEO.
Yes, but listen, if you want to be on the next FNCS stage, your journey will begin February 2023.
Yeah?
Now, if you want to keep up to date, FN Competitive over on Twitter and Instagram, great place to keep up to date. Until then, we love you, happy holidays, and we'll see you on the battle bus.